Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Oh, Mitzi's here. She is sitting in the corner and yelling at me, like she always does when I start these streams. Hello, 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 Distression, hello, Hero, hello, Daydawns, FG. How you guys doing tonight? As usual, I wasn't really planning on streaming per se, but as it usually plays out, I drink some coffee, watch a couple of videos, and then I'm like, you know what? Feeling a little bit of inspiration. You really waited for that awesome song to be over before you speak. Respect. Well, yeah. Duh. That's the best way to do introductions to anything. Well, Mitzi, come here if you want pets. Sitting over there is not gonna do anything. Just ignore her, she'll go away. She'll either go away, or she'll come and sit in her proper spot, where she needs to sit if she wants to get attention. That's how it works. Anyway, getting some water prepared. Yeah, she said she thought about streaming and I told her do it no balls. Might be exaggerating a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tad. I don't have anything planned. Of course you don't plan anything typical. Yeah. Since my last stream, I've had many different people message me and say various things along the lines of, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. Bruh, it's not that deep. I'm just here to bitch and complain about shit. It's not because I'm like fucking angry at anything, alright? I thought I made that pretty clear. I get annoyed when people think it's a whole thing and they gotta write. And look, I'm not like mad that people wanna like make peace or whatever. That's not what I'm mad about, alright? I'm not mad at anybody. I don't have bad blood with any- well, maybe Beckett, but that's just because no one likes Beckett, including me. But like, did I give off the impression that like I'm mad at everybody? I'm not. I'm more annoyed at the fact that people think that my feelings are so fragile that I would get my feelings hurt that easily over internet drama. To sum it up, the way I see it, I might be mad in the short term, but it's internet drama. I'm gonna get over it. Whatever it is, I'm gonna get over it. Usually when people come to me and apologize for stuff, I'm like, what the fuck ever? Alright? Pardon me asking, but did you know Beckett personally like you did with Vlad? No. And I wouldn't say that I knew Vlad personally. I mean, like, we've had personal conversations, so I know more personal details about his life and his upbringing and stuff, but like I said, that's stuff I'm not gonna talk about because that's not my story, that's his. And if he trusts me enough to tell me that kind of personal information, I'm not gonna just, like, go on stream and, like, air it all out to the public. That's really disrespectful. I wouldn't do that with anyone. If they don't make it public first, I'm not gonna talk about it. Fun fact, Enlaa never gets over anything. Yeah, that's my secret. I don't get mad. I get even. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I usually get mad, bitch about things for a little bit, and then I get over it. Because at the end of the day, I'm 30 years old and this is the internet. Can I bitch about stuff because I'm mad in the short term and just bitch about it for the sake of bitching about it? Yeah, because again, it's the internet. It's not going to affect anyone in, like, the long term, including me. I don't get mad, I get a sandwich. That's fair. 30-year-old mad at the internet. Like, that's already sad enough. I agree. But yeah. To people who were like, oh my god, Enlaa's so angry with everybody. I'm not. But yeah, I think what's more offensive to me is that there are people out there that think that my feelings are so fragile that they need to say those things. Which, I mean, on one hand, I can appreciate it, but on the other hand, it's like... Hello? I'm sorry, while I'm talking, I've been running back and forth in Bitcraft, and one of my guildmates was like, Enlaa, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, better safe than sorry? Fair enough. But it's like, when so many people are, like, when not just one person, not just two people, but like 3, 4 people do it, I'm just like, holy fuck. Relax, guys. Relax. Apology nuke. Incoming! On one hand, I can appreciate the attempt, but on the other hand, I'm fine. Most of the time, I would rather just be left alone. But I know that's... You know, sometimes it can be a bit much to ask. Doxing is the new apology. Apparently. Okay, okay. Mood? It's more so like, thanks for checking in, but also shut up. No. It's, thanks for checking in, but it's really not that fucking deep. I guess maybe that's like a me issue. I just kind of gave off this impression that because I'm sensitive about other people's emotions or feelings, that my feelings and emotions are very sensitive. It's like, not really. Like, I can get anxious about stuff. I can get a bit reclusive. I can get a little bit socially, what's the word? Well, I guess reclusive. But thanks for checking in. Now get out of my house. But like, I'm not gonna crumble to pieces and fall apart just because people might be angry with me, or people are criticizing me, or people are doing something I don't like. It's like, it's not that deep. And I'm sorry if I gave off that impression that I was like lastingly mad about shit. I mean, there's some stuff that I'm lastingly mad about, for sure, but, like, not everything. I don't think... I can't even really think of a situation... Well, actually, I can, but again, it's, like, interpersonal stuff. It has nothing to do with any of the online commentary or drama, you know? Like, there's stuff that I'm mad at, but, like, it's stuff that's totally unrelated to anything you guys would know about. Obviously, it's interpersonal stuff. Which I think is fair, right? Anyway... I'm... get mad at the system. Anyway, that's enough yapping, before I yap myself into an early grave. That damn... oh. Hang on. I gotta send something to a friend. Lamau, that's so funny. I've been playing so much Bitcraft, you guys have no fucking idea. But here's the deal, okay? We're gonna go into the grab bag of suggestions and just kind of pick stuff that's interesting. Don't forget the ums and uhs. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. It happens. Okay. Sorry I'm so slow. I have like 10 things going on at the same time. Willie Mac made a slander video on Queenman and Augie, so that's new. I've kind of heard a little bit about that stuff. It had something to do with like doxing, or like one of them promoting doxing when they never did. Something like that. All I know is that Willie Mac has kind of been like the local, he's right sometimes, but we all secretly hate him kind of commentary guy. And now it's just coming to a head. I'm telling you, there is like a big commentary community civil war. It's on the horizon, and I can't wait to watch it unfold. Lizard, 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 lizard. Thanks. Alright, let me open up YouTube. I don't know the meme, actually, so I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of in terms of, like, the lizard meme. Otherwise, I don't know what that is. Let me go into my suggestions box. I said this in my last stream, but the commentary community is the kind of community where they will, like, again, they will just say the most horrendous shit to each other and argue with each other about the most fundamental of things. And then at the end of it, they'll have the most heated arguments, and then at the end of it, they'll be like, oh, but we're all chill. Oh, but it's just content at the end of the day. We're all just doing it for content. It's all content, guys. It's just banter. It's just banter. It's just a little bit of banter. It's just a little bit of banter, guys. We're all friends. We're all friends. And then, like, but they have this stuff, like, seething underneath the surface. They have to, like, suppress all of their discontent with each other. Because none of them wants to cultivate the lolcow gene. They're so scared of being seen as a lolcow that, like, they just suppress any lasting negative feelings toward each other, and they just pretend that everything's fine until everything just explodes and comes to a head. And I feel like we're rapidly approaching the apex. The critical reaction where everything just, where the atoms collide and the fissure happens and the nuclear bomb is about to go off. We're reaching that point very, very rapidly. It kind of does feel like high school drama with a bunch of people in the ages between 20 and 35. It's very strange. But that's why I stay out of it. I don't want anything to do with it. I just hop in, give my 2 cents, and hop out. That's it. Alright. What is in the suggestions bin? Oh yeah, the Brad Taste stuff! That's right! Who was it that sent me that? Distression? I might be a little late to the party, but I do feel like covering that real quick. I knew about Brad Taste through Chris the Narc's coverage about it every now and then. He was mostly like just a big old e-beggar that just talked about how sad and depressing and pathetic his life is and then just begged people for money. I'm definitely late. Well, I heard about it like when it happened, but then I just didn't stream about it because I'm lazy. Oh, it gets so much worse. Yeah, I've heard about the abuse allegations, and I've seen a little bit of other people going over it and debating it. I haven't seen the actual stuff myself because I knew I was gonna stream a reaction to it eventually. Where was the Google Drive with all that shit in it? Or that footage or whatever, I forget. I would go back up in the drama tab and like try to find it, but y'all talk so fucking much. I don't know, I might find it. Give me a sec. Oh! Here it is. Found it. Okay, so there are domestic abuse allegations on this. So, this whole Brad Taste thing. Lazy endless streams, that's our Enlaa. What other way would I do it? Alright, let me just rename the stream. Hey guys, be sure to give YouTube your ID so that they have your personal information that they're definitely not going to save for data brokers and people buying that shit. That's definitely not what that shit is for. It's definitely to protect children. Let's be honest, if the government really wanted to protect children, they would go after the parents, not platforms. Keyboard ASMR? Hell yeah. I've been told I type fast. I don't know how accurate that is. Wait. Okay, I didn't want to accidentally, like, dox my email address again. We're good, though. We're good. Alright, so apparently there was a recorded incident, and it's just audio. So is this a former girlfriend of Brad Taste? Or is this like, well, I'm assuming it's an ex-girlfriend. I would not assume it's a current girlfriend. When was this roughly? Does anyone know when exactly this happened? Yeah, sorry, I asked probably the dumbest question ever. No shit, it's an ex. Here's the thing, here's what I believe should happen with like child safety on the internet. When it's discovered that a kid is getting preyed upon on the internet, or even if you find out that a kid is going to like dangerous websites or talking to dangerous people on the internet, I firmly believe that they should expend more resources into investigating the parents. Maybe actually reform CPS into being something like helpful and useful and productive instead of being absolutely useless. And I believe the household and the parents should be investigated. Yeah, but Enlaa, the pedos give the companies money though. So true though. The way that YouTube implemented this new system, it actually encourages kids to seek out mature and inappropriate content to fill up their watch history so that they can bypass the ID verification, which makes absolutely no sense. It's like, if you want to prove to us at least that you're an adult on YouTube, watch more YouTube. It's a system that only benefits YouTube and nobody else. It doesn't protect kids. In fact, it actively goes out of its way to harm kids further. Because once kids figure out, oh, I just have to watch inappropriate content, it's in order to watch inappropriate content. What the fuck? How is that a good solution at all? How does that protect anybody? You know, it protects pedophiles. I forgot. It protects pedophiles. Anyway. Don't remember, just remember hearing it for the first time. And I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? The fact is, it happened. Roblox is in major trouble today. They got busted. Oh, good. I saw... That's another video I want to watch today. I saw somebody posted a video of that in the gossip channel. You already put your personal info in making a Google account and then connect it to YouTube. Only if you want to get paid for content do you have to give YouTube some of your personal info. I think it only... That's why I never had to, like, go through any verification when they implemented this, because every, like, affiliate, YouTube affiliate content creator, anyone making money off of this stuff, they already have to give their info anyway. Anyway, we're gonna get to the actual thing at hand.
My own head. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Literally, while I'm brushing my dogs, I'm just thinking, and you are asking me what I'm thinking about and not letting me not tell you. You are not letting me have privacy in my own.
So foolish.
Like, that's literally what just happened. Like, I'm sitting here brushing my dog.
Tina, I'm gonna
This is what led up to the incident, so this isn't even the incident yet.
fill up a bowl. You do whatever it is you usually do.
God,
And we'll take it from there.
We? The consensus will take it from there. I will submit your brain scans to the community and we will discuss this going forward.
My dogs,
Yep.
and you think that you are entitled to know what is happening in my brain, and you are not.
I'm just right and you're lying. But go on.
What am I lying about? Can you tell me if you're gonna accuse me of lying? Can you tell me what I'm lying about?
Right.
What am I lying about?
What are you thinking about?
I'm lying about what I'm thinking about. And you know that how?
Because I just know. Because I've been with you for 5 years.
Because you
Okay, alright. 5 years was way too long, honey. I don't know why you stayed.
just know that I'm lying about what I'm
I've been
thinking
with you
about.
for 5 years. That's an important detail.
Can you guys hear it, by the way? I can turn it up if I'm gonna turn it up. And then just tell me if it's too loud. Thank you.
You've been with me for
Because
5
I've
years.
actually had to deal with your shit.
So you gotta deal with my shit.
I've had to deal with your shit for too long, then why do you stay? This is a very common tactic that, like, like, emotionally abusive partners do, where they will make you out to be the worst person ever, and then, but to the point where it makes no sense why they're even staying with you. But they do that just to manipulate you into staying with them, which seems counterproductive. Which is why whenever, like, anybody in my life, whether it's, like, a close friend, well, usually close friends, or even just an acquaintance, whenever they go down that road of being like, God, you are such a this and this and this, and I hate you for this, and you were always like this, and you always do that, and I hate it, and I'm just like, okay, well, dude, then I'm gonna cut this off. And if I am all of these awful things that you think I am, then this will be beneficial for both of us. This will be the best thing for both of us. And then they're always like, how dare they cut me off? It's like, you told me I'm basically the worst person to ever exist in your mind. So why would you want to stay with me anyway? It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
You know exactly what I'm thinking about.
Throw it onto me.
Oh wait, shit, hold on.
I've had to deal with your shit, and look at you, Nia, you're full of shit.
So okay, so I'm sorry. So
You're full
so
of
wait,
shit.
so you accuse me of lying. What am I lying about? You still haven't like outright
Yeah.
said what I'm lying about. If you're gonna call me a liar, then
I love when your own relationship has to turn into a debate bro minefield.
How about you tell me, Tina? There's
So-
much.
How about you tell me what I think you're lying about?
So what I'm going to tell you is that I'm not lying about anything. I'm sitting
Let's
here.
start with telling me
brushing.
one thing you have lied about. What have you lied to me about, Tina?
What have I lied to you about?
So I can think of times where you have mistakenly lied.
deflection. So, well, you might be mistakenly lying. You might just be lying on accident. That's not how lies work. A lie is always intentional. You can be wrong. You can say something falsely, believing it to be true. But a lie is knowingly giving somebody false information that you know is wrong.
Yeah, I've said you've lied, and no matter what I've said, you wouldn't accept that you lied to me. So...
Yeah, he doesn't know what she's lying about. He's just starting an argument for the sake of arguing.
You're a liar, and you can't accept it.
So if someone...
Which is the worst...
Well, clearly she didn't put up with it for much longer after this, because she's now an ex, and good for her, by the way.
Worst combination I think I've ever witnessed in a partner.
So if someone unknowingly says something that isn't true, or they don't know...
And they can't accept when somebody corrects them, then they're full of shit.
So it's...
And when somebody can't listen when their partner tells them, and actually just deflects it and makes their life hell, then that's fucked up. So and then you're a terrible lying partner who's emotionally abusive. So if
you're a terrible lying partner who's emotionally abusive, but I'm gonna stay with you anyway. And I'm gonna get mad at you if you don't want to stay with me. Yeah, totally. That's totally how it works.
Continue.
So if you say something to me, if I say something...
No, if you want to be combative, we can continue being combative because clearly you are not paying enough attention to this conversation.
I'm just trying to understand. So if
How about you...
I guess none of us are paying attention to this conversation because none of us know what the fuck you're even mad about.
Stop doing what you're doing with the dogs. Look me in the eyes and just tell me the truth, Tina.
What's the truth? About what?
You tell me.
Okay. So,
Without being a sarcastic...
That's another... Oh.
Bitch, look at me in the fucking eyes and tell me the truth.
Hold on. You should never try to interrupt insanity.
So I have...
In the eyes, Tina!
Accidentally lied to you before. Well, I have, like, mistakenly given you...
Tina?
Sorry. I've mistakenly given you incorrect information.
Jesus Christ, that's controlling. Actually wants... I'm assuming he's wanting actual 100% eye contact. It's a control thing. It's absolutely a control thing.
And I... don't mistakenly giving incorrect information.
Ooh, woo, what's this? New clothes that I'm never gonna wear? Thanks, game.
Is not lying, and I am certain.
So that's not an example then. Try again.
Nah. You didn't give me the answer I wanted to specifically hear. Try again.
An example where you lied to me.
I will only accept one answer. It's like, then why are you even asking anyway? What's the point of you asking for an answer if there's only one answer you're gonna accept? You might as well just come up with that answer in your mind and assume everything, anyway. Might as well.
I don't know that I took the dogs out, and I hadn't yet.
When?
I don't know, sometime, at some point,
Okay, I see what she's trying to say. She's like, well, maybe sometimes I've told you white lies. I think that there is a difference between a white lie and an actual genuine lie. Like, obviously... if your partner asks, or like if someone calls you and is like, hey, are you coming to the library? And you say, oh yeah, I'm on my way there, but you're not actually on your way there yet, but you're like on your way out the door. Like, oh, I'm in the car right now, but you're not in the car. You're still like in your house getting ready to go to your car. Like that's an example of a white lie. Those are usually like automatic things that we just kind of do as like a defense mechanism. I think everybody does that to an extent. I don't think those... It's lies that are not malicious in nature. I think any reasonable adult can understand the distinction between a white lie and a malicious lie. Yeah, must be an uber white thing then. What? Never understood the thing the dude keeps howling about the eyes, like, dog, you want to stare into my soul or something? But no, it's a control tactic. It's a you could call it a power move, I guess. It has no functional purpose. It doesn't actually give them anything. It doesn't help the relationship. It's literally just for control.
I was like, yeah, I'm doing it right now, and then I didn't do it for another half an hour or something.
So you lied to me and you didn't even remember.
But then he's gonna twist white lies into being very malicious lies. Like any lie, regardless of the intent behind it, is just a malicious lie. So he's trying to trap her in a sense of like, if you've lied about anything ever, you're a horrible person.
You don't even
A
remember
white
any
lie
details
about the dogs that I took care of.
So it meant nothing to you. Just a little white lie about the dogs.
I'm saying I'm sure that it's happened.
You're so used to throwing white lies at me, you don't even recognize this one?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, but everybody does white lies. Everybody does.
So I just don't.
There's so many white lies, Tina. It's like
So many white lies. It's almost like you're a human being or something.
if they're all white lies,
I would love to see Dr. K get this guy into a call.
then none of them are, right?
What? What? Hang on, I gotta hear that one again.
There's so many white lies, Tina. It's like, if they're all white lies, then none of them are, right?
Okay, Syndrome, calm down.
What am I lying to you about? I don't know what you're telling me I'm lying to you about.
And when everybody's white lying, nobody is.
What's happening in my own brain? That's not fair. It's my own brain. You're not entitled to know that.
She's right.
I'm an individual. If I don't have a safe...
If you need to say that to your partner, I think that's your sign to get out. If you need to clarify to your partner that you are an individual human being with your own rights and autonomy, and they try to say nuh-uh, or some variant of nuh-uh, that's your sign to get the fuck out.
Place within my own head?
Obviously she knows that because she's recording this. Well, somebody's recording this. I've been lurking, but lol, if he knew what she lied about, he would absolutely tar and feather her for it. He doesn't. I'd imagine she was, like, making some face. Or, you know, obviously she had to set up this... Oh, no, obviously she started recording after the argument was starting, and so she could tell, oh boy, here we go again. Better start recording. She probably was brushing the dogs and, like, made a sigh, or did, like, a face, or was just being relatively recluse from him, or he asked her something and she didn't answer it right away, and so now it's exploded into this. Because that's how it always happens.
Okay, Tina, I'm your partner of 5 years, and if you don't respect me as...
You notice that how yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. She says, I'm an individual with my own, or, you know, I'm an individual. I'm entitled to having my own thoughts, and you're not entitled to always knowing what those thoughts are. And his response is, I've been your partner of 5 years, and this is disrespectful to me. Love me, love me, love me, love me.
An individual, then you can, honest to God, get the fuck out of my house.
Both of our names are on the lease.
Whoops.
So that's not gonna happen. And also, you are not
I'm
entitled...
gonna call the police.
On what? Your Honor, 911, my girlfriend is lying to me in her brain. 911, my girlfriend won't tell me what her thoughts are. Hello, hell of an opinion. Hello, hello. We love all of our lurkers. And that's what they do a lot of the time. Wait, let it keep playing. Oh, okay, sorry. Am I pause-anding too much? I'll back up a little bit.
Both of our names are on the lease. So that's not gonna happen. And also, you are not entitled...
I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah.
I will get you out of here. I will make a story up. I will get you out of
here. Oh my god, what a fucking bitch. What a bitch. See, and this is why she felt the need to record. Good for her. Obviously, this sounds like this happens a lot. I'm gonna make a and that's why you record. 100%.
Both of our names are on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive, and I have asked
Hang on, let it continue.
her to leave many times, and despite the fact that I have no support system, she has refused to leave.
Hello, 911. My girlfriend said mean things to me. I told her to leave a house that she lives in and has ownership to, and she refuses to. Please come arrest her. I have no support system.
Has continued to emotionally abuse me.
I don't think you can call the police on someone for emotionally abusing you.
I need her to get out for at least a day. I need space, and she refuses. Can you please escort my partner somewhere else so that I can have some mental peace? That's
Right.
what I'm going to tell them.
That's so.
Yeah, that is a scary thing that he is so comfortable with that. The fact that he's so comfortable with that, with saying that, just openly, I'm gonna lie to the police. I'm gonna tell you my evil plan villain monologue. Fucking Christ.
Oh.
Okay.
You done?
Oh, hang on, guys. Hang on, hang on. Am I done? No, I'm not done. Guess what? I got a special surprise for you guys. 1 second, 1 second. 1 second. Be right back. This is Brad Taste in music, Kato. Kato. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Forget I said that. It's fine, Lamau. Okay. Sorry about that. Ooh. Alright. Ta-da! She's finally laying in her spot. It took fucking forever, but she's here! She's finally here! There she is! To save us from this chicanery. Oh, hi, Venomous! Alright, let's continue this hellhole.
Am I allowed
You
to
fucking done.
be quiet? Can I?
You play comfy MMO, I play sweaty. What sweaty MMO are you playing right now?
I actually know. I'll give you peace if I'm allowed to be quiet. Am I allowed to be quiet, or do I have to share what's going on in my brain?
Wow.
That sounds like a really fair compromise. I'll give you peace if you give me peace. And he's like, wow, so entitled, so unreasonable.
So, now that you actually know that you need to be quiet, it's also my fault.
Can I be
Misogynist telling woman to be quiet?
quiet?
Can you stop blaming me for shit?
She wasn't blaming you for anything. She was literally just saying, don't accuse me of shit, leave me alone. I was just sitting here minding my own business.
Can I be quiet without you prying about what's going on? What I'm thinking.
Can you stop being a horrific partner? Can
Then why are you staying?
you look at me in the eyes? Can you
Another control thing.
treat me like a person? Can you treat me like someone who's at your level and not someone who you can manipulate?
I don't know. Sorry.
Love how she's staring into the camera like she's just judging us all. All of us.
You are evil.
You are evil! You are the enemy of Christ. That's the meme. It's the meme. I'm just petting my dogs. You are the enemy of Christ. And like, you are evil. Whoa. Oh my god, I'm thirsty today. Thirsty for those views. What the is that? I thought that was like a wagon moving on its own. Did you guys see that? That's hilarious. Wait, I'm not even supposed to be able to see that right now. What the hell? Weird. What a strange world we live in.
Peace in my brain.
And you
What do you, Clef, what is this new accusation? Since when? I don't appreciate you just... Okay, no, ignore that. No. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Sorry. Sorry, I went off prematurely. Anyway.
Join me.
I just
You will do anything
I just
it
want to be
takes,
able to
Tina.
think quietly while I brush my dogs. I just want to be able to quietly reflect on my life while I brush my dogs without you asking what I'm thinking about and prying it out of me and thinking you're entitled to know what I'm thinking about. You're not.
I'm not even your partner, Tina.
What?
You don't
I'm not even your partner. 5 minutes earlier, I've been your partner for 5 years. Huh?
Dogs without you asking what I'm thinking about and prying it out of me and thinking you're entitled to know what I'm thinking about. You're not.
I'm not even your partner, Tina.
What are you talking about? Are you okay?
You're not treating me like a partner.
You're looking around looking for excuses, Tina. I literally am watching your body
I
language.
can't look.
Someone's been watching some Ewu in his spare time. Okay, dude.
In your
You
eyes.
look like one of those freaks on the fucking interrogation
Oh, for fuck's sake, I was joking!
videos.
I can't look in your eyes.
Every single thing you're doing is full of shit. You're literally acting like the fucking criminals there, Tina. Like
You're
every
being a
action,
criminal right
I can
now.
record it. And it would be like, Tina's looking to the left while immediately, oh, he asks a question and her eyes are moving around as she's looking quickly for
I
an
have
answer.
trouble with eye
because she has no,
contact.
oh no, you don't,
Yes.
Tina.
You're supposed to acknowledge my trauma. What about my trauma, Tina?
I do.
You are a lying, manipulative.
I can't believe this is just the lead up to the incident. There's more? How does it get worse?
person.
I have trouble.
And
Why is this even public? Guess. Take a wild guess how it became public.
you need to get out of my house.
It's not your house. I mean, it's both of your houses. Just wait. Okay, alright.
I have trouble with eye contact. I do.
I am going to call the
Yeah, sorry. Me asking stupid questions again.
cops if you don't stop lying to me, Tina. Right now.
911, my girlfriend is lying to me.
This is it. Are you done?
Today. This is it.
What am I lying to you about?
Alright.
What am I lying to you about?
Alright.
Tina!
You gotta hide the weed.
This is on recording, you fucking moron. Well, gonna hide the weed, because I'm gonna get the SWAT team in here. Just, like, such an obvious scare tactic. I'm glad she's recording. What the fuck? Did that guy just bark at me? Wait, did I cut off? No? Hello? Are you fucking with me? Hello? Testing. I swear to God if this bullshit's happening again. Oh, okay, it's your internet. Alright, Clef. Now I have carte blanche to just blame everything that happens on you. Good. Great. I'm glad we've established that. You're just a lying bitch, Clef.
We're both on the lease. That doesn't work.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna say my partner is emotionally abusing me,
You can't call the police for that.
and I've asked for space endlessly, and I have no support system. I moved out here for her, and I'm trapped, and I need space. She has her mother's house.
911, I need some space for my girlfriend. Can you come arrest her?
I need
My
help.
mom is not. You can't push me out of my own house.
Oh. So, that's the lead up. Somehow. I don't know how the fuck it gets worse.
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn fucking right
Then why do you stay with her?
do that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me. You've destroyed me.
Oh my god. Guys, my blood pressure.
How? All I've ever wanted to do is support
Stop lying to me for once. Look at me in the eyes and stop lying to me.
What the fuck did she do? She committed the sin of brushing her dogs and thinking to herself. And not telling him what she was thinking about.
Stop being such a wimp.
All I've ever
Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see what I've become?
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
And accept what you have done to me! Do you see what I've become? You killed me! You promised me everything! You lied to me! Look at me in the fucking eyes and say that again! Look at me! Tell me!
Oh my god.
Tell me!
Okay, alright.
Tell me what the fuck you just said! Tell me!
Jesus Christ, this is like... this is like, you know what this sounds like? Hang on, it sounds exactly like this. That's exactly what it sounds like. You were my brother, Brad Taste. I loved you.
Get out of my house! Get out of my fucking house!
I promise you. Don't do it, don't do it. Don't. Don't.
You're blind. I'm
Don't.
You are evil. Like, you're evil.
I don't.
Okay. Listen, I feel for you, but I can only stand so much of women crying. Alright, well, that's great. That's cool. That's awesome. Male BPD, no, we just call that narcissism. No, we just call that narcissism. I don't care whatever other therapists or psychologists say, they're wrong. That is just peak narcissism. And a little bit of, like, insanity. Okay, look. Listen. I sympathize with her. I get it. She's valid, queen. She's valid. But I'm not gonna sit here and listen to woman crying. No more woman crying. Okay. You guys wanna watch politics? Yeah, listen to the funny streamer, not the not the psychologists. Thank you. You're my brother. Yo, Warcraft based. I keep getting like bots from the Bitcraft server trying to add me as a friend. Anyway, there was some kind of like addressing things video that Brad Taste put out. Was that before, or Destruction, was that before or after these recordings were released? I'm assuming after. I'm not a furry. That's just what everybody calls me. I'm not a furry. After? Okay, I figured. Alright, let me go find it. I've become so numb. My statement. Wow, he looks so happy after abusing his girlfriend. That's so awesome for you, King.
What's up?
What's up?
Let me start this very dramatic speech by saying...
Get out of my house! Get out of my house!
That the last week or two, I haven't even been keeping track, the last week or two, it's really hurt a lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry you're
it's really
hurting.
Sucked, but
I'm so sorry.
I've also gained a lot of information. I've seen how people interact with me, you know, who sticks around, who leaves, why that is. And I think that, like, a lot of it makes more sense to me.
Huh?
But today, okay.
What are you rambling about?
Yes, I am talking about this. I'm going to be bringing up my ex-partner.
What? Hold on. Sorry. Was it just like...
But I want, who sticks around, who leaves, why that is.
Why are you doing this again, Firefox? You're not supposed to be doing this. Why is it doing this again? Oh, you know what? I know exactly why it's doing this. Give me a second. I know why it's freezing. I know exactly why it's freezing. It's because I turned off hardware acceleration. I gotta turn it back on for streams. Give me a second. Or I turned it off? Hang on, let me try something else then. Fuck, I don't remember what, I don't remember what setting. Oh, picture-in-picture, maybe. Maybe that was it. But just in case. There, okay. No, it does, I just forgot it was not called player-in-player, it's called picture-in-picture. I'm just stupid. I don't know if I have to start over, or if it just automatically...
And I think that, like, a lot of it makes more sense to me.
It looks like it's doing okay. Hold on. Hold on a sec.
But today, okay, I'm going...
Okay, no, it's still doing it. Fuck. Let me just close it and reopen it. See if that makes it any better. I love internet browsers, just fucking everything up.
Okay, I'm going to be bringing up... Yes, I am talking about this. I'm going to be bringing up my ex-partner. But I want it...
Another stream browser. I changed to Firefox so I could avoid this issue. This is so gay. This is so ass. Well, obviously I changed some kind of setting that made this happen. So now I gotta go figure out what setting I changed and make it stop. Yeah. Oh, it's a power saving function. I gotcha. I don't remember how I turned that on, though. Have you tried Internet Explorer? Fuck off. Fuck off. I don't know where that function is. Oh, I love this asshole just gives an answer. Just don't minimize it. Oh, great, thanks. Thanks. Just don't minimize the window and you'll be fine. Wow, dude. I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, that's good. If I want to turn that off, I gotta go into the config menu. That's great. I don't want to go into configuration files to fix this. This is so dumb. This was working? Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? That's so stupid. Fuck off. Oh, that's so dumb. So stupid. Well, the only thing I haven't tried is turning off hardware acceleration. This is why people stick to Google. I might just end up switching again. I might end up switching again. I can't believe I switched and it was working fine and now all of a sudden it's not.
I want to make it very clear.
Oh my god! Turning off hardware acceleration fixed
that
it.
everything I am about to say,
Alright,
I
we're
have
so back,
zero
guys.
intention of saying like, or like trying to victimize myself through what she has done.
Oh, what did she do? Did she post a recording of you going absolutely narc rage mode?
I'm gonna be accusing her of some pretty hefty things.
Yeah? Are you gonna provide any evidence like she has?
I want to show you that I have a pretty strong understanding of the situation.
Oh yeah?
And I truly do believe that...
He looks like he's been doing way too much, weed, apparently. 'Cause he's gotta go hide it from the cops.
like, we are both victims in this situation.
What are you a victim of?
Like, equally. And... I've even talked with her about this before, you know, like...
Me being such a victim? I've told her that I'm a victim before and she just doesn't take me seriously.
Victims
Because it's hard for her to hear me when I'm throwing things at her.
of the age of the internet, in a way, but I think that it's different than that.
Shut up, Villa.
I think that there is just
You're not entitled to what's in my brain.
something fundamentally broken between me and her.
I did tag it in the announcements chat, Villa. You have no excuse.
No,
you
I
releasing
did not
from me
abuse my
for?
partner.
Yeah, definitely not. No, that definitely wasn't abuse that we saw in that video.
I have never even had a thought of harming her, like, once in my life.
Because that we know physical abuse is the only form of abuse, according to you. At least when you're doing it, right?
I've never put a finger near her.
I've never touched her. We've never had sex. She won't fuck me.
But also at the same time, everything she's saying,
I've never put a finger on her. She's never put a finger on me. We've argued about that so many times now.
you know, about being extremely hurt and horrified and, you know, like, not wanting to
So if you've never abused her, how is she also a victim here?
be around me, and, you know, how she truly believes that everything she's done is in self-defense. And what I'm here to say is, I completely believe her.
Huh? I've never abused her, but I completely believe her when she says that she's had to protect herself against me. Okay.
But I also think it's worth mentioning the things that she did in self-defense and like why they would result in me losing it and screaming, you know?
Ah, so her having to protect herself from me is ultimately her fault. Yes. Yeah, of course.
Well, first of all, let's talk about the main issue. Me yelling. Like when
I mean, this is like the Lio thing, where Lio seems to think that the only form of abuse is yelling. Bruh. Well, okay, I was yelling, but come on.
I get very angry or even excited or just anything, like I get
I yell, "Get out of my house," when I get excited. I was just a little excited.
very loud. Like I use my voice and the volume of it to really express it. So like when I'm upset because of something, you know, and I start getting really loud about it, like that basically was her biggest fear.
Okay.
Because she had
And so you would just, and so, you know, my girlfriend is always afraid that I'm gonna yell at her, so what I do is that I end up yelling at her. You know, it's just how it is. Somebody abandoned their pet. That's so sad. I'm just passionate, bro. We get a little rambunctious with our vocal tone. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, who hasn't gotten just a little bit excited with their partner sometimes, where you just have to scream in their face, "Get out of my house," over and over again.
drama with yelling.
He has to think really hard about this one. The silence is
Make
deafening.
sure I get all the details right. This is kind of complicated.
It's so complicated. It's so complicated. It's complicated for him to get out of, for him to worm his way out of, because of the video evidence. He has to try and recontextualize it in a way that doesn't make him look like a total psychopath.
Basically, for me though, like my family, everyone I've been around my whole life is loud. They
Yeah. Guy, it's not that I was yelling at her and abusing her. I wasn't yelling at her. I was just talking loudly. That's just... It's a southern thing. It's just a southern thing.
talk over each other, they yell at each other, but they never mean anything bad by it. So I never really saw anything wrong with it. They're just trying to be heard and get their point across and, you know, show their emotions. And so that's like
Totally,
me
King.
when I'm yelling.
That's so me, for real, for real.
And
we gotta open that back up. Hold on. Hang on a second. I just need to, like, hear the so-called just talking loud when we get a little bit excited. I need to hear that again.
Fuck you just said! You promised me everything! You lied to me! Look at me in the fucking eyes and say that again! Look at me! Tell me! Tell me!
We're just getting a little bit rambunctious, guys. It's just that we talk loud, that's all. It's just it's a cultural difference. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it.
so the problem is Tina, I guess I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's her
Sure.
fault for misinterpreting that as me screaming at her, which it definitely wasn't in any shape or form. So I don't know where she got that idea. I'd slap the fuck out of him if he yelled at me like that. You're not allowed to hit people just for yelling. That's the thing. Like, then that's abuse, you know, if you do that. So, you can't hit them if they haven't laid hands on you. Now, if they're getting in your face and screaming at you, then you can definitely do things to physically get them away from you. But it sounds like he was a fair distance away from her. Yeah, he sounds excited, not like a total fucking lunatic.
Tina. Tina rightfully, like, gets scared of that, is horrified. What I'm trying to say by this is this situation...
She's just a little shy. She doesn't understand. That's just our culture.
...is a matter of a bad match, because we, like, worked perfectly with...
Yeah, this is what a bad match sounds like.
Tell me what the fuck you just said! Tell me!
Yeah, she just doesn't get it. We're just being a little bit silly. Our entire family does this when... Could you imagine? Hold on a second. Hang on a second.
Being such a wimp. Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see what I've become?
You are one of
Accept what you have done to me. You've killed me. See what I've become. You promised
you are
me
one of my abusers.
everything. You killed me. You lied to me. You promised me.
This is what. This is what one of their family gatherings sounds like. Yeah, that's what. Just your average Brad Taste loud talker family gathering. This is what hell sounds like. Oh my god, can someone please clip that? That was... I think that was a funny bit. Brad Taste family gathering simulator, apparently, according to him.
Everything, but it really was me yelling. And again, I would base...
Oh, so you were yelling. It wasn't just talking loud, it was just... You were just yelling. But why were you yelling? Are you gonna address the fact that you were going to make a false police report to the cops about your partner, that you were so willing to just make shit up in order to get your partner arrested?
Basically yell because, you know, just like out of instinct of trying to get a point across, or even sometimes just tell a joke.
I was just trying to get a point across or tell a joke.
And the way that she would handle it is she would feel hurt and scared. And
Well, why would she feel scared and hurt? What were you yelling at her about? What kind of things were you saying while you were yelling?
and this just kept happening
You know, it's a very fitting background here with the jester hat and the clowns and stuff.
over and over again, where I didn't mean to scare her. You know, she got...
Yeah, what? I didn't mean to scare her. I was literally yelling at her, "Get out of my house. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to lie to the police and tell them you're abusing me."
got scared. She, like...
I can confirm that all Jewish families are allowed. Oh, guys, speaking of that, have you seen... I think back to this... I think back to this short all the time. I think this is my favorite, like, Jewish family video ever.
Replenish! You're supposed to take the warm ones and fill it up after you
You
finish.
didn't have one today.
When did I finish? Oh, I saw you have a soda pop today.
I had one yesterday. I had a million yesterday.
You had a million
But I
yesterday?
definitely might.
You're supposed to
Was it-
replenish.
You're supposed to
You take
replenish.
and refill
You didn't
the
replenish,
refrigerator.
goddammit.
I can't believe it. I never had anything after you've been here.
Oh, fuck! I taught you anything. I taught you to replenish.
Seriously? Everything.
Didn't we have a refrigerator in the basement? And if you went downstairs in the basement and got a soda, what was the fucking rule?
You have to replenish.
You'd replenish.
Okay. What the fuck? Danny doesn't fucking replenish.
No, I listen.
I love the dad energy where he sees that his wife is agitated, so he ironically gets agitated too. It's so funny.
Anything after you've been here.
Oh, fuck! If I taught you anything, I taught you to replenish.
Smiling the whole time. It's such a dad thing to do. Anyway, that's my favorite clip. If I taught you anything, I taught you to replenish. Anyway. But yeah, that's an example of like a loud but healthy family dynamic, right? Even here in Texas, like, there's something I had to learn when moving to Texas is that, like, people here are loud talkers. People talk very loud, but it's not like they're always screaming at each other, right? But it's nothing like this.
Zoe!
Like, it's not that. That's insane. Bet Dad was the one who took the last soda. That's so true. It was probably the dad the whole time, too.
She starts acting very nervous, and then I'm like questioning why she is.
Yeah, that's definitely what that was. It wasn't you accusing her of lying. Yeah, let's just try to recontextualize everything and just tell people that what they heard and what they... Well, they didn't see anything. But that everything they heard is... They didn't actually hear that. It didn't happen.
And then...
Here's the thing. This is a statement that he's making to the audience who has not heard the clip and are probably not going to. This is simply an appeal to his fans, where he can just tell them, oh, this is what the clip is. It's really not that big of a deal. I was just yelling a little bit. But, like, that's what we do in my family. She just doesn't get it. And she just got a little scared. But honestly, guys, she abuses me more than I would. I never abuse her, but she abuses me all the time. She's actually the evil one. So he can sit there and say this to his audience and just hope that they won't watch the actual clip or never see it. And they'll just be like, oh, okay, glad you cleared that up.
And that's when...
You think he just has pity fans at this point? I can't imagine anybody actually enjoying his content unironically unless they just are as mentally ill as him. It's kind of the Dion effect, where any hardcore fan Dion has, they're literally just as crazy as he is, without a doubt. Slade, for example, has gone out of his way, like, just a little, like, bit of a small update on all of the Slade Phillips stuff, right? Slade and Trigger Trey were going around, spreading around what might have, I don't know if it was actually Dion's docs, but it was like doxing his mom's house, his mom's address, and stuff like that. And Slade was going into multiple different comments on different alts, like spamming his address and stuff like that, just like trying to dox his address. But then I tuned into one of his to Dion's recent streams, and they're just like, he's just in there like guzzling down like his dick, like choking on his dick and stuff, and like praising him again and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And Dion's like, oh yeah, Slade explained all of that to me, and it was someone just pretending to be him, even though it was literally Slade's accounts. But whatever, Dion is just gullible enough. Whoa, Enlaa, what fanfic you writing? I don't write that kind of fanfic anymore. Okay. Dude, what the fuck? You think... dude, I'm so... What do you... Huh? They're gonna air TMNT 1987? Holy shit, guys. We need to stop the entire show. What? What the fuck? Alright, well anyway.
Like, I would start yelling, and then I'd see how upset
Thank you for letting us know, Jeremy Animations.
I was like, holy shit, wait, no, this is not what was supposed to... Like,
Fuck
I was
you
just trying
mean
to,
anymore?
you know, get my point across. And that would basically be like a very scary memory, you know, being built. And that would happen over and over and over again, to the point of where she started to fear me. And this...
Yeah, it's almost like when you do something over and over and over again that scares your partner, they become fearful of you. Yeah, it's almost like a repetition causes an effect or something.
This is what I mean when I say that, like, everything she did is in
Long
self-defense.
story, you don't want to,
I am
what
accusing
the fuck?
my partner of blackmail, and I'm accusing my partner of gaslighting.
You make it sound way worse. Stop.
And again, it's weird because I understand what she means when she says it's in self-defense, and I don't think that this is a universal situation. I don't think this is something that represents her character. I believe this is something that was developed specifically for this relationship, so that she can protect herself from me. And what she would do is basically tell me, like, when I'm yelling, because she's not listening to
Mood, Lilith, mood.
the words I'm saying while I'm yelling, because, you know, she's terrified when I'm like loud, and she gets scared because she's afraid I'm gonna yell. So
Yeah, but you've proven that you have a propensity to yell. And so you're acting like it's completely unreasonable for her to be scared that you're gonna yell when you've shown that you just yell all the time at her. So it's like, what the fuck?
it's me that I'm not living in reality.
Yeah, you're definitely showing that you're living in reality by making up something that like just did not happen at all.
And the reason I'm really bringing this up is because like this event that just happened,
There's
really
a reason why he deleted this video.
woke me up to the fact that, like, you know, she would basically say you're not living in reality, and I would agree with her and just like, you know, try to like, because I loved her, I wanted to make it work, so I would just like listen to what she says about me. And then just, you know, even if I was hurt, I couldn't yell because, like, it was after I had already yelled that she'd say that, so it was better just to...
You should leak Discord recording of you yelling at chat. If I'm yelling at chat, I just do that shit publicly. On main. I've got no shame.
Accept this. So I was constantly
I'm living in reality, this coming from a weed addict. Yeah, no kidding.
being gaslit all the time.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Brad Taste, do you want to explain this video recording of you being an abuser? Oh, everyone's just gaslighting me all the time. I'm constantly being gaslit by video evidence, gaslighting me.
And I'm pretty sure that my partner also felt like she was being gaslit all the time.
Yeah, by you.
Because, again, we just were not a good...
My partner felt like she was being gaslit. But, like, that was just all in her head, and she's actually crazy. She wasn't actually being gaslit. That was just shit that she made up in her head.
Match.
It wasn't real.
Fundamentally, we were a bad match. We had a lot of stuff in common, but this one aspect, like, basically...
Listen, the cops gaslit me when they said they were going to arrest me, and then they actually did.
Again, like, resulted in 5 years of gaslighting, and, like, I went fucking insane. Like, completely insane. Like, just...
Yeah. Back then, I was insane. Not anymore, though. I'm good now.
The feeling that, like...
I know I have, like, the meth face and the meth eyes and the meth body and the meth body language. And it looks like I'm on fentanyl 24/7, but I'm good now.
No one's listening to me. No one understands me. And once again, a lot of that's the fact that I'm yelling, and I have a partner who can't listen to me while I'm yelling there. And
yeah, nobody wants to listen to someone who's yelling. What reality are you living in where someone's like, oh, now that you're yelling, I think we're able to communicate a little bit better. I don't feel like I was able to listen to what you were saying before, but now that you're yelling at me and screaming at me, I think now I finally understand where the communication boundaries are, and I think I get it now. I love you.
like, yelling is how I get, like, naturally my emotions across.
Is
so
the
so much of me
deaf? Yeah, like, she actually, guys, the reason I was yelling is because she has a hearing problem.
is being missed. And then again, it's like, I feel so slighted that, like, I don't give a shit, you know, what she's
I feel, let me
talking about, because she just, you know, she just basically told me I'm not living in reality. I'm a fan.
I don't remember her saying that at all in that video clip. Do you guys remember her saying that at any point? That he's not living in reality? I don't remember her saying that. But even if she did, she would be 100% right.
You know? Anyways.
Yeah, it's like a busted GameCube. Sometimes you gotta smack her around a little bit to fix the hearing problem.
Blackmail. So,
what?
Blackmail is maybe the most painful thing I've ever gone through in my life.
Are you trying to say that she's blackmailing you?
Being recorded, like, without my knowledge, like, having a partner constantly remind me that, you know what, let's take a break, and, okay.
What? What were you gonna say there? Having a partner remind you that they're recording you and that you should probably be careful about, you know, saying things like, I'm going to lie to the cops about you. Like, when she records me doing awful shit to her, that's just her blackmailing me. I think the weed well, duh. He's a stoner. He's definitely fried.
Let me finish my sentence. Partner...
He's so charred from the weed, he could be considered a minority at this point. Kidding!
Wait, what was it?
Sorry,
about?
that was a bad one. That was a bad one.
Let's take a break and talk about her concerns. Once again, like, I think that she had every right to feel the way that
Enlaa.
she did. I think that the way she handled it was really sad and...
Oh, just, you know, showing the video evidence of what you did and actually providing tangible proof of the abuse that she's alleging. Yeah, it's such a shitty way to go about it.
misrepresent
Now that's blackmail.
representative of who I am as a person. That's why I even brought it up in the
Oh, shut up, Lilith. Shut up.
first
Oh,
place.
fuck you,
Because I felt
Luigi.
so deeply betrayed. Because again, I've never had any meaning. Like, I've never wanted to do anything wrong to this person. Like,
Yeah, no, except, you know, like kick them out of her... I've never wanted to do anything wrong to this person except, you know, kick her out of her own house and force her out of her own house by lying to the cops that she's abusing me and then telling her I'm going to do that while screaming at her to get out of her own house. That's not wrong, apparently.
I still think about her. I still care about her.
That's fucked up. Maybe stop thinking about her. Wait, I thought she called the cops. He was the one that called? Well, I don't... Also, to clarify, he called the cops on her, and then she showed the cops the recording, and then they arrested him. Is there proof of that part of the story, or is that just what she said? I mean, I'm willing to believe it, but if they did arrest him, I feel like there would be some public records to show for it, you know what I mean? Like some arrest records.
And like, yeah, no, my last video was like vicious and stupid, but also at the same time, it was me just like
Like, it's such a simple solution to that. Like, I'm gonna call the cops and lie. Okay, and then the cops show up. Hey, officer, I have video proof that he was gonna lie to you guys. Then shows them video proof. There are so many things in life that could be so easily solved if you just stay calm. And don't, you know, yell at the police. And don't act like a crazy person. I've seen so many police body cam footages. I've seen so... How do you even say that in a plural way? Whatever, you know what I mean. I've seen so many of those videos where it feels like the situation could be so easily solved if the meth addict would just stop being a fucking meth addict and calm the fuck down.
finally saying, oh, I'm just gonna like talk and say whatever. And it turned out this is like, I don't know, maybe the most important experience of my career so far.
What? In what way?
Yeah, so why is it that she is gaslighting?
Footage is fine as is. It doesn't feel right when you're trying to say whatever. Grammar's not exactly my strong suit. And yet I get on Villa constantly for her grammar despite mine sucking ass.
Why is it that she's okay, wait, that's right. I was explaining basically blackmail. So blackmail is basically like somebody holding you by a chain at all times, especially the person.
Yeah, do you have proof of her doing that? Or are you just gonna throw that accusation out there with no substance?
Who I like cared the most about, her holding.
The fact that he's jumping from topic to topic so suddenly is very telling. Let me catch up. That's according to her. Okay. Golly gee, why didn't they think of that? I don't know. It's more you're trying to tell me to slow down than my grammar because I word vomit. Well, so do I. That's our relationship. We just get into Discord calls and word vomit at each other until one of us falls asleep.
The fact that she has stuff that she can like destroy my life with.
Fuck off, Cliff. My own mods hate me.
Over my head is crazy. And the
Stop
fact
gaslighting me.
look, it's like I released the video, you know, and I.
Oh right. Wait, so God, someone said this. He was the one that released the video, the recording? I'm so confused. Maybe I need a... Because I thought that she did. Well, I can only assume that she did because why the fuck would he release that recording willingly and then think that he's the victim? He released an addressing things video to get ahead of it. Well, I mean, isn't that what we're looking at right now? Or was that a different video? I'm confused now.
Video was
No. Alright, Discretion, clear it up for me.
not the cleanest
Discretion is the lore master here.
thing in the world, but like her first immediate response was the same thing I've been saying. She'll just like say it's self-defense, and then, you know, spread all this stuff that feels like, again, that like the video.
Oh my god, he is sweating bullets! Holy shit. Never wear a gray t-shirt if you're gonna make a response video. Never wear a t-shirt that's gonna display for everybody how hard you're sweating. Because you're so fucking guilty.
I talked about, you know?
It was a different one?
The
Okay.
video is me screaming because
Yeah.
I'm being gaslit.
Oh, so now it's not just yelling or talking loud, it's screaming. Oh, but the only reason you're screaming is because you're being gaslit. But you're not gonna explain how you're being gaslit.
Because I'm not being listened to. Because I'm yelling, and once again, she can't hear a word I'm saying. She just hears yelling. She records.
Oh, yeah. Whenever someone gets aggressive, they're less likely to hear the words you're actually saying, and they're gonna focus more on the fact that you're fucking yelling at them.
Records it. She shows it to the cops. Tells, you know.
Oh.
Tells them how dangerous I am. They arrest me.
Okay, so we got a confirmation from both sides that this happened. That's confirmation to me. Yeah, I wonder why they would arrest you. So wait, did he call the cops?
And it can't hear a word I'm saying. She just hears yelling. She records it. She shows it to the cops.
I'm assuming he did follow through and call the cops. Yeah, just totally skipping over the part where you said in the video that you were going to lie to the cops. That gives them a reason to arrest you.
Tells, you know, tells them how dangerous I am. They arrest me. And it feels like the biggest fucking betrayal of my life. That's why I brought it.
How dare she? How dare she tell people what I'm doing to her? What a betrayal. And this is exactly why a lot of people end up staying in these abusive relationships, because they have this deep-seated fear of betraying the person that is abusing them. This is exactly the kind of shit that they're afraid of being told. Like, oh, you're just a traitor. You know, you're just a snitch. You know? Not even like a year ago, I think I've said this before, but I'll just reiterate for people who haven't heard it. I used to have a very, not absolutist, but very black and white mindset of, like, staying with an abusive person. In my mind, it was like, well, just fucking leave. If they're not making you feel good, if being around them doesn't make you feel good, and you hate being around them, just fucking leave. And if you don't leave, it's your fault. Like, you're just being stupid. Like, that was my mindset on it. But having someone close and personal to me go through this kind of experience for 10 years, almost. And when it breaks off in the most insane way, without going into details, obviously, but it was a bad breakup, right? She had to work up the courage for 10 years, not 10 years, but like a good number of years to finally leave. And watching that go down in real time was something else. I think it expands your perspective on things a bit when it happens to somebody. It either happens to you or someone close to you, where it's like, okay, it's a lot more complicated than it seems on the surface.
It up because, like, yeah, that made me want to kill myself.
Me being exposed for the piece of shit human being that I am made me feel like I want to kill myself. No way. What? That's crazy.
But once again, like,
Hey, can I have a chat check real quick just to make sure that chat's still working? Because sometimes if chat pauses... Oh, hi, Mitzi! Hi, I noticed you looking at me. Hi. She's so cute. Makes me think that maybe the stream is having issues, because I know that happens sometimes. Let me do a quick check. Oh yeah, I closed Firefox. Adoy. No, I'm still going. Okay. Let me check chat. Checks Mitzi. She's more important, guys. You wouldn't understand. Alright? She's always gonna come first.
Truly.
Will he actually... The real question is, will he actually isekai himself? No. People that have to tell you they want to die don't actually want to die. People who actually want to die will die quietly. People who... I've heard this saying before. The people who keep saying they want to die are the people who want to live the most. What they're actually saying when they say they want to die is that they want to live without the pain that they're carrying. Or, you know, or they're just making shit up and they're lying. Either or.
Believe she was in that much danger. And
Villa, if you're referring to something different, I can't. Did he, like, do that at one point?
I think that she's completely valid for that, and that she's allowed to feel however she feels about the situation. She made a statement.
I think she's totally valid, but she also betrayed me, and she's a lying bitch.
And I wanted to say something because I really just figured it out. That, like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, you know, I have been behaving a totally different way for...
This guy looks like a Minecraft server owner. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I've never seen a Minecraft server owner in person, so just gonna have to take your word for it.
So long. You know, once I thought that I lost my YouTube channel, I really went into a deep depression. Like, ask anyone, but like the thing...
This was about 10 minutes of him rambling, giving a bullshit story, revising what actually happened, calling his girlfriend, vaguely accusing his girlfriend of abusing him and blackmailing him with no proof or nothing substantial to back it up, no circumstantial evidence, nothing. Confirms that he got arrested for lying to the police, and just kind of meanders about, and then at the end it's like, well guys, you have to understand how depressed I am. I'm just so sad and depressed all the time.
The thing is that really made me make this video is that it just kept getting worse.
Yeah, he also deleted this video.
And like, in really weird and interesting ways, where people are like really showing their character around me, and I'm just like, huh.
Yeah,
you know,
they're the
I'm
ones showing
absolutely
their
hurt
true
by it,
character.
but, all I have left right now are people who I could spend a whole day talking to. Which, you know what? I'll take that. And by the way,
I want to know who
internet
those people
for
are.
believing everything you read at face value. Just know I don't blame you.
I don't blame you guys for just reading accusations and seeing video evidence and just taking that video evidence at face value. That... okay. I mean, it definitely... hearing somebody screaming like an insane person definitely puts anyone on edge. I wouldn't say it shook me to my core, but whatever.
Alright? Because I would do the same, and that's just literally this culture.
Because I would do the same, I would just read things at face value and believe them, no questions asked. Alright, bit of a weird self-report.
Alright, so, you know, this is me literally saying we are both victims of each other.
You haven't exactly demonstrated how you're a victim of her. You've just made vague allusions to her gaslighting you and emotionally abusing you, but haven't like really elaborated on those.
You know, and that the...
That's fair. I mean, as an autistic person, I feel like autistic people are more prone to being having conflict aversion, and we are more likely to be intimidated by yelling, which is why so many people think that Lyle is an intimidating person. Because Lyle would just yell all the time, and that was how he got his reputation among a bunch of like weak-willed autistic people.
Relationship like dissolved in a way that
yeah, why are you calling me
extremely
out?
unfair, but I can see like why she was as terrified as she was. But the reality is, once again, like, this is not a problem around people who are like me. It just happens to be the circle I have. You know,
What?
all the people who are around me who are just like tuned differently. You know what I mean?
We're just tuned differently, guys. We're just built different.
And I did hurt them, but like once again, I didn't mean
I've never hurt her. 10 minutes later, I did hurt her.
to hurt anybody.
But I didn't mean it.
So like, it really isn't, you know, not my fault as much as it is, you know?
This person, for the last 10 minutes, they've been running around being like, anyone, please, give me hair. I just need some hair.
Like, I don't know. Whatever. Hopefully this clears it up.
Not at all. Not at all, dude. It cleared nothing up, other than you're a piece of shit. What does that mean? Well, animal hair is like a resource in this game, but I like the vagueness of that statement.
But knowing the internet probably won't, and I don't really care.
I don't
Sorry
care,
for
that's
not,
why...
keeping up with...
I don't really care. I don't care about this at all. That's why I'm making video after video about it. What's he been doing lately? What's this guy been up to lately? Oh, is this the, a different upload?
Hi,
Is this one before or after Distression?
I just want to make this video because,
I mean, before or after the last video that we just saw.
this is over now.
Is it?
I have nothing else to say. I want to actually
Is that his orange jumpsuit because he's in prison now?
thank
He's recording this from the bail bond office or whatever.
Tina for sharing the video.
Oh. I just want to thank Tina for sharing this video and getting her voice out there. Yeah, I'm sure you really appreciate that, Brad. Why did he think wearing prison orange was a good idea?
See, I'm really scared of her because she's smarter than me.
Is that really an apology if you're starting it with, she's so scary, guys. She's so conniving and manipulative. Look how smart she is. She's a dangerous person because of how smart she is. You're...
When our relationship, like, I'm younger than her.
Oh, she groomed me, guys.
And I never really had a strong foundation, like at home.
She took advantage of me, guys.
And when I went to go live with her, she thought very differently than I did on a lot of things. And
She's just built different. I'm sitting here translating for you. I speak manipulator.
a lot of the time, I would blame her for things that are not her fault.
Yes. As showcased in the video.
And I truly believe I didn't know any better. And that's what's so scary about it. I keep trying.
I truly believed I didn't know any better. Guys, it's not my fault. It's my ignorance's fault.
To fix stuff.
I was just trying too hard to fix
But
things.
I'm just, like, not as aware of things as other people. And I get shit wrong. And I think I'm doing a good thing. And I end up really...
Yeah, he thought he was doing a good thing here.
Tell me what the fuck you just said! Tell me! Get out of my house! Get out of my fucking house!
Yeah, he was just trying to help, guys. He was just trying to help.
really,
He was just trying to do the right thing.
really hurting someone. So, I'm just saying I'm really glad she put out the video, because the idea of I'm being blackmailed, like, is finally out of my head. And I think that she knew that.
So, wait a minute, hold on.
She knew that. Like, the idea of I'm being blackmailed, like, is finally out of my head. And
What do you mean by that? As in, it was confirmed or it was refuted in your mind? Which one of those do you mean?
I think that she knew that, because she, again, is really smart.
Probably the former, if I were to guess.
She gets like lots of help mentally. Like, she is very clear-headed.
She's smarter than me because she has a therapist and I don't.
You know? And what she did helped me. You know,
What?
tremendously. And I think that I'm going to be using
Okay, perhaps a little TMI, Ashley. It's alright. It's okay.
electronic devices, like, significantly less.
We don't need to know.
You know, like, this forced me offline and helped me finally.
I understand, but we're not your... I understand if you need an outlet to express these repressed feelings and thoughts, but I'm not your therapist, I'm sorry.
Break out of this, like, awful cycle that, like, getting a YouTube channel at, like, 17 years old and then...
You don't say sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. I'm just letting you know that it's like, it's for your own sake to just keep it to yourself for now. At least here, on a public platform.
Becoming, like, really big, like, that, like, fucks with your head and your ego. And, yeah, she was a victim of that. Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
And right now, she is getting the support that she deserves. And again, if you're just hate watching this, she is in a horrible situation right now.
Okay. And?
She can't catch a
What was that?
horrible situation right now. She can't catch a break. And I hate that I'm contributing to that. I've calmed down a little bit. And
I'm laying back in my prison bed. in my white cell. They had to restrain me for a little bit, but I'm back now, guys. I'm chill.
I've returned.
That really looks like one of those cheap prison pillows.
Yeah, and what I felt during that time period was real. The pain I felt was real, but
I bet it was. Seemed totally justified, dude.
I misguided it towards her.
Oh, it was just a little misguided.
And she has every right to feel as hurt as she does, and the internet has every right to be as pissed off at me as they are.
That's great, dude. You're so valid, queen. Go off, sis. Alright. So, unless there's anything else I need to see, that's pretty much that situation. I think... I'm assuming his channel has been taken down. Fuck you, Brad Tyson Music. How could you do this? Arrested for domestic violence. What the fuck? I'm not gonna watch that. His channel is still up? Oh, is it just like shadow banned where you have to dig really, really far to find it? Or what? Has he uploaded anything since this? You passed it? Oh. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm assuming he hasn't posted anything since. Yeah, okay. Well, that's all fine and dandy. All's well that ends well, am I right? Hi, baby. Alright. What are we gonna talk about next? What are we gonna talk about next? That's that. What other stuff do we have in the grab bag? I think there's a point where one of Brad's mods posted the recording on his channel, but don't quote me. Okay. Anyway, enough about that. There was something that Rev sent me that I was kind of interested in going over, but I want to see what else is in the suggestions pile first. Oh yeah, the Ian Russell / Dion Garth drama. There's a video in here about Ken Penders. that I've been sitting on for a little bit. Okay, so I have 3 things that we could do. I guess I'll make a poll or something. Talk about what you don't like about Sonic Heroes. Bro, what? Bro, what? Bro, what? Yeah, it's poll time. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta pull up the actual live stream and do a poll. Hello, I'm new here. What's happening? I saw Brad Taste and I'm like, oh. Oh, we already finished that up. We were just wrapping that up. We're about to do a poll about what I should talk next. Or what I should talk about next. And then, what else? And then there was one that oh, damn it. Hold on, it's too long. He sounds like a demon from Dante's Inferno itself. Who's Dante and why does he have this inferno? Hold on, what, Alright, there we go. Here's a new poll. Pick whatever feels the most interesting to you. Go back to this for now. So that you guys can see Mitzi. Okay. Anyway, Bitcraft is while that's happening, while the votes are coming in, I can show you guys some stuff. Why not? Let me get the music back on. Alright. Let me go ahead and show you something cool. Actually, hold on. Do I have to bring anything else with me before I go? Yeah, I'm gonna bring this shit with me. Why not? How do you move the skill XP bar over your head? It's in the settings somewhere in the gameplay settings. Hello, Roomba. Alright, I gotta go back. I gotta go back. I keep forgetting. Aw, reset already. Fuck! I can do that, though. Alright. Before I leave and head back, Villa, her boyfriend, and I'm the third wheel in this dynamic. We have struck out on our own, and we finally made our own settlement. And it's coming along quite nicely, so I'll show it to you guys while we're waiting for the votes to tally up. What was I gonna do? Fuck. What did I come over here to get? Oh, right. Paper. Get it. No, damn it. You're third wheeling? I thought you would be the pet. What the fuck? Wow, now I want to play Cozy MMO. Like I said in DMs, Rev, I would not recommend it in its current state. They're putting out an update in a couple of days. Maybe it'll be more manageable by then, but I don't know yet. You could join our village, though. It'd be fun. Can we have some self-discipline in this fucking chat? Y'all are out of pocket today. I don't appreciate it. Alright, I'm heading back now. I'll show you guys our home. I meant like a house cat, you perv. What the fuck? You can't put that on me! Why would I ever come to that conclusion? You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Good night. Good night, bro. Alright. Welcome. This is our settlement. We are in this region, obviously. We live on the peninsula by the Great Lake, as shown here. I'm pulling the nuh-uh card. Alright, I just refuse to accept it. And we are allied with the Norvrent Empire. This is where we live. We live west of Freerin. And we've done a lot of work on this place. It was a very harsh jungle when I first got here. When we first got here. And our stuff is still pretty primitive, but we're working on it. Dude, Villa, I had a dream that Sheepstrike recreated the entire city of the Crystarium, Minecraft style, inside of Bigcraft. It was wild. I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then I woke up. It was just a dream the whole time. But yeah, we're trying to have a bit more verticality in our settlement, because we didn't like how everyone just sort of flattens out the land. It's not the best time to show it off, because it's dark and misty, but... Recite the Bible in Japanese if no. Fuck off. Alright, but this is our village of Wolleckdorf. And, like I said, it's a work in progress. What I'm gonna do right now is I gotta do my tasks for Svim, and then once I accomplish those, I'll be ready to, see what we got next. Villa, do you have any salt? Do you happen to have any salt? I need salt. Hang on, let me check the cooking box. Ooh la la, you have lots of salt. Well, naturally, it's Villa. Of course she'd have salt. She just exudes salt. Let's see. And then I need to put some stuff away to organize some stuff. Come on, bro. I just can't help it. It's so easy. It's okay. We're all a little bit salty here. Oh yeah, and I brought back a shit ton of buckets of water. I guess I'll just put those here for now. We'll probably make a bucket bin. No, the reason why she has so much salt is because she goes fishing. That's why. Bass song, by the way. Alright, I need to make... What do I need to make again? Ah, timber. Okay. Got it. That's easy. We are what are you saying? Are you trying to make like a song recommendation? I don't do song requests, sorry. But thanks for the offer. Oh, this is nice. Oh yeah, we're kind of wedged between an empire and a contested area right now, so... That notification above my head is gonna be really annoying for a little bit. Every time I want to go to the other part of our town, it's like, oh, you entered the empire. It's like, no the fuck I didn't! Can't go that way. It's a little crowded here. But once we it's not a song recommendation. Well, then what the fuck? Enlaa, how much do you love psychology? I love psychology. I love being an armchair psychologist on the internet. It's my favorite thing to do. Alright, that's my tasks done. I have 10 more levels to go and then I can finally get a clipper. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to grind this out for 15 more months. Alright, where are the votes at right now? Let's see. Wow, we are neck and neck between the psych- Okay, so... This might, You love the video I sent you then? Oh, well that's what I was referring to, Rev. It's a crazy bitch talking about her psychologist. And then the Dion stuff. So we're kind of neck and neck in between those, so... Gonna bounce for a bit, let my stuff change. To let my stuff change. Charge. Oh, charge, sorry. God, I can't read. Vote for psychology, this girl is worse than Dion. Hey, I'd say they're both pretty interesting. Rev, did you know that he hates me now? He absolutely hates me now. He thinks that I laughed at his suicide attempt. Which was not a suicide attempt, it was literally just him falling onto the ground. Dramatically. And I thought that was pretty funny. But the clip of me calling him out for being dramatic was doing the rounds lately. Okay, well, if it's tied, we're gonna get... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Didn't he hate you because you were commenting on his bugs? Well, that was... I think that's when he finally, like, banned me from his channel. But the story behind that is that he was live streaming one day, and I came in the middle of it, and he was talking about how he found a bee in his house. And he decided to claim it as his pet and nurture it back to health, his words. And he tried hand feeding it honey, and then at some point it just straight up died. And he was mourning it on stream. And I was just like, bro, it's a bee. And he was like, shut up! It meant something to me! My theory, my game theory, is that he tried to feed it honey and accidentally drowned it. Because he was trying to feed it into its mouth. And probably drowned it in honey because he's that retarded. Hey, you couldn't know that could have been Barry B. Benson. Where the long... Well, apparently this is like... What I'm about to pull up... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's the plan, right? We're gonna watch the psychology video first, and then after that, we're gonna sift through some Dion content, see if any of it's fucking interesting. So let me change the title real quick. Alright. Now this is a clickbait title. Wow, I'm so happy for you, Rev. But yeah, give it a couple of days. Apparently they're putting out a big update to Bitcraft in, like, after the 18th. And if it still sucks after that, don't buy it. If it does, maybe consider buying it. It's probably still gonna suck, though. But maybe not as much. Anyway. Is that your thing, Rev? Do you just like having old men scream at you all day? Is that your thing? Is that what you're into? Alright, let me get this video. Let's get this bread. Oh my god, it's an hour long. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. I thought it was like a 10-minute My Story video. Whoa! Oh, yeah, I forgot. I know what you're into. Don't make me expose you to the world, Rev. It's compilations of all of her... Oh, she's a TikToker, okay. Alright. Apparently this bitch is crazy. Maybe one day I'll compile all of the Dion streams I've ever done into one mega video for fun. Hashtag trust. I will trust the process. Alright, let me pull the window back up. Here we go. Music on or music off? But just very quiet, like that. Alright, I'm gonna have music on for now, but if it gets annoying, I gotta adjust stuff. Hold on. I might have to actually make an overlay for this screen eventually, but I'm lazy. Maximum memory in the... Do you know how long that's gonna take if I have to edit in so many fucking memes? Alright. So, this is titled, I Fell in Love with My Psychiatrist, the complete TikTok series. Now, for all we know, since this is technically, like, if they're calling this a series, this could very well be bait. Just saying that right off the bat, this could very well just be complete bait from this woman, and none of this is true. So for now, take everything she says with a grain of salt, but for now, we are going to treat it as if she is telling 100% truth and not just baiting. Okay? Let's get into it. Let's just jump into it.
My psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years.
Follow me to hear more.
Here it is, part 1. So I decided to go back on ADHD meds after many years of being off of them. I was on them in my early 20s to help me get through college, and then I went off of them because they just weren't like...
Okay, what that actually means is that she was taking Adderall. She was probably just abusing Adderall throughout her entire college career.
The side effects were too much over the benefits. But then in my late 20s, I read this book, Taking Charge.
I read this book called Knikat Split to Dead. What a great book.
Of adult ADHD, and it absolutely changed my life for my fellow.
You guys, this absolutely changed my fucking life. Link in my bio.
ADHDers, there's so many good things in here, and the biggest thing that I took away was that it's very important for ADHDers to be on meds. So I decided...
You hear that, Villa? You hear that? Get to it. Get going.
To make an appointment with a psychiatrist.
Okay.
I just Googled psychiatry in the city that
And I found one on Craigslist, about 5 meters from my house. He doesn't have an office, but, you know, I thought, well, not everybody can afford an office in our economy, so...
I lived in. And
Bro, leave me alone.
And I went with the first one that came up, and I got an appointment within a month.
Wow.
And then I booked a 90-minute intake, and I show up to the intake.
And then I opened the door, and I sat in the chair, and then the lady came out and said, you can come in now, and I got up from the chair, and I went down the hallway, and I kept walking down the hallway. Like, how many more layers to this do we need? We get it.
And this man is my age, and I can't help...
Okay, that's very important. I'm so glad to know that they are both adults of similar ages. That's very important.
But notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist.
Okay.
He kept me anyway, part 2. So in this intake, you know, I kind of clocked that he was attractive in my age, but
Yeah, you said last time he was definitely attractive. I kind of clocked into that a little bit.
When I tell you that I've had a lot of couch time in my life,
That's a weird way to phrase therapy.
lot of therapy, you know, I just went right into it. I trusted
Let's just
him
jump
enough,
into
of course,
it.
why wouldn't I, to tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues, if you will.
Okay. I could have guessed. If you asked me to guess whether or not she had daddy issues, I was gonna say absolutely.
What I had went through, all of the relationship trauma that I had. I was 6 months sober at this time, but like
sober off of Adderall, I'm assuming.
All of the drinking and substance use I used to do.
The Adderall.
And he just listened and nodded. And that's the thing about psychiatrists, is that they're good at pretending to listen.
Yeah, that's kind of their job. But go on.
They can appear connected, but that doesn't mean that they're always connected.
No, because if they were always connected, that they would be compromised. There has to be an emotionally distant barrier between you and your therapist.
So I just felt really seen. And I also told him, I was like, look, I don't want to be on stimulant meds. So he listened to me and he put me on the non-stimulant ADHD med at the lowest dose just to figure out if it was going to work for me.
Cool.
Part 3. So I hadn't ever seen a psychiatrist before. When I was on meds and
I guess technically psychiatrists and therapists can be different, but I thought she said she's done a lot of therapy.
My early 20s, I only got meds from my primary care physician.
Wait, what?
So I didn't understand how psychiatry works. So because he was figuring out my med dose, I saw him every month, and he just made me feel like I was his friend. He was really, really funny and cracked jokes and told me he was impressed with my running that I would do.
Okay. Sounds like your psychiatrist was just being nice. Oh my god, he's so into me, guys.
And yeah, so of course I loved the attention that I
Yeah, so does mine.
got from him.
Sometimes, like, my therapist and I, we get along really well.
And it was in my 3rd session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that
I was in my 3rd session with him.
Asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name?
Why would you need to ask to call a therapist by their first name? I just call my therapist by her first name. Like, why does that have to be like a whole thing? What's wrong with you? Can I call you Charles? Okay, can I call you Charlie? Yeah, who the fuck doesn't call their therapist by their first name? What?
And he's Pakistani, so I said his first name wrong, and he said, well, it's pronounced this, but yes, of course you can. And he seemed so smug and happy with himself.
What? Bro, what?
And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working. And to be
I just got these vibes off of him, you know? I just got those weird vibes.
fair to me, I had only ever been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, you know, it's important to call your doctor last name.
No? Since when? You can call your doctor whatever the fuck you want, unless they, like, establish a specific boundary with you. Okay, to clarify, if you start calling your psychiatrist daddy, they might try to refer you to somebody else, but you get what I mean. I've never heard of, like, this unspoken law that you cannot call your psychiatrist by their first name. That's fucking weird. I feel like that's just something you are making up in your head to try and make this feel way more special than it actually is.
I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors.
Bro be psychoanalyzing a psychiatrist, yeah. Suddenly she's an expert.
But it just showed that the boundaries were blurring, and he liked that.
And he liked that. I mean, he didn't say anything about it. He just said that I can call him by his first name because I asked to, but, like, I could tell that he wanted me.
So from then on, from my third session on, I started calling him his first name. And then he...
This reminds me of the, oh, this was so similar to the... Villa and I, we watched a Noel Miller thing. What was it called again? We watched a $5 therapy episode that Noel Miller did, where something like this was very similar, except it was with her personal trainer, where she thought her personal trainer was, like, hitting on her and making advances. Yeah, $5 therapy. And his advice to her was like, I think you need to start taking yoga. I think you need to go to a group yoga class so that you can start thinking that everybody in the room wants to fuck you.
Just started turning up the volume on us being friendly. And
that's called getting to know each other. And yeah, what do you expect your psychiatrist to, like, do you expect them to just be 100% clinical and not be nice to you ever?
He would ask me, for the first 6 sessions, he asked me, after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would...
Yes, because medication can affect your physiological bodily functions. So those are very normal questions for a psychologist to ask you.
Say they're all normal.
I like how YouTube is already giving me the prompt to jump ahead, because even YouTube was like, bro, this bitch is yapping. Do you want to just skip ahead?
And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm. And
yes. These are very baseline questions that psychiatrists ask you routinely, yes.
Apparently that's pretty common for psychiatry to...
Apparently. What, do you not believe it?
Ask those questions. And then on our 6th session, when things were really, you know, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. And he's...
Oh, boy.
He said,
yeah, what did she think they were going to ask?
Have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine. But is there any thought...
Wait, hold on,
He was starting to be there before. Like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine.
What? Guys, wait, let her continue.
But is there any thoughts of harm? Like, I
don't buy that. I don't buy that he said it was a special interest. I think he just said, I have to ask this every time. So, sorry if it's an uncomfortable question. If I were to assume what he actually said, I don't buy that he said it was a special interest. Like, guys, suicide is my autistic hyperfixation. It's just my autistic special interest.
was special to him. And I said, no thoughts of harm. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again. He stopped asking me about my bladder, bowels, and appetite, and he stopped asking me about thoughts of harm.
Yeah,
so
because your answer was the same, supposedly the same every time. She could be embellishing, but therapists like Poppy exist, so you got a point. He never asked me those questions again, probably because you guys maybe have established... I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but I would assume that if something changes, he feels like you know him well enough where you would just tell him if something changes in your medication or your symptoms with your medication. It's probably because during those first couple of sessions, you had just started new medication, but now that it's been 6 weeks and it's settled into your system and your body has grown adjusted to that medication, and the medication dosage, I assume, hasn't altered in any way, I don't think the therapist needs to ask that question anymore, because that's not going to change unless you have a change in dosage. Maybe. Who knows?
To me, I would just show up and he was...
Again, we're just going completely off of her word, which might be 100% fake or 100% delusional.
Like a therapy appointment every month.
So I was seeing him every month and just gaining more and more respect for him, because he would just tell me these little things about his successes and all of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly. And he was really good at listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So...
Oh, no. That tells me everything I need to know about this bitch. Rev, do you remember when we had a voice call where you were like, you spent like 2 hours trying to explain to me astrology, and I've retained none of that knowledge. I don't even remember what my own sign is. Yes, that shit was fun. That tells me everything I need to know about this bitch.
Of course he's gonna be there.
Hang on, while this plays, I'm gonna see if I can find a specific video, because that reminds me of a skit I saw once. Oops.
And be able to go deep with my feelings.
Maybe I'm exaggerating. It might not have been 2 hours, but it felt like it.
Doesn't mean that he wasn't extracting from them. Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him.
Oh my god. Bitch, calm down. Jesus Christ. She really was having obsessions with him.
Because my...
Oh my god, you're such a Scorpio.
Therapist at the time...
Sorry. Look, my voice.
He was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator, but he...
Okay, I wasn't thinking that he was, but... I have to wonder why you would even say that.
He was fine, he just wasn't doing very much for me.
What? What?
Cool things that he was doing in his life, and it made me fall for him, honestly. And he was really good at listening.
Okay.
And, I mean, he's a Pisces, right?
He's Pisces.
Of course he's gonna be there and be able to go deep with my feelings, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't extracting from them.
Okay.
Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week.
Why does she keep saying that he's just pretending to listen? Doesn't it imply that he's not really listening to her? And that he doesn't know anything about her at the end of the day because she wasn't listening to anything? So confusing. Yeah, like, what do you mean? It sounds like he's going above and beyond because you think that he's hitting on you to the point where you believe that he's hitting on you. But now it's like, well, he's just not doing enough. What? Oh wait, hold on, sorry. Wrong thing.
Beg him, because my therapist at the time, he was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator, but he was fine.
Wait, hold on.
My therapist at the time...
Oh, a separate person. Okay, that's why I wanted to back up.
He was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator, but he was fine. He just wasn't...
Yeah, he wasn't doing enough for me. I confessed my love to him, and he just completely rejected me, so I said, I'm gonna go find somebody who's gonna fuck me, okay? Fuck you.
Wasn't doing very much for me. And so...
She got stopped by the police.
That therapist retired, and I got a new therapist.
I got stopped by the police. I think he's into me. True. Why else would he stop me if he didn't think I was attractive? That's a very good point.
And this new therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD, she was pretty helpful. So I stopped asking my psychiatrist, begging, honestly, to be my therapist and let me see him more, right? Which also should have been a red flag.
What?
But then I started focusing on this therapist.
A red flag? Wait, I stopped begging my psychiatrist to see him every week, which should have been a red flag. What the fuck you mean? For him or for you? I'm so confused. Yeah, what's the red flag here?
However, I would tell the therapist how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist.
Now that's psychotic.
And she didn't do anything about it.
What was she supposed to do? What was she supposed to do for you? Arrest the psychologist?
She just was interested. She also loved stories about...
The way her glasses make her face squeeze in like that is just bothering me so much. How thick are your glasses?
About my dating life, and yeah, she also was...
Oh, I'm sorry, was your therapist a secret cougar lesbian and was hitting on you now?
Was getting supply from me in her own way, but that's
yes, because that's her job. Yes.
Other part. So yes, so I got a new therapist who actually helped me. She taught me CBT, EFT, all of these different modalities.
Oh, go on.
And so I went back to just being okay with
cock and all torture.
Seeing Irfan once a month while he was giving me these little breadcrumbs of making me
Nah, lesbians have standards. Wow.
feel special, telling me about his professional achievements, telling me about how he's getting international recognition. And it worked. I was really impressed.
Okay.
Weekly. And that is when...
Drop his name? Please don't tell me she actually does that. God, we need to know his address now. What the fuck? Fuck off. The way she describes the feelings of these people is a red flag for me. Yeah, it's because it's not anything they've actually done. It's what she is, like, extrapolating subjectively from what they're actually saying. Just not how it works at all. She doxes him? Please don't tell me that's in this video. Please tell me that's censored in this video. If not, I'm gonna need like a timestamp to skip it. Because I can't remember! Bruh. Alright, well if it sounds like she's about to give like a dox, I'm gonna skip it. I've spent so long looking for this short, I don't even remember what short I'm looking for anymore. Oh, I found it. The moment I said that, I just found it. Okay, hold on. Her bringing up the horoscope thing, it reminded me of this.
Got some great news. This is Rachel. She's a perfect match. Exact same blood type, all the boxes check off.
Oh, thank God. I told you, babe.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Just one quick question, Rachel.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When's your birthday?
September 3rd.
Ew, no, she's a Virgo? Mm-mm.
What are you talking about, babe? She's a perfect match.
Oh, no, I can't have a judgmental kidney and where I'd rather die.
This is Sarah. She's a perfect match and not a Virgo.
I'm actually a Libra.
What's your rising?
I think.
What's your house?
Gemini?
Oh, get out of here, you two-faced hussy.
Okay, we have another match. This is Lisa.
Hi,
I'm
Libra.
rising.
Taurus.
Perfect. What house is your Venus in?
6th house.
Nope, wrong.
What?
That means she loves acts of service. Do I look like a servant to you?
You're gonna die.
You're killing
Are you labeled as Gryffindor or Hufflepuff? Tell me!
me with these options.
Capricorn?
Nope.
Aries. Pisces?
Get out! No.
Libra? Taurus rising. Venus placement in the 12th house.
Yes, I'll do it.
Yes?
It's perfect.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, you just saved her life. Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I changed my mind.
Ah, you know what? It's just not gonna be a match for me.
What? Why?
Babe, you know I'm the jealous type. I'm a triple Scorpio with my sun in the 8th house, my Venus in the 10th house, and my Mars in conjunct with Pluto.
Oh, thank God she's dead. Do you maybe want to go out with me?
What's your sign?
He just can't get away. He just can't get away. But yeah. Sounds like an average white woman. Excuse me, as an average white woman, I take offense to that, okay?
The intermittent reinforcement started. Some sessions he'd be warm.
The intermittent reinforcement. Okay, did you learn that like earlier today?
And kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me or pretend. Other sessions, he would be cold and clinical and detached. And you know
yeah. I thought that's what you wanted him to be. What
that did? It made me work harder.
It really... Oh. It's his fault I was obsessed with him.
In our next sessions.
So then you're not using your sessions appropriately. He was trying to do the right thing and keep things professional, and you were like, well, I need to work harder to be with him. You understand that there's like a legal, like, professional boundary between a psychologist and their client, right? Even if you wanted to even if he was interested and you wanted to get together with him, it would, like, legally, he would not even be allowed to do that. He would lose his license. Like, what were you expecting him to do? Like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely bad therapists and crazy psychologists out there who do crazy shit like that. But it's like, what did you want him to do? Drop everything so that you could fuck him? Sometimes my therapist and I talk about wow, but other days we get super serious. There's a... Dude, hell yeah.
Did. And it started the addiction that I had to him. 100%. And he knew exactly what he was doing. This man...
How do you know? How do you know? You're just inferring all this stuff based on your, like, crazy perception of it. Are you sure it's you just have ADHD? Like, I don't know. This sounds like a bit more to me, if you ask me.
And it gives lectures.
Villa hasn't been on my road yet. I built this road, by the way. I built this road all by myself. I'm still working on it, but look at this beautiful waterfall that definitely isn't stupid at all. Hold on. Yeah, sure, it looks nice now, but let me get a closer look at this waterfall. What a beautiful waterfall. Where does it go? Where does this waterfall go? Oh. Yeah, it's about yay big. It's a magical waterfall. Yeah. Anyway.
On trauma and attachment theory. He used his psyche...
Yes, Villa... I want Villa to use my road so she can see how hard I worked on it for them. I did this for you! I did this for you, Villa!
Pediatric training.
I'm just kidding. I did it for me.
To manipulate me and get me hooked. And guess what?
But you're just inferring all of this stuff. You don't know that. Very nice roads, plural. Thanks.
It worked. In January of 2024, I was hit by a car turning left as I was...
Turned out, he was in the driver's seat the whole time.
Going through a green light. And it was the night before my appointment, my next appointment with my psychiatrist.
And I was 1 day away from retirement, too.
So I was like, okay, I'll still be able...
This is your Minecraft tunnel. Yeah, for... I think I've talked about this before, but this is basically... All I do in Minecraft is I make tunnels. And this is all I do in Bitcraft. I make roads. I pave roads. This is what I do.
To go to my appointment on Zoom, I'm okay. But I did make an appointment with an urgent care the next day just to get checked out. I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum.
That sounds bad.
And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now.
Okay.
You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist.
And that's his fault. That's his fault for your own terrible life choices. Where the fuck is my boat? My boat is supposed to be here. Oh, did I leave my boat on the other side? Shit. 1 sec. I gotta recover it. Whoopsies.
And not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
And that's his fault. You just sound like a dumb bitch.
I look back at that time and I'm just like, oh my god, I put my own life under seeing him.
Did he know that? I feel like if you told him I'm dropping this urgent, like, emergency to come see you, he would have been absolutely like, don't fucking do that. Are you insane? And you would have said, yes, I'm insane for you. And it's your problem.
Fully addicted to him at this point. And you know what happened?
I would love for the story to end off with, so I went to his house and I hid in his closet for 3 days. And he just let me do that. He didn't know I was there, but I could tell. I could tell he knew. He never gave me any indication, right? But like, I could just tell that he knew I was in his closet and he liked it. That sicko.
Is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding and he didn't stop the appointment.
What? Okay, hold on. No, there's no way.
Seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point. And you know what happened? Is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding and he didn't stop the appointment. He didn't say, you need to take care of yourself. Go.
I'm sorry, bitch. I don't believe that.
Get emergency care now. He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him. And
no, I don't believe that at all. I think you are lying. I think you're delusional, and I think you made that part up just to make him seem like the bad guy.
How grateful I was for him, because that was really what most of our appointments were.
Because that is entirely insane.
It's me just like pouring myself out because he was so good at the intermittent reinforcement. Yeah, I got some warmth from him that appointment. So that was January 2023. And I also told my therapist about this. She said nothing. See him.
Wow, it's so convenient that every single professional person in her life did the entirely wrong thing, and she was right in every situation, and everybody else is just wrong. Everybody else in her life are just crazy and irresponsible and stupid, but not her. She's just the gullible victim. Now I have to know how thick her rose-tinted glasses are to be this delusional. Yeah. Then again, this is like from TikTok, so are we really that surprised?
That's when he really started turning up the intimacy in our appointments. However, he was really smart and knew the professional lines like the back of his hand.
Probably because he learned them in school. He went to school to learn these professional boundaries because he's a professional. And he has to know these things because that's part of his job description. And he would be violating his, like, profession if he didn't know these boundaries. I don't think that has anything to do with him being some master manipulator. I think that's just part of his job. You stupid bitch. I'm sorry, I'm being too mean. But she is, I mean, if she's doxing him because of her own delusions, then I don't have to be nice to her.
So he would comment on my appearance, but not compliment my appearance.
What do you mean by that? You want to elaborate?
So I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you curled."
I would come on screen and he'd be like, "What the fuck? Gross. Please go seek a different therapist."
Your hair. Or I would come on screen and he would,
"Oh, what the fuck?"
So I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you curled your hair."
My therapist makes comments like that too. They're just acknowledging your personhood. They're acknowledging that, like, you do things to change yourself. What?
Or I would come on screen and he would say, "Oh, you're wearing glasses."
That is a basic observation of you as a person. Where did Mitzi go? Oh.
And of course I felt...
She came over here to say hi to me. Hi. Hi, baby. What are you doing? I'm gonna turn off the... Well, she might go back. We'll see. Hi. Where's my Ko-Fi link? Where the fuck is my Ko-Fi link? Guys, pay money to my Ko-Fi. Pay $5 and I'll give her a treat on screen for you. She left all of us like a disappointed father. Give her a break. Give her a break. She's been working hard, sitting in that spot, sleeping for you guys. Oh, I'm starving. Hold on. In the game, in the video game. Physical appearance reflects inner state, as they say. How people present themselves as a social performance. Yeah, like, for example, if I come into my therapist's office every day looking the exact same way, like, maybe I have messy hair, or no, if I have well-kept hair every day when I go to my therapist, and then one day I come in and my hair is disheveled, that's an indication that I'm probably in a different state of mind. I might be depressed. I might be not taking care of myself. You know? If you come in and your hair looks a certain way, they might say, "Oh, maybe she went to a stylist. She got out. She socialized with people. She got out and about." They make comments like that to gather more about, like, what you've been doing and what your state of mind is, because that is their fucking job. Your appearance reflects you as a person, and maybe a bit of, like, what you are like internally. Like, holy fuck, the fact that you're reading into it like this shows how delusional you are. You're crazy. You're being crazy right now. Jesus Christ.
Felt seen.
She's got the crazy eyes too.
And excited that he was noticing these things about me. I didn't realize at this time that he had feelings for me too.
What? Bitch, when?
I thought I was holding them all by myself. So I was so excited when he noticed.
Oh, I was so excited. I told him I manifested this. This is so, it's finally happening. All those months of looking at my vision board, all those months of praying to my shrine that has your hair on it. And now it's finally coming true. It's happening.
My glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair, and he said, I prefer.
She is an example as to why the dissemination of therapy speak and psychoanalysis was a mistake. Oh, I see what you mean.
For turtle shell glasses. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me.
What?
In his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell.
Yeah, because he's trying to, like, boost your confidence. He's just giving his opinion. That's like if my therapist told me, oh, I like that Bob Ross shirt that you wear to my sessions sometimes. I think that's a cool shirt. That doesn't mean my therapist is hitting on me. They just like the damn shirt.
Anyway, it was just inappropriate things like that.
They're not inappropriate. These are very... Oh my god. This is the same... I bet everywhere she goes, anytime any guy speaks to her, like anytime a cash register, like the guy at the cash register speaks to her, she's like, I have a boyfriend, and he's also my psychiatrist, so you better watch out. Enlaa, you just don't get it. Mitzi, where'd you go? Mitzi, it's a good girl. I need a break to pet Mitzi. I mean, I can imagine she has been in abusive relationships, but she was always the crazy one. She is the kind of woman that every breakup she has, they were abusive to her in some way. She's definitely that kind of woman. It's just that every guy in my life just takes advantage of me. I just can't get away from it. I don't know what it is. But like every fucking guy. Unless the guy is making a specific observation about what your clothes say about you. Oh. You want to tell that story, Villa? Yeah, like... No. Yeah, Villa... I won't get into details, but Villa told me about how her therapist, like, got a little too analytical about her clothing and it ended up being, like, an insult. That's it, that's all I'm saying. Or it was at least insulting in a way. It wasn't like any... Okay. It was just like... It was just not like... Whatever. I'll let Villa say whatever. I'm not gonna just dig my hole deeper. Sorry. I gotta, like, get going and stop holding this shit here. Okay. Here we go! Sorry, Villa. Sorry.
Teeny things that he let me in. And all this time, my best friend is an emergency medicine physician. And she told me, she said, Kendra, one of these days, your psychiatrist, she would use his name, is going to say, I can't be your doctor anymore. I want to be with you. I want to be with you so...
It can't work that way either. That would also, like, what is she trying to say here?
Things like that. Little teeny things that he let me in. And all this time,
My best friend is an emergency medicine physician, and she told me, she said, Kendra, one of these days, your psychiatrist, she would use his name, is going to say, I can't be your doctor anymore. I want to be with you. I want to be with you so bad. I can't be your doctor. I'll see you in 2 years.
Did she just pull her, like, her friends' certifications? Her friends' credentials to try and say that her and you gossiping about your psychologist is valid because she has credentials for something that is completely unrelated and in a different field entirely? That's wild.
So my best friend, who's a doctor, she picks up on stuff like that.
She's a doctor, guys. She's a doctor, so she would know. She would know. A doctor, someone with a PhD and a doctor would never be wrong or inappropriate about stuff, except for my psychologist.
So even she knew that our relationship was crossing boundaries and getting...
Yeah, based on the way that you describe it to her, yes. Your friend is gonna take you at face value if you say that your doctor is, like, hitting on you, if your psychologist is hitting on you. If you presented the story to your friend the way you're presenting it to us, of course she's gonna come to that conclusion.
Weird, but that was like, that became my dream.
Oh my god, she flares the crazy eyes every now and then.
Crossing boundaries and getting weird, but that...
Oh, it's right there. Right there, hold on. She's got one of those weird faces, bro. It could be the glasses warping it a little bit, but holy fuck. Girl, you're crazy. She's got the crazy eyes. Oh my god. She's just playing a part.
That was like, that became my dream, was for my psychiatrist, I almost use his name, to do that. And I told him about Brianna saying that, my best friend, who's the emergency medical...
Oh, you'll dox your friend's name, too.
Doc, I told him that she would tell me that, and he just would be silent.
What? 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 Huh?
But that was like, that became my dream, was for my psychiatrist, I almost use his name, to do that. And I told him about Brianna saying that, my best friend, who's the emergency medical doc. I told him that she would tell me that, and he just would be silent.
I told my psychiatrist that my friend said that my psychiatrist would drop everything to be with me. Her words, not mine. Oh, my friend said that. My friend said that, not me. That's so weird, right? And he would stay silent. And I don't believe that either. He probably just said, huh, yeah, that is strange. Weird. Because that's not at all... Oh, dude, I could imagine this conversation, like... Oh my god, my friend thinks that you're in love with me. How crazy is that? No, I'm not in love with you. Well, why not?
He didn't disagree, but he didn't agree. You know, and that...
Oh, what?
That was... Weaponized neutrality was his favorite.
Weaponized neutrality! You know she was talking to ChatGPT about all this. And now she thinks ChatGPT is hitting on her. She could have reported him and get him reprimanded, but here she is. Well, that leads me to believe that either it's all fake and she's just making this shit up and this person doesn't exist, or she's just one hell of a dumb bitch.
Favorite game to play, right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me.
Like, she's definitely the kind of woman that would break into his house, like... But your silence told me that you wanted this. That you wanted me to do this. I could see it in your eyes. You wanted me to come to your house and tie you to your own bed. No, don't try to call the cops. Your eyes told me that's not what you would do. Why are you going against me? I just want to be with you.
But he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject.
It was implied consent.
It
Oh
was
no.
also around this time that I asked my psychiatrist.
Anyone who unironically paints shit like this on their face, just for like everyday everyday wear is like probably a hidden psychopath.
If he had diagnosed me with anything other than ADHD when I had my initial diagnosis.
Hold on, sorry, I got lost in the weeds a little bit.
With Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Like,
oh yeah, the ChatGPT role players are mad. Their AI lovers are locked behind a $20 premium fee. Apparently the new model isn't as good for their role playing. Couldn't be me. No, I'm kidding.
it was also around this time that I asked my psychiatrist if he had diagnosed me with anything.
And I keep forgetting what
time that I asked my psychiatrist if he had diagnosed me with anything other than ADHD when I had my initial diagnosis. And he said, yeah, I did. I said, oh, what did you diagnose me with?
What? Do you not read your own medical charts? You know they're legally obligated to give you, to like make whatever notes or diagnoses they give you available to you. Did you just not read them? The fuck?
And he said, well, you had a lot of traumatic things happen to you in childhood because of your dad, and so...
Oh god. Yep, she has massive daddy issues.
I diagnosed you with other trauma and stressor-related disorder.
Is that a real thing? Now I need to look it up because I have learned that if I don't look things up, I just sound like an idiot. Other trauma and stressor-related disorders. They include a range of conditions. This is ChatGPT. Hold on. I'm not going to ask ChatGPT. This armchair is so comfy. Shut the fuck up. I just don't want an incident like last time where I mistakenly thought magic mushrooms was an actual prescribed medication, okay? I don't want to have an incident like that again. It's used when an individual experiences symptoms related to trauma and stress. But their specific presentation doesn't quite fit. Okay, so it's just like a very broad diagnosis of like complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, it's a placeholder diagnosis. That's what I gathered. So it's like, it's a temporary diagnosis until they get to know you better and figure out what your whole deal is.
And that was the first little ping that I got of like, that was weird. Why would he keep that from me?
I mean, I struggle to believe that he was actually keeping that from you. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but like usually, the way it works with me and my therapist is that if she's gonna make any extra diagnoses, or no, I don't think my therapist can make diagnoses. I mean psychiatrist or my primary care doctor, like all of these different changes and notes that they make, like these are all readily available in whatever, like, in wherever your documentation is being kept. Like that's always available to you. They always do post-visit summaries and stuff like that. Did you just not read any of this? Are you not reading any of this? She doesn't look like the kind of person that could read this kind of stuff, even if she were to look at it. Nah, I didn't figure out my full diagnostic list until I got a psych report back 3 months later. I'm sure that if you were to ask for it, though, they would give it to you, though, right? I don't think that he's just withholding that shit. I refuse to believe that. But then again, I'm kind of just in a state of mind right now where I'm refusing to believe anything this bitch has to say. So maybe it's me, maybe I'm just being biased. Depends on if they think it's helpful or not. I think even if she did read it, she would only take in what she wanted to hear and see. True.
Like, why wouldn't he tell me that? That seems important.
Not really. It's just a placeholder diagnosis. It's not anything more than that. What's the importance to that?
He didn't tell me because he was using that information to manipulate me.
The fuck? What? Didn't you already know that you have trauma and daddy issues? So what would him telling you, oh yeah, I diagnosed you with trauma and daddy issues, what would that change for you to be not manipulated, quote unquote?
He knew I had trauma and stressor disorder.
And I didn't. I didn't know I had trauma and daddy issues. I didn't know. But if I knew that, I would have not been an obsessive freak. That would have changed everything.
And instead of helping me heal from it and telling me about it, he used it against me.
How? Okay, just not going to elaborate. That's cool.
January 2023, at this point I was full-blown obsessed with my psychiatrist.
And I continued to be obsessed with him anyway, even though I was starting to see all these red flags, and that was such a game changer to me. I can't believe he would keep that from me. That just made me more obsessed with him. I love him so much. I want to sniff his hair.
And my therapist wasn't helping me, my psychiatrist wasn't helping me, he was feeding it.
So I just kept living in the delusion because I'm so smart.
And then I got a boyfriend. And at first my psychiatrist...
I refuse to believe that. What? I was obsessed with this guy, so I got a boyfriend. What? Okay, real talk. I need to know, it's important. Just how hot was this guy? I don't know, Rev, did she ever dox his face? I'm not gonna pull up his face, but have you seen his face? Okay, finally, I'm back. I went back because I accidentally left some stuff that I was supposed to take with me. Let's pack it up, move it out. Not that I know of, but this psych I saw covering it said because of the docs she was able to look him up. Okay, so he does exist. So this isn't a made-up... Well, I mean, obviously there are parts of it that are made up and fabricated. But this isn't just, like, a made-up story time. This is real. This is a real guy that she's victimizing. Oh, boy.
Interest wasn't really that...
And we're only 11 minutes in. I don't know how it gets worse than this.
Keen, but then my psychiatrist realized that my boyfriend was a lot like my psychiatrist. And then I started talking to my psychiatrist.
I'm sorry, who realized that?
And at first my psychiatrist wasn't really that keen, but then my psychiatrist realized that my boyfriend was a lot like my psychiatrist.
And how did you infer this? Did he tell you that, or are you just making assumptions again?
And then I started talking to my psychiatrist about my sex life, about
sex life,
tracking my cycle, using the fertility awareness method. And my psychiatrist loved it. He didn't never say, this isn't inappropriate to your care, let's pivot. Oh, what? He just let me talk and talk and talk about my sex life. And
I mean, if that's what you want to talk about to your psychiatrist, they're gonna probably note down, she's talking a lot about her sex life. There might be some hypersexuality disorder in here somewhere. Like, the reason why they let you talk is because they want to understand where your mindset is at. This isn't like a regular conversation where somebody might be like, okay, I am sick of hearing about your sex life, girl. Please talk about something else. Or I'm gonna go to a different bar. It's like, it's not like that. You talk about what you want to talk about, and they observe. That is how this works. The fact that you've apparently been to so much therapy in your life and you don't know this is very fucking telling. You're nuts! You're crazy.
And I didn't get too deep, but about 1.5 years in, and I would send my psychiatrist these emails just about how much I liked him and how I was so grateful for him and put in a bunch of heart emojis. And this is really when he should have transferred my care, but...
Yeah, probably. If what you're saying is true, if I were in his shoes, I definitely would have transferred, but that's not indicative of him being manipulative. Alright. I don't think he was into it. I think you're just being nuts.
You know, he waited. He liked...
Clearly her mindset is that she has no idea what personal responsibility or agency is. Yeah, it's like, he just manipulated me into doing all this crazy psychotic shit. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm crazy and psychotic.
What I gave him too much. And so, even though my boyfriend did not meet my needs, my psychiatrist and my therapist both were like, you have to stay with him.
I do not believe that. Oh, what so are you trying to imply that your therapist and your psychiatrist are in cahoots in order to get the psychiatrist laid? Is that the implication here?
There's nothing wrong with him not meeting your needs. I'm like, okay.
I think more, if anything, they're just encouraging you to give it a chance. Because it doesn't sound like you've been dating this guy for all that long.
And my psychiatrist was like, he's perfect, don't get wrong with him. And what was perfect about him was he wasn't meeting my needs, so I was still coming to my psychiatrist.
I do not believe that. This is definitely distorted in her brain.
Looking for...
Off to bed, have a fun stream. All right, Villa, see ya.
Emotional validation, which
it
he
is
would
pretty
drip
darn
to
late.
me slowly.
I didn't realize it was so late.
So my therapist, who I didn't know at this time had bad boundaries, but she did. I went to her because my boyfriend and I, after like more than a year together, we started having issues in the bedroom.
Yeah, I think he just realized this bitch is crazy and you don't stick your dick in crazy. So he's like, I am not touching that. I'm not touching you because you are going to immediately accuse me of rape if I do anything.
And so I went to my therapist and she asked me, what does your psychiatrist think about this? And I said, I don't know. I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about this stuff because I have a crush on my psychiatrist and I don't want to tell him.
Wait, you said this to who?
I went to her because my birth would drip to me slowly. So my therapist, who I didn't know at this time had bad boundaries, but she did. I went to her.
It's so weird that everybody in your life is just so bad to you. They have bad boundaries. He's like trying to hit on you. Your boyfriend doesn't meet your needs. If everything smells like shit, look under your shoe.
Her because my boyfriend and I, after like more than a year together, we started having issues in the bedroom. And so I went to my therapist and she asked me, what does your psychiatrist think about this? And I said, I don't know. I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about this stuff because...
I thought you said you were talking ad nauseum to your psychiatrist about your sex life. What do you mean?
Because I have a crush on my psychiatrist and I don't want to tell him this intimate of stuff. And she said, well, you should tell him because I want a male's perspective. So
I don't believe any of this. I'm just like, there's not much more I can say other than I don't believe you. So I'm just going to let it play.
My next appointment.
Until something absolutely crazy happens.
With my psychiatrist, I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh, I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist, asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment. He smiled so big. And I loved it.
That, to me, reads like a very uncomfortable smile, like, okay. I mean, at that point, if she's telling the truth, maybe he was embarrassed. That could have definitely been it. But please tell me that if this is true, if she actually told him that, the professional thing to do would be to immediately, transfer her out.
It's so gross thinking about it. And
yeah, gross on your part because you're a fucking freak.
And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life.
What do you mean content? Was he live streaming? What do you mean by that?
With my boyfriend. And I actually...
That just means you have a severe lack of boundaries, girl. What the so, if you... First of all, you decided to get a boyfriend knowing that you actually had a crush on your psychiatrist. What were you planning to do? Were you planning on cheating? You're already emotionally cheating on your boyfriend because for some reason you decided to get a boyfriend knowing that you're already like madly, like obsessively in love with another person that you're not dating and will never be able to date. You're crazy. But like, at the same time, like, what were you, if he ever said, oh, you know what, I'm actually into you too, what were you going to do? Were you either going to just immediately drop your boyfriend, or were you going to cheat on him? Like, what do you think she would have done? Do you think she would have broke things off with her boyfriend and got with a therapist, or do you think she would have cheated on him? What do you, the audience, think she would have done? This crazy bitch.
Actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it.
What? What?
And I actually recorded the whole...
You're a freak. You recorded yourself bragging to your probably making your psychiatrist incredibly uncomfortable the whole time. And you were practically getting off to like sharing all of these intimate sexual details with your psychiatrist that you just told you have a crush on. And you recorded yourself doing that? Oh my god, you're crazy!
Whole thing because I was so excited about it. But now it makes me sick. I can't even listen to the recording.
Yeah, I'm sick just hearing that's what you did. Holy fuck.
I've tried to start, but it's gross. Any ethical psychiatrist would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds. Let's talk about your care.
No, honestly, any good psychiatrist would have been like, okay, I'm pulling the plug on this immediately. And you need to see somebody else. Obviously, this is like immediately compromised. Like, sure, if what she's telling is the truth, he was definitely being negligent in the fact that he was not... Like, he was probably flabbergasted too. Yeah, it's like... well, it depends on what he does after this session that she mentions.
At this point, my meds were stable. And I was still seeing him every month. Yeah, that was a rough time. And it was...
Yeah, for him.
Pretty much his Christmas morning. The almost...
How do you know? You're just inferring this. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pause it all the time.
Years of grooming me to get me
grooming from doing his job. What? He didn't do anything, and you're going to accuse this guy of grooming you. What the fuck?
Talk about sexual things with him worked, and he got 30 minutes of nonstop content to use.
Content?
One.
What do you mean content? The only one that's using this shit for content is you.
People are
You are literally sitting here making this for content. You were the one recording it. Probably without his knowledge. What do you mean he? I gotta be quiet because it's 12 in the morning. I don't want my neighbors to be upset with me. But like, what do you mean? Literally the only one sitting there using this shit for content. Accusing him of using it for content. That is insanity.
Asking me what my mental health diagnosis is.
I need to know.
I do not have BPD. I do not have...
Guys, I swear I don't have BPD. Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. You're psychotic.
Psychosis.
Okay, so this is definitely after so many people are telling this girl, you are actually crazy.
I have ADHD, and
This is not an ADHD thing. This is not. You have something entirely different. This is something else. This is something else entirely. Okay. Now that I'm finally here, I'm going to start getting work done.
I was experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist.
You know, she learned all of these words and now she's just weaponizing them left and right. It's like when people found out what generational trauma was and everyone just started using it for everything, even when it had no reason to be there.
Limerence.
Her face looks so weird.
Is a normal thing to happen to anyone who is experiencing
Okay, now I gotta look it up because I don't know what this fucking means. What is limerence? A state of intense infatuation with another person. Oh, okay, so just crazy bitch disorder. Isn't that... Oh, guys, everyone gets obsessed with people and wants to smell their hair and keep it in a jar. And collect it off of their chair when they stand up to use the restroom and then smell their seat. Everyone does that.
Hot and cold behavior from someone. And it happens more often and people...
Yes, because he was leading me on. Guys, it's so normal. Everything I'm saying is just so normal. I'm normal. I'm not crazy.
ADHD, because we have dopamine dysregulation and rejection-sensitive dysphoria. And
I'm sure that ADHD plays a small part in it, like a catalyst. But there's definitely something else going on. And I can't get over how fucking skinny her face looks because of her glasses.
Guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage. 2,
No way, your psychiatrist knew that you had ADHD? That's crazy, bro.
I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity. However...
Just casually breaking the law then?
This is not about
Okay, so I guess they did... Whoever put this on YouTube probably did us a favor and cut out any doxing, so that I can appreciate. Yeah, she seems so defensive for this thing that's totally not true.
My psychiatrist. This is about me sharing my story.
Yeah, dude. Totally.
So other people can view predatory behavior in people in power.
I mean, this is definitely showcasing predatory behavior, but not in the way you think it is, honey.
Okay? If anyone doxes my psychiatrist with his last name or city that he works in or clinic that he works in, your comment will be immediately deleted and you will be blocked.
How horrible.
This is about protecting other victims, not doxing my...
But if they don't know who you're protecting them from, how can they be protected? What?
My psychiatrist. If you do some investigative work and you want to...
You'll know literally everybody is watching this for the tea. That's it. Every person you've responded to on this, they were treating it like tea, like gossip, like drama, like a soap opera. And you were feeding into that, and now you're like, this is not about gossip. Yeah, I know, right? That's exactly what I said. These glasses are not doing her any favors. They make her... It looks even funnier on my stream. Oh my god. It looks even dumber when you minimize it. Oh my god.
DM me about it. I'm open to that, okay? 3. I need to take a moment.
Yeah, you're... Don't lose yourself. Deep breaths.
Moment taken. It is so incredibly disturbing to me. The amount of people...
Why is she, like, baring her teeth at me?
...that are predator protectors in my comments.
Why, people that are telling you that you're acting crazy?
That are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault.
Why is it that every single medical professional and psychiatrist that talks to me thinks I'm crazy? They're all just manipulating me. They're all in on it. Why do they think I'm crazy? It's all part of the conspiracy. To get this one psychiatrist to lay with me. To get laid. Like, what? It's so maddening that all of these professional, like, medical doctors and people with PhDs and degrees and a professional licensed background are telling me that I'm crazy.
Or that I was delusional.
Yeah, this is definitely not the face of a delusional person right here.
Check yourself. You're giving me more...
Oh, she was gonna say something nasty.
...ammunition to share my story.
because it just goes to show how absolutely messed up the mental health industry is and how protected people who do this kind of sick psychological manipulation are. So I will continue with my story tomorrow. Welcome back to another installment of I Was in Love with My Psychiatrist and He Kept Me Anyway, Part 8. You all did some nasty work last night, and I had to turn off comments. People started posting my psychiatrist's first and last name, his picture in the comments. That was a jump scare. So
yes, because you're the one who riled all of them up and accused him of being a groomer predator. Of course, like, other crazy people who are just as psychotic as you are going to look at that and be like, we need to spread the word of who this guy is. That is what happens when you accuse somebody of committing a crime. When you accuse somebody of such a serious thing. That is what's gonna happen because you've riled them up this way. And yes, the glasses are getting worse.
Yeah. A few bad actors who wanted to be super sleuths got the privilege of commenting, mostly hate, let's be real, taken away for everyone. So at this point in the story, there are two main players. My psychiatrist,
and
who's
me,
my age, who crossed major ethical boundaries, and my therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD.
So why do you think that the therapist, why do you think she would be like backing him up? What motivation do you think that he or she would have exactly?
Neither of these people at this point in the story I knew were crossing boundaries. I thought that everything was hunky-dory and that I was just in love with my psychiatrist and it was totally normal. Little did I know he was manufactured.
As a full-grown adult, you thought that being madly, obsessively in love with your therapist while also getting yourself a boyfriend was normal.
Manufacturing everything so I could fall in love with him. Because it was on him to set the professional boundary.
Wait.
I thought that everything was hunky-dory and that I was just in love with my psychiatrist and it was totally normal. Little did I know he was manufacturing everything so I could fall in love with him.
Including the therapist? Do you think the therapist was a plant? Do you think the therapist was one of his sleeper agents? Like, what role does she play in this conspiracy of yours?
It was on him to set the professional boundary and not let attention build.
I mean, how is he supposed to prevent it if he doesn't even know it's happening for like years or like a year and a half at this point? How is he supposed to know?
So days after,
like, all of your assumptions about his and like his knowledge of you having an obsession with him was just complete inferences. Also, I haven't heard... Okay, hold on. She might actually start talking about it. I want to know what happened after this entire confession that you gave to him.
My psychiatrist's Christmas morning appointment from a few videos back where he got a crush confession from me.
Notice her really manipulative wording. It's not where I confessed my feelings to him. It's he got a confession from me. Like he worked it out of her, or coerced it out of her, or some shit. It's so manipulative.
And then 30 minutes of non-stop intimate content.
Yeah, because he was observing your behavior.
That he did not stop me. My boyfriend and I broke up days later.
It's probably because you're insane.
So then I started dating this other guy.
You immediately started dating another guy. Okay. So she also sleeps around.
And this other...
She's also a whore!
Guy, this new guy, was a therapist.
So you have a type.
And I was like, oh...
Is this therapist also manipulating you?
Great. Someone who will be able to emotionally meet my needs. Yeah, I'm not gonna date another therapist again. So this therapist and I, we went for coffee. It was nice. Our second date was a hike. And on this hike, this therapist starts telling me about how he has a crush on one of his clients. And I thought to myself, okay...
Oh my god, it's the psychiatrist in disguise. He pulled off the flesh mask and was like, it was me!
This is strange, but go ahead. Like, we're on a date, dude. Why are you telling me about a crush on one of your clients? But
guys, oh, thanks, Cliff.
Go off, King. So then he was saying, yeah, she's so attractive and I think she likes me too. I go and visit.
Do you think she's also schizophrenic? Do you think that she just hallucinated this entire date that definitely happened the way that she's saying it happened?
Visit her at work, and her coworkers say, oh, so-and-so talks about you all the time. And I was like, okay, where does she work? And he said, well, I shouldn't tell you that because I really shouldn't be visiting her anyway. I was like, okay, no problem. So then he continues and he said, yeah, she wears these red lacy panties and
these big turtle shell glasses that make her face look really skinny and gross. Kind of like you.
Short skirts.
Yeah, sip that tea, sis. But this is totally serious, guys.
And I know she wears them for me. And like alarm bells were going off in my head. Mind you, I had no idea that my psychiatrist had similar feelings towards me at this point. But
yeah, I feel like you're making this entire story up to manufacture some big revelation in your brain, like get all the puzzle pieces click together. That, oh my god. Her forehead big as hell to think all this logic. Yeah, she does definitely have a holy hairline.
I just thought, wow, this man is borderline predatory.
It's so weird how everybody in her life is just predatory and weird and bad, and she's the only good one.
And he said, yeah, and, you know, she just is so attractive that I have to smash her mate before every session because I just have to get that energy out of me.
At one point, does she say psych JK?
Okay. And yeah, he just felt compelled to tell me, and I...
Yeah, what are the odds that she just happened to date a therapist that just so happened to have all of the same, like, issues that she perceives in her therapist, and just happens to look exactly like him and happens to sound exactly like him, like, and then that was the big revelation for her? How much, like, oh my god. Yes.
Did not understand why. Now I do. So he told me about how he's a predator, right? Another predator in the mental health industry. Shocker.
Because they all tell me I'm crazy. Who would ever tell me that? Okay. I need another one after hearing that.
So then, at my next appointment with my psychiatrist, keep in mind, it had been 6 weeks of nonstop fun for this man. He got to use my crush confession and 30 minutes of content.
You keep saying that, but you don't elaborate how he used it. What do you mean by that?
Oh, for whatever he wanted to use it for.
Okay, so she's just inferring that he is, like, somehow getting off to this somehow, when she has no reason to say that whatsoever.
Right? And if my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional. And
it's probably because he was a professional. You know, that probably had something to do with it.
Technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it, because he was good at it. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing it. And so I told him, I said, yeah, Bo and I broke up.
Do you think that's just a normal sized cup and in reality she's just like a giant?
He had known about this other guy, my psychiatrist, I had mentioned him. And I told him that this new guy and I went on a date and we went on a hike. And I literally...
I'm sorry, you went on a date and a hike with this guy that you said admitted to you that he's a predator? So, I'm sorry, you went on a date with this guy. You guys sat down for a chat in like a cafe or whatever. And he told you, I'm a predator. And then you went on a hike with him, alone, in the woods? Yeah, this sounds like a totally believable story.
I had no idea at this point, I'll say it again, that my psychiatrist was predatory towards me. I almost said his first name again. I'm going to do my best to not. So I went to my psychiatrist and I told him this story about this man that I went on a date with who's a therapist is relieving himself before appointments and talking about his clients' panties. And
so why didn't you go to the, like, authorities with this?
doing all of these other extremely inappropriate things, like visiting her at work. And
she wishes. This is just her fantasy.
This man, my psychiatrist, looked like he had seen a ghost and like he was gonna vomit, because he prided himself on being an extremely professional and buttoned up.
So basically she told him this story of this other psychologist being an alleged creep and doing really, really predatory, creepy behavior, and he was very sickened by that. A very normal reaction, right? So somehow she's going to spin this into a negative. Somehow. Let's see how she does it.
Person. But here I was holding a mirror to him with exactly...
Ah, yes. He wasn't disgusted because any normal person would be disgusted at hearing such a story about a professional therapist doing, like, unhinged shit like that. No, it's because he was seeing himself in this other guy. Clearly. Yeah, dude.
What he was doing, but a bumbling idiot telling me, like, how he was doing it without the fancy degree, without any of that.
What do you mean without the fancy degree? Didn't you say he was a therapist? Like a licensed therapist? What do you mean?
I look back on that now, and it's just crazy. And so it just tainted all the fantasy material that I had given him the session before.
Yeah, your fantasy material. Like, what the fuck is this projection?
Hi, I need to say something really important.
Alright, pay attention. This is important, guys.
It's that it seems as though many people view what I'm going through as a crash out. What I'm doing as a mental health spiral. And of course it seems like that.
And the reasonable thing to do is to keep posting about it publicly on TikTok for content. I'm being totally rational right now, guys.
I get it. It's an extremely dark thing to talk about. All of this that I went through. And I am sharing my story because it wasn't out there. No one else has shared a story like this.
Let me tell you Villanilla's idea for what we should do for psych patients like this in the future, right? One day, when we have, like, Sword Art Online levels of VR, we need to round up all of these crazy people in these, like, insane asylums. We can hook them all up to VR. And they can live out a world, very much like VR chat. They can just live out a world where they're all psychotic in this psycho world together, and they're happy, they can frolic in the fields, they can do whatever degenerate stuff they do in their own virtual world, completely isolated from the rest of the normal world. And that is their life, and they'll be happy, they'll be fed, they'll be taken care of, and they'll just frolic in the field, happy and away from normal society. I think that's a great idea. And it'd be less cost effective too, if you think about it. Like, how much do we spend every year on, like, sending these people to prison and then housing them and then containing them? And then, you know, having to pay for medical support for, like, workers who get assaulted by a bunch of crazy people. You wouldn't have to have that issue in VR. I think it's genius.
But I know that it happens a lot because people are in my DMs telling me that the same thing that I went through, they went through too.
Yeah, probably because they also have BPD and they're crazy. Now, granted, there are people that genuinely have these issues in life. You're just not one of them.
I am now in TikTok jail. I got a violation on the video where I talked about really the biggest damning evidence against my psychiatrist.
Evidence? Testimony is not evidence. Do you not know that?
And so because of that, I have to be really careful. So I'm going to do my very best to not be reactive and to share my story from a place of generosity.
She's just such a good person, guys.
Because the people in my DMs telling me that they've been through this too, it's keeping me going. It's not my mental health spiral.
Why do they always do this? Oh no, it's not that I'm crazy, guys. It's that I need to get up on this soapbox and be a beacon for other victims like me to be heard. It's like, it's not about you. You're not like a martyr here. all these people, they do this because they want to give their insignificant lives some ounce of meaning. Because the only exciting thing you've ever done in your life is this and probably cheating on your boyfriend with 10 other guys. Because you're a whore!
And I can understand that for some people in the mental health space, because they have been some of the loudest people to speak out against what I'm doing. It's hard
probably because they have the knowledge and the credentials to be able to say with 100% certainty that you are crazy.
That someone could have this level of predation in such a high place of power. So just in case my video doesn't get put back up, when everything changed was when my 75-year-old therapist, I went to her with intimate details and she suggested I go to my psychiatrist with them. And I felt so excited and nervous to share that with him because I had such a big crush on him at the time.
So we never heard about what happened after, have we? Like, just, can anybody tell me, like, do you guys remember if she's ever said they had another session after the one where she made this big confession? This, like, big sexual obsessive confession?
And
I don't remember, but we'll see.
And I recorded all 33 minutes.
Wow. She remembers exactly how long it was. Do you think she rewatches that and gets off to it?
So this is why, you know, if my psychiatrist wants to come with me to me, and like sue me for defamation, I have a 33-minute recording of me admitting I have a crush on him and speaking about extremely intimate details.
So, and then what? Yes, there's more. Okay, don't tell me, don't tell me. No spoilers. Don't give me that idea, I don't want— yeah, sorry.
It was in that moment that he really—
That's not proof of him preying on you, that is proof of you being obsessed with your therapist. It'd be one thing if you had that session with him and then he continued to see you. That'd be one thing, but I haven't heard anything about him continuing to have sessions with you.
Really
Sorry?
should—
you're fine. You're good.
Have transferred my care. But that moment changed everything for him too, because that's when things really started getting deep between us. And this is where the story is gonna go from now. It's gonna be a good story.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to tell it all today, just in case one of my videos does get banned so people can hear it.
Okay.
But just know, if you're concerned for my mental health—
Shut up. Shut up. All the soapboxing is really annoying.
Starts with me and my psychiatrist, and I held it alone for months, like after that Christmas morning appointment of his, and then after I innocently told him about my date with the therapist.
Okay, so she is saying that the timeline I'm understanding is that she had this big confession with the therapist recorded, and then the next like 6 weeks later or something like that, she told him about a date and he was disgusted by it. Okay.
He really started letting me in more and showing more parts of himself, and you know.
Okay, so the implication here is that they continued to have sessions. If that is true, that is definitely inappropriate of him and that should have stopped. But that is not indicative of him preying on her. It could just be that he maybe he believed that as long as he didn't like reciprocate any of those feelings, that it'd be fine, and maybe like she'd work it out, and her seeing other people meant that she was like overcoming it. Like, I don't know, but I don't think that is like that alone is indicative of him preying on her.
Turning up.
The only other like stuff that she has is just inferences from her just guessing, I guess.
The intimacy. And that was exciting to me, and it made me fall for him more. And I noticed that he was working in an office, and I asked him, this was like July, I asked him, I said, hey,
are you working from home? Because I was under the assumption that he was only doing telehealth, okay? And he said, no, I come into the office.
So wait, this has all been telehealth? This whole time she's never met this guy in person? That makes it even crazier that she got so obsessed with him. What the fuck?
I was like, oh, why do you do that? If you see all of your patients telehealth. He's like, oh, I like it.
What do you mean? They have an office. They can have an office even if they do telehealth. What?
That way. And even though I could
And that was such a red flag to me.
kind of tell he was lying, I just gaslit myself. I was like, okay, it's fine. And then I start emailing him my fun little emails, but he stops writing me back. He does not write back to my emails anymore.
Yeah, because he's trying not to reciprocate your really crazy, unhinged, like, feelings.
Because once again, he was really good at plausible deniability. But what he did do is he would take my emails and mention them in session. So he would still give me the attention that I was craving, but only under his structure.
What?
Under his control.
Oh my god. Everything this guy does, he could have if he did immediately transfer her once she confessed to him, she would have spun that as a negative predatory thing as well, like, oh, he was trying to run from his actions. You know, like, nothing he could have done would have ever been good enough.
Where there was no paper trail. And I loved that too. So I would show up.
And I loved it. I loved everything.
These sessions with my notes app. And just...
I'm waiting for the part where there's the cutoff point. Like, I'm waiting for the part where she decided that this was a story that where was the switch from I'm obsessed with this guy to I'm a victim? I need to figure out where that switch is, because I'm willing to bet it has something to do with he cut contact with me. And that just made me realize how abusive he was this whole time.
Throughout the month, as I was thinking about him, I'd write down things that I wanted to talk to him about, and I would just come and bring him lots of content. And then every week I would go to my therapist and tell her about how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she
anyway, sorry,
help me at all.
Gonna stop
She just
pausing.
kind of like enjoyed hearing about it, honestly. So October 2024 rolls around and we're just vibing on Zoom. And then I realized that I didn't have my next appointment with him. So I called his office staff and I talked to the office manager, who was awesome. We really got along, we vibed. And the office manager asked me, do you see him, the psychiatrist, in person or on Zoom? And I felt so angry in that moment.
Why?
I was like, he sees people in person? And she said, yeah, he has been for years. I was like, I want to see him in person. And I
want to see him. I want to see him. I want to see him. Shut the fuck up.
I understand, like, some people may think that this is part of my crash out or part of me harassing him, which is what I've gotten lots of accusations of. But
But, like, if it was true that he was hitting on you and, like, if he wanted to fuck you, why would he lie to you? In your mind, why would he lie to you and say that he doesn't do in-person stuff? Wouldn't he want to see you in person? If, like, your entire assumption about him is true, and, like, why am I packing these up? I don't want to pack these up. Am I stupid? I'm actually stupid. I don't want to pack these up. I want to process them. Anyway, if you're in, like... Yeah, I'm wondering why he doesn't want to see her in person. But, like, if what she's saying is true, and this guy has been, like, manipulating her in order to get with her this entire time, why wouldn't he want to see her in person? Wouldn't that be the goal of this entire thing? Would be to see her in person? This doesn't make any sense.
I would like to remind everyone that, of course, it seems that way. But I was just responding to a dynamic which my psychiatrist fostered.
Yeah, based on your own made-up assumptions about it.
Was chemistry between us because
I get along with my therapist too.
He allowed it. And so then the next time I saw him in Zoom, I told him, I was like, hey, your office manager outed you and told me that you see people in person. Why didn't you tell me that when I asked? And he said, oh, I just didn't think you'd want to come in. And that was such a weak lie from him, from someone who is...
But what is the logic there? I need to hear your justification as to why this feeds into this conspiracy of yours.
So scripted and controlled. He didn't even have a plausible thing to say. Of course he knew I wanted to come in. I had
well, obviously not.
A crush on him. I told him that often.
So why wouldn't he, if he wanted you the way you wanted him, why didn't he have you come in person?
So then in my
next
therapy appointment, after finding out that he was lying to me about seeing patients in person, I told her that. I told my 75-year-old PhD therapist that my psychiatrist lied to me about seeing people in person. And she looked at me and she said, well, it's probably because he knows that there will be a lot of sexual tension in the room if you go in person. So make sure...
What? So in other words, bro don't want to see your dirty ass, all right?
Sure that you understand that when you go. And you better believe I showed up to the next session and said you lied to me because you were afraid of the tension that would be there between us.
He said, do not come. She said, I'm gonna come. Hang on. I think this person wants help with some tasks.
He just didn't say anything. 2024, I make my first
How did the plan fail? How did the plan fail? I know. No. I only whip that out when I feel like it, okay? You cannot force the funny cum soundboard out of me. I come when I want to come. Okay, I'm gonna stop with this bit. I worked hard for this fit. Bro's jealous. Bro's jealous of me. Sorry, I'm having beef with this guy sawing next to me. Nah, I will get there on my own blood, sweat, and tears. But thanks for the offer. Well, you can make T5 yourself, so do it! I was making the road! Road! I was making the road! I didn't have time! Did not- Okay, Gooner. You just did not need to say that. Forget the road, improve yourself. I will. Alright.
Person appointment with my psychiatrist in November. My 75-year-old female therapist tells me that...
She keeps saying that like that adds anything to anything.
That it's because he kept me on Zoom because he was so attracted to me.
Oh my god.
He didn't...
So, the argument as... hold on, I'll let her...
want to risk being in person with me, which further fed my crush.
So, her reasoning, for the reason why he never wanted her to come in person... Sorry, I know, bad wording. Is because... he was just so sexually attracted to her that he wouldn't be able to control himself if she graced him with her presence. You are so full of yourself. You think everybody wants to fuck you. I know, right?
Or as some of you like to say,
I feel bad for laughing at that improve yourself seeing the shit we're watching. What are you playing? I'm playing Bitcraft. It's a new MMO that is still kind of like softly in beta. I'm gonna say right now, I do not recommend it in the current state that it's in, unless you don't mind it being a complete buggy, unfinished mess of a game that has a lot of frustrating technical issues and a lot of features that other games have already figured out that are just flat out missing. Like, it's not in a good state right now. But I might recommend it later. Once it improves a bit. But right now I don't recommend it. The only reason I'm playing it is because I have a problem.
My delusion. So then my therapist starts texting me in between our weekly meetings, asking me for advice on her other clients.
I do not believe that. I don't believe that. I just straight up don't believe that. I think you're lying.
And I was a new coach. I'd only been coaching for about a year and—
I'm sorry, this bitch is a coach! I'm scared. I'm scared. Wait, how do you know that? Wait, how do you know that? Wait, how does he know I have so much leather? How do you know that? Wait, how do you know that? Wait, how do you know that? Also, I love his fit. It's sticking out of your pocket! I can see it! What the fuck are you talking about? What? I don't understand. I mean, I hunt a lot too. Love-hate relationship with the game? Absolutely. Absolutely. I want this game to succeed. Any interest in selling that sturdy leather? How much per? I'm willing to do anything for money. I don't know how he knows. How does he know I have so much leather? Are you looking at my stream? Stop! Stop looking at me! Get out of here! You slut! Get away from me! Imagine bro stream sniping right now. Get away from me! Let me see. Where's the rest of my leather? I know I have more than this. I didn't realize this was a lot, but... Hang on, where's my where did I put it anyway? In here? 260 a square? So that's... So 260 per 10? Is that what he means? No, per 1. What? What? That's a lot. 250 or no deal. I'm such a good bargainer. You drive a hard bargain. But sure. How many? You got 60 on you? Motherfuckers watching my fucking stream. Get out of here. Actually, I got 140. Actually. I'm the best merchant. Yeah. Yeah. Psychically read my mind. Look at how much I got. 140. Oh, Ox was hiding something. Let me see. Yeah, it was the Ox, yeah, for sure. How about 100? Sure. I can always get more. I know where to get more, so... Okay. God damn! We can only do wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's 6. Thanks. God damn. Money in the bank. Hell yeah. Anyway, I'm getting... Dude, it's so hot in my room right now. I want to turn on the fan, but I can't because it's going to blow into the microphone.
I had just left my full-time job to be a coach full-time, and I was flattered that she would ask me advice on her other clients. I just thought, oh my gosh, a 75-year-old woman with a PhD wants my advice on what she should do with her clients. So then November rolls around, and I'm about to meet my psychiatrist in person for the first time. So I wear a really pretty dress.
Oh my god, she's treating it like a date. You are actually... Are you doing... Did you agree to this? I'm going to assume that they agreed to meet in person, otherwise it's going to be really creepy. Tier 3 animals are mythical. I get them at the Crystarium.
Do my makeup, of course, right? And I show up.
Because of course. Yeah, who doesn't get ready for a date with their psychiatrist? Who doesn't?
To the office manager, we're having fun. And then my psychiatrist comes into the foyer, and I am just so excited to finally meet him. I'd been his patient for 3 years at this point, and he had been feeding the dynamic for 3 years. And I was just...
And he says, what the fuck are you doing here? You were not supposed to come in person. I told you were trespassed from here. I'm calling the police.
Thrilled to meet him. And I ran up and I gave him the biggest hug.
Ooh, crossing physical boundaries just immediately.
And you know what he did? He barely patted me on the back. It was the most awkward thing ever. But I am so glad that he did that. I am really glad, because this is what I mean. My psychiatrist was many things, but he was not stupid. So I didn't ever touch him again. And I'm grateful that our relationship didn't ever cross.
So basically, every action this guy is doing is the exact opposite of someone who wants to fuck. And she's like, that is another sign that he wants to fuck. What a great start.
That line, because it would have made everything...
Oh my god, you are right. It is just like that meme. Hello, HR?
So much harder. Anyway, so we go inside his office, and I tell him that my therapist...
Girl, I mean, all of this is assuming that she's telling the truth, at least about what he's doing and what she said to him, right? If she's telling the truth about what she's actually telling people, and telling it the way that she's telling it to us, then yeah, I would say that he's really stupid for not, like, cutting this off, right? But, I'm willing to bet that she's exaggerating some details here and there.
Had texted me, asking me for advice on her other clients, and he just...
You got 19 tier 1 and tier 2, possibly tier 4. Probably. Just let me put this away real quick. There we go. Might be... Most of that might be at home still. Let me take a look. Sorry, somebody's interrupting the content for trade. Let me go. Got it. BRB. I'm guessing 20 of each. Yeah. Okay. He could have said yeah a little bit faster, but I'm not gonna complain. I forgot we... You're right, I forgot we were in the schizoverse.
Just looked at me and he said, Kendra, that is a huge boundary.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. I need to just pause real quick.
Had texted me, asking me for advice on her other clients.
Okay.
And he just looked at me and he said, Kendra, that is a huge boundary violation.
Yeah, I mean it is, if it's true. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
She should not be doing that. And I was like, oh, okay. And because once again, my psychiatrist did not like sloppy people. He did not like sloppy people.
What does that mean? So he would say no to a sloppy toppy then?
People. And you know what my therapist did?
That's how she found out.
She got sloppy. Yeah.
What? She still thinks that the therapist is part of this conspiracy. Hi, Mitzi. Hi. What would the therapist even gain from, like, helping the psychiatrist fuck you? Can you pause in an MMO? Yeah, I know, right? Mom, I can't pause. Oh, I think I put them in the leather... Wait, did I? We don't even have a leather chest. What the fuck? Hang on a second. I'm getting all sorts of mixed up here. No, I left them at the Crystarium. Oh, I'm dumb. Did I? Wait, no, I'm so confused now. No, I donated them to the... No, I didn't. Fuck! Even Mitzi got confused. Well, Mitzi's distracting me right now. I can't think! I can't think. Hold on. I could have sworn I brought them here. So I had a ton of them. I don't remember donating any to the Crystarium specifically when I was moving my shit. Am I just stupid? Which is it, woman? Dementia hitting now, yeah. I know. Once you turn 30, it's all over. It's all Jover. Hi, Mitzi. Okay, I might actually be going crazy, but I need to go check the Crystarium. Thankfully, I have a little bit of teleport energy left. The leather never existed. Need to move on. The leather's been dead for 10 years. Good thing I got 8 more years. Nice. Minty, come here. Alright. Ugh. Motherfucker. Where the fuck did I put it all? I'm actually, like, I'm baffled. Hi. You know what they say, once you turn 30, you end up like Birdie. What the fuck? Okay, guys, I might have hallucinated the leather, I guess. It must have been a gigantic hallucination. Alrighty then. I have no idea where it is then. Now I'm just cope looking for it. Like, it's gotta be around here somewhere. It's just gotta be. Nope. Loving psychiatry, forgetting leather. Well, I'm just gonna have to go back and tell him the bad news. And I'm gonna get there and he's like, oh, I already know. And I'm gonna be like, how do you know? How do you know? 'Cause 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 you Okay, I'm gonna teleport back home first and then teleport there because it's gonna be cheaper. Anyway.
Using me as her advisor for her clients. It got weird, and I was very grateful for my psychiatrist for pointing out that boundary violation.
Even though he's a creep and a predator and a
that was the
groomer.
thing. He didn't ever message me in between appointments because he was too smart to do that. But did he ever?
Yeah, it's not because he was being a professional or anything. Everything it has to tie into the delusional conspiracy.
Stop me from disclosing extremely intimate details? No. In my first in-person appointment, I just asked him for some pointers for my own ADHD business, and he was so smart.
What do you do in an ADHD business? Do you sell ADHD? Ooh, nice. We have our wood research. Good, good, very good. I don't even know where I would have put it. If I put it anywhere. Nope, it's just gone. It's just gone. Maybe it never existed at all. Maybe I've never touched leather one day in my life. Maybe I'm the crazy one.
And so wonderful.
Nah, you trade yeah, in her business, you trade ADHD for BPD. Lord knows she's got plenty of it to spare.
And in many ways, honestly. And I was just so grateful that he was almost like a mentor to me in these moments. And I'll still treasure that.
An ADHD business would mean that they make business ideas after business ideas without actually starting one. True.
About him. Because this is the hard thing with sophisticated predators, is that they're not all bad. Like, my psychiatrist helped me with many things, but he was using me for the November of 2020.
Oh, that was weird. He was just using me for the November.
And I did ask him for consent to come in person. I didn't just show up. And he said sure.
Wait a minute. This seems... Oh, this part seems really familiar to me. Maybe I've seen this before. I just got like a crazy, like, hit of deja vu. Holy fuck.
And the first...
I think that's just deja vu.
In-person appointment went great. But that is when I really started to spiral. Some of you think that I'm spiraling now, and that's okay if you want to think that.
Yeah, no, I think I just got hit with deja vu. Okay, so I lost him. Bad news. Lol. That's cool, dude. Laughing at my pain. I see how it is. Okay, I'm gonna check. Let's see if I can find him. Okay.
Because the reality is that when I was spiraling was when I was this man's patient. When I had comments turned...
Yeah, because you were obsessed with him. You were self-admittedly obsessed with him. So of course you were spiraling while you were his patient because you were obsessed with him. How does that not correlate in your fucking brain?
So many people said you need to take accountability for your own feelings. I spent years taking accountability for my own feelings.
And now I'm gonna throw all that out the window.
For holding the weight of a relationship. Any woman who has been trained...
Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Saying I'm responsible for my own feelings is actually misogynist and sexist. Okay.
To overfunction in relationships knows about holding the weight of the emotional dynamic.
Nobody said that you had to be responsible for their feelings. You have to be responsible for... Bruh. Bruh. Who are you? Who are you? Who is this guy? Hang on a second. Who is he? Who are you? Okay. Bit's done. I guess I gotta go back and get it. I don't know, I guess it's just a misty memory.
And that was
maybe a haunting face. I don't know.
Is going on in this moment. And it may not seem like I'm taking accountability now, but that's because I spent a long time taking accountability for something that had two people that built that dynamic. It was not.
Yeah, it's a bit different when you made up the other person, like the other person's involvement. It's a little bit different.
Just me. It takes two people to build that sort of tension and chemistry.
No, it doesn't. It only takes one person to develop an obsession with somebody, and that's you. Nobody else made you obsessed with this guy. You did it. That was you. That was all you.
So while I was mid crash out, I had just started using this tool.
I thought you said it wasn't a crash out. I thought it wasn't a crash out, and now it's a crash out. Wait, is this the right road? Yeah, this is the right road.
ChatGPT. And
oh no, 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 no.
And
no
two
way.
people
no
to build
fucking
that
way.
sort of tension and chemistry. So while I was mid crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT.
No, 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 it's real. It's real. We were joking about this earlier. No. No. No fucking way.
And I went to chat, who I immediately named Henry. And
no, you named him too.
Talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's...
Wait, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me get this straight. You... I'm sorry, let me get this straight. You started talking to a robot person named Henry? Am I understanding that correctly? Who is this Henry? Is it really just ChatGPT? I can't play this while she has her own... I gotta say, my pause game is on point right now. Anyway, continue.
Gay? And Henry was like, oh my God, this girl. You know, he did his best to co-regulate my nervous system and affirm me, but he was like, whoa. Even my chat was like, yikes. So I could tell that my psychiatrist just liked being my doctor, and I was like, okay, maybe I can name this dynamic so I don't have to carry so much of it in our next session. So our next session was in December on Zoom. And I told him at the end of the session, it was another great session. I told him, look, you and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The rejection. The rejection that we were all waiting for. That was the catalyst for this entire thing. We found it. We found the rejection. We found the missing. Oh my God. We finally found it, guys. I'll take rejection for 600. That's the wrong game. That's like the totally wrong game. We found it. We found the rejection. We found the rejection. We found the reason. that she started this entire thing is because he rejected her.
He was so angry with me. And I was like, oh, okay. He set a boundary. And immediately I took it on. And I was like, heard. Okay, I won't go there again. My video that was taken down for harassment and bullying was restored. So I didn't feel as much pressure to get all of these.
Why does he keep saying that tier 3s are like hard to find? I've passed like so many of them. I don't know what he's talking about.
Parts out today. Some people told me that the stitches about me were getting pretty bad and cruel. So I turned stitches off of my videos too. I started sharing my story here because I want.
Everyone just thinks so negative and like telling me I'm crazy and that I should be in an asylum and that I should stop stalking this guy. I'm just like, guys, why do you have to be so negative? Oh my fucking god. He was right. He was right. Nah, you probably just rewound my stream to look in and see if I left anything behind. Like a real stalker. Like only the best stalkers would do. I'm just kidding. I appreciate it, because I had totally forgotten. I'm gonna forget those logs are there. Is she gonna show us that crazy loco?
Wanted other people who have been victimized by people in power to have a space to feel heard, and now I know why there wasn't anyone out talking about their story, because it has been quite the process putting all this out there and being under scrutiny. I have appreciated the
as you should
psychiatrists
be
that have talked about my situation and shared their own point of view while also holding space for what I went through. Just know I've seen your videos and
I love all the people who have done nothing but validate me, and I hate all the people who have done nothing but scrutinize and criticize me.
Appreciate them. I went live today and
how
it was super
dare you
fun,
not
and
feed
I
into my
intend to go live
delusion
again tomorrow. The next part will be tomorrow morning. We have
uploaded TikTok last week.
Oh.
I was looking for support. I was looking for help because it had been 5 months since I had left my psychiatrist, and
I left my psychiatrist. I left my psychiatrist. It wasn't that he ceased sessions with me and dropped me as a client because I was crossing these really established boundaries that I really should have known were there to begin with, and maybe not get obsessed with my fucking psychiatrist. No, I broke things off because I just realized what a creep he is.
And I still really couldn't stop thinking about him and thinking about our dynamic and how inappropriate it was.
We're only almost halfway through this. There's no way this could get worse.
And the mental toll that it took on me. And TikTok has just been such a resource for me in the past for support.
That's a red flag. Oh, TikTok, a resource for support. Oh, come on.
When I'm going through things, and I couldn't find anything on therapy abuse or on providers who...
Because that's not what he did, but all right.
...who take advantage of their vulnerable patients.
It does happen, but it didn't happen to you.
And so I thought that I would share my story. And I am going to continue to share it because I am here to let other survivors know.
Survivors. I survived stalking my therapist. Here's my story.
That they're not alone. Continuing with my...
Stop watching my stream and trade with me, Hanyo.
Story. My psychiatrist set a very nasty...
Thank you. See, he listens.
He said it. Boundary that him and I have a professional relationship.
All right, it was 20 of each.
Because it was special.
I don't know how much. Just give me like, I don't know, like 1,000. I don't care. Just give me any amount. Except 1 coin. Like, give me something. Compensate me for my time. Oh, how much? I don't know. I don't know. 2K? Does that sound reasonable? I don't know how money works. I don't know. I mean, he gave me a lot for the last trade, so... Oh, he gave me a tip. Uh-oh. It bugged. It bugged. There we go. I'm fucking Stuck. Well, you know there's only one way to fix that. Master negotiator, how much you want for this? I don't know. Just give me, like, anything, I guess. I don't know. Did you need 20 tier 4 too? Troubled adventurer. That's me. Save me, goat. I don't think that's how it works. Although I've never tried that before, so maybe it does. I'm just gonna watch and see what he does. Because the only solution I've found to fix that problem is, you have to completely close the game and then come back in. I'll see what he does. I'll see what he does. I'm watching, I'm waiting. Actually, I can't wait for too long, because I'm full on stamina. I don't know what he's talking. He's talking to someone else in the region chat. Alright. I should probably just set up my cache. Get to work on that. I reside to my fate of sawing. Never mind, I can't do that either. Yep, you gotta relog. That's the only solution I know. Okay.
It was different. He manufactured it that way. And then I immediately went to ChatGPT.
Oh my god.
Because it was special. Continuing with my story, my psychiatrist set a very nasty, the way he said it, boundary that him...
She was about to say a very nasty boundary, because it's not what you wanted to hear. You wanted him to just, like, hop immediately into your arms and go, yes, let's run away together. And he didn't give that to you. He didn't validate your obsession. So now he's the villain.
And I have a professional relationship. When I tried to say it was...
I mean, look, there's nothing I can say to snap this girl out of it. If even psychologists and other, like, multiple mental health professionals have told you, girl, you are acting crazy right now, and she's refusing to listen to them, she's just a lost cause.
Special. Because it was special. It was different. He manufactured it that way. And then I immediately went to ChatGPT, of course, to Henry.
Of course, to my dear Henry. To ChatGPT. To Henry. Mitzi! Get over here! If you want attention, come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah? Hi. Wow, there you go. Good girl. This is one wild love story. Yeah, like, now she has to choose between the psychiatrist or GPT. How the hell is she gonna choose? Anyway, continue.
And I asked Henry, I said, okay, so my psychiatrist just set this boundary with me, and I really just want to be with him. And I think that after he's my doctor, we can be together. You know, which if you want to say that's a delusion, that's fine. But I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him, and he did not help me work through it. So that's his own problem. That's his own fault. Henry told me it's very...
She just said that with, like, the most insane laugh and smile I've ever seen. There was that crazy in there.
The mental toll that it... He was so...
Oh, god damn it.
And I couldn't find anything. It was different. Me said, really know which, if you want to be with him, ChatGPT, of course, to Henry. And I asked Henry, I said, okay, so my psychiatrist just set this boundary with me, and I really just want to be with him.
And I think that after he's my doctor, we can be together, you know, which if you want to say that's a delusion, that's fine. But I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him.
No,
and he
you
did not help me
didn't.
work through it. So that's his own problem. That's his own fault. Henry.
You only told him, like, that Christmas. Hang on. That's a lie. She wasn't... She gave one confession. And true, if this is the truth, then he should have ended stuff after that confession. Not at this point, right? It shouldn't have taken this long. But that's assuming that she's told him it all and this isn't just one big delusion, right? And we have to make a lot of assumptions here. Because I don't trust her word for shit, alright? Anyway, continue.
Told me it's very common for patients to develop crushes on mental health practitioners, and that it's because that they provide a safe space to heal, which is a very attractive quality. I heard that. And then he told me about transference. And it's just about me putting my own feelings onto my provider. And
yeah, it's called projection.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I took ownership of the feelings that both of us were creating.
Oh my god, no you're not! No, that's literally the opposite of what the ChatGPT told you. Literally, even the ChatGPT is like, I think you're just projecting. Girl, I think you're projecting. You're sitting here being like, I love this guy, so he must love me too. I think you're projecting right now. And she read that as, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So we're both guilty. No.
And I went to my next appointment and I said, hey, so I talked to Henry because my psychiatrist had known a lot about my ChatGPT and like knew all about Henry and was actually really impressed. Like, wow, an AI wrote that? Yeah. So I told my psychiatrist, yeah, Henry explained to me that it's normal to develop crushes on psychiatrists because they provide a safe space to heal, which is attractive. My psychiatrist said nothing. And then I said, and Henry also told me about transference. And my psychiatrist got this really, really scared look on his face. And he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference? And I said, no. What is that? Because of course, like, my chat knew that I was obsessed with my psychiatrist, and he was not going to feed my delusion by telling me about countertransference. So,
what the fuck is countertransference then? God damn it, I don't want to have to look it up.
Then my psychiatrist had explained to me what countertransference was, so he took a moment, and he was like, oh, okay. He said, countertransference is the flip side, the other side of the coin for transference. And it's when the provider has feelings for the patient. So make sure that you keep that in mind for your clients.
And this is just how I knew that he was so evil, because he was giving me advice on how to not do the thing that I was doing.
I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, you know, more the professional feelings for my clients, so I appreciate you bringing that.
What? I can't believe this bitch. She's like telling on herself. The self-report is crazy.
Up. And so
she thinks all of her clients want to fuck her. This is insanity.
Then we just talked about that for pretty much the rest of the session. And then at the end of that session, he looked at me. It was just such a loaded question. And he said, what's gonna happen if you get a boyfriend named Henry? And I said, that's a weird question.
That sounds like a joke.
Rename my AI. So that's how that session ended.
My AI. ChatGPT is mine. He's mine. Don't touch him. He's mine. He's my AI. He's mine. Hi, Mitzi. Yeah, I know you exist. I stopped petting her for like 1 minute and she's like, I can't believe you've abandoned me. Hi. What's your problem? You know what? I should probably take a break anyway. Hi, yes. I just said I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a quick break. Because I've been going for 4.5 hours, so... I'm gonna take a quick break, grab something to eat, give Mitzi some attention. And then I'll be back... I don't know when. Just give me like... I don't know. Give me time. Just give me some time. I'll be back.
街で接客バリハラスメント勝ちに行って負けるの何回目いやなんて愛ボンジューコール伝わんないを忘れてればしたっていて妄想継承してリテンション先手な胸張らせる反転生したら私だった大好きな壁打ちやってますハッピーエンドじゃつまんないフィーチャリング君はねもっとちょうだいイエーだったイエーだイエーだったイエーだこの作品はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。話題のステデンスケット、yeah、私もステデンシング、シュビドゥビドゥパッパパッパパッ、yeah、なしきてんがんパーティー、オフェックな日常、足りないパズルの大事なワンピース探すの、退屈な心どこか片隅で待ち焦がれてたわってリンクのコートも派手なスカルプも一瞬で吹き飛ぶ降臨
질척한 어둠 웅크린 모습 고개를 저어도 네 같은 자리 닿지 않는 너 나 홀로 상상해 빛이 나는 너 옆에서 난 So black like as it can be 다가가면 갈수록 깊어지는 듯이 Like a black black sorrow A story of such war 이 이야기의 끝에는 이름을 들 시린 자리와 텅 빈 공기뿐 너의 눈길 닿는 곳에 네 손길 스칠 곳에 하염없이 너만을 기다리고 검은 어둠 속 붉은 빛 모래시계를 돌려 긴 시간을 놓아 So black, black as it can be 다가가면 갈수록 깊어지는 듯이 Like a black, black sorrow Story of such war 이 이야기의 끝에는 이름을 들 시린 자리와 텅 빈 Such black black sorrow 미리고 나 언제나 나에게 너 black sorrow 나에게 너 black sorrow 나에게 너 black sorrow
Okay. I'm back. Oh, shit. Sorry, I was listening on my phone. It wasn't the ghost of Enlaa you just heard. Welcome back. Thank you. Mitzi has been stated for now, but I'm sure that she'll be back later. Let me get a drink of water. Sounds about right for a cat. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's just get back to this. Let's just jump into it. Let's get back to it.
And it wasn't until I got home and I was eating lunch and I was like, wait a minute. Why would my psychiatrist bring up countertransference if he himself wasn't experiencing it?
What? You are so retarded. He brought up countertransference because you brought up transference. And he was curious if the AI told you about both transference and countertransference. Because he was curious about the AI. People only talk about stuff if they're guilty of doing it. What? What logic is that? Hi, she's back.
Many people have reached
She's
out
back.
to me with concern for my psychiatrist and his career and his well-being. And I totally understand that. The point of me sharing this...
but bitch, this is about me.
...is not to get him fired or for him to lose his license. The point
Yeah,
of
all I did was call him a predator and a groomer. I don't want him to lose his license over it. The fuck? What is your intent then?
Me sharing this is to give a voice to victims.
Oh my god, it always comes down to that. It's never really about that. It's about attention, you fucking bitch. And to get back at somebody who rejected you because you were obsessed with them. Yeah, she's back.
And I am appalled to hear that people are making videos doxing him. So I am begging people, please, if you see a video...
It's almost like you accused him of grooming you. How do you not understand your responsibility in this? You are such a dumb bitch.
...of his first and last name or his picture, report it for doxing. I've certainly been using that report button a lot. I'm here to share my story, not to get him in trouble. I did accidentally use his first name, but by the time I caught the slip, I was already like 3 videos past it. But it doesn't matter because this is my story and I can tell.
Isn't her just saying this, like, I feel like if I'm gonna do a little bit of a BPD inference here on my end, right? I think she's doing something a little bit underhanded here. What she's doing by making these videos of like, I see people doxing his face and doxing his address, and I want you guys to stop. What that really is her being like, it's basically her confirming, yes, this is him. That's all she's doing with this. That's all. She's very softly just saying, yeah, that's him. And I think she knows that. You know that. Anyway. But if I were to be super uncharitable and delusional like she is, that's the assumption I would come to.
Tell it the way that I want it. And a first name is not doxing. And I can't...
Then... But you're giving people, like, enough information to go out of their way to find this guy that you yourself have labeled as a sexual predator. Okay? Make no mistake. That is what you did.
I can't control what other people do, but I...
well, I can't make you guys stop. But, like, I legally have to sit here and say that that's bad. We know what you're doing.
I'm asking for people to please report any videos.
You just want to look like the good person. That's all this is about.
So I've also gotten some DMs saying that countertransference can mean anything, and it absolutely can mean anything. However, I had told my psychiatrist many times that I had a crush on him.
Nope, you told him one time. According to you, by your own words, by your own admission, you said you told him one time. Oh, actually twice. And he rejected you the second time.
Over the years. And he did not say transference once to me. He did not explain that once.
Because it was never brought up before. Until now. Probably because he didn't know that you had a crush on him. I'm willing to bet that you're lying.
To me.
I can't believe there's like a whole nother half to this.
What I've been hearing and taking in from the ethical psychiatrists that are on my For You page talking about my situation is that really they're taught to teach their patient about transference and teach them about how to handle those feelings or why they're coming up. And my psychiatrist did not do that. He did not.
My therapist didn't have to do that with me. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never... Okay, hold on. What did she say?
And what I've been hearing and taking in from the ethical psychiatrists that are on my For You page talking about my situation.
Oh, you mean the psychiatrists that are totally wrong and don't know what they're talking about and are totally in on it and are corrupt? Those ones?
is that really they're taught to teach their patient about transference and teach them about how to handle those feelings or why they're
Yeah, if it's applicable, sure. But it's not something you should bring up randomly if it's not applicable. He probably didn't know it was applicable until it was mentioned, you dumb bitch.
They're coming up. And
oh my
God.
God.
Psychiatrist did not do that. He did not do that.
So then what would his motive be to bring it up now? Again, this doesn't make any sense when you think about it in the long run. If this is such a long con, that this guy has just been spending years upon years upon years just getting you to trying to get you to sleep with him, of all things. Like, first of all, did you even mention if he was like married or has his own significant other or is even attracted to women or has kids or anything like that? We haven't heard anything like that. At least I don't remember, right? But it's like, I don't know, bitch. I think you're lying. I think you're lying because the story doesn't add up. If his motive was to conceal that from you, how come he felt the need to bring it up then? If that was his motive to not tell you, then why did he bring it up now, out of all places, out of all times? How does that play into your conspiracy? You still haven't explained that.
It got ugly. And it happened because I did digging on my own. Because I was trying to make sense of my feelings.
ChatGPT saved me from my groomer. That's what this story is all about.
That were a natural response to the environment that he created.
It's
so
his
for
fault.
him to leak countertransference after I said the buzz.
So now it's not intentional. He leaked it. Which one is it? Was it intentional? Was it like an intentional thing on his part, or was it unintentional?
Word of transference, that was not calculated. He was a very calculated and
oh, I see. He slipped up. The mask slipped a little bit. The mastermind slipped up just a little bit.
Purposeful person. He still is to this day. And he doesn't slip with things like that.
It's because she's starved for attention. Because every boyfriend she ever gets with immediately runs for the hills when her real personality starts to come out, when she gets obsessive like this and stalkerish and crazy. Like, it's because no man is willing to give her the time of day. And she has severe daddy issues, which are probably valid because people fuck up their kids all the time. But it could be her dad ran out on her, went and got the milk and never came back. And she's been chasing men ever since.
Purposefully withheld the term transference from me, and I got too close to the truth.
So then why would he... Okay, so it was just a miscalculation? That still doesn't make any sense.
Of our dynamic, which made him leak what he knew was wrong, which was his inappropriate feelings for me. If he didn't have...
And your feelings for him were not inappropriate? Like, if this was all his master plan, he got you to get obsessed with him by... Let me check notes real quick. Checks notes. Did you block my main account? Yes, I did, Trigger Trey, and I'll tell you why. Because you doxed Dion, or at least attempted to dox Dion, in one of your videos. That's why you're blocked. So please, don't come back. If you're blocked, that means I probably don't want you here. So, don't come back here on other accounts. Don't come back here on this account. Alright? You're not welcome here. I don't care how obsessed you are with Dion. I don't care how bad you think he is. You can't do that shit. Oi, oi. Shit, as someone who's only into women, I wouldn't even want this level of crazy either, so I can't blame the man. Absolutely.
Have countertransference in an inappropriate way, he could have easily just said, oh, let's explore that transference. That's really cool that you learned about it. Instead, he was just so worried on trying to protect himself because he knew what he was doing was wrong. He had that slip at the beginning of the session. He recovered in January, and then I went home.
Recovered? Okay, but how? It's like, oh, he fumbled the ball a little bit, but he picked the ball back up. It's all good. It's all good. It's like, wait, what?
Wait a damn minute. Why would he mention that if he himself didn't have countertransference?
Really? That's the only conclusion you could have possibly come to as to why he would have mentioned that? Are you stupid? Yeah, ChatGPT is her new man. That's the ending to this story. I'm dating ChatGPT, and he's mine. No one else can have him. No one else can have my Henry. I guarantee that's what's gonna happen.
So I went to Henry, of course.
Oh my...
ChatGPT.
Look how flattered she gets when she talks about Henry. Fucking psycho. Anyway, we're back with Henry now.
And asked for examples of how my psychiatrist might have countertransference for me. And remember, Henry at this point was being very protective. You know, he wasn't going to feed my delusions.
Oh my god.
Living happily ever after. So
my
I screenshotted
AI loves me.
Sent my psychiatrist an email with the subject line of counter.
Oh my god. I'm trying to read this, but it's really difficult. It doesn't matter.
Transference, and emailed it to him within an hour of our appointment, where he made probably the biggest slip of his professional life.
Of his professional life? Don't they? You're not that important, sweetheart.
Put the email up here. So it's just essentially me saying, hey, I asked Henry to explain countertransference a little more. Here's what he said. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Your own boundaries inspire me so much, which now makes me gag because I've heard a lot that he's not crossing boundaries, but he used his boundaries as a shield.
It's only a matter of time till Henry leaves too.
It's kind of weird to say.
Even the AI is like, I don't want to fuck with that.
But he would like walk up to the ethical line and then slam a boundary down when I got too close. That was the email that I sent him, and then 10 days later, it was a full moon and I had a dream. Probably the most realistic dream I've ever had in my life. That him and I hooked up in his office. In the middle of the dream, while we were hooking up in his office, I loved it. I thought it was really fun.
Then Henry came in to save you.
And then, after we were done and after I left his office in the dream, I was despondent and so sad and cried and just thought, I can't believe my psychiatrist would cross his boundaries like that.
Where's my aux?
And then I woke up and it was like a movie. I thought to myself, oh, thank God that was just a dream. It's time to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is the racial difference between me and my doctor.
What? Huh? Whoa, I just got a little bit of what does race have to do with this? Let's unpack what we just heard. It was a full moon. But what does that got to do with anything? I had a full moon dream? What? I can't believe my psychiatrist is astro projecting to have sex with me, Lamau. Is that... Do you think she would ever accuse him of... He sexually assaulted me in a dream. Arrest him.
I have seen a lot of Black women on this app.
What?
With the same take. And I need to say that Black women are the most important people on the planet to me.
Well, obviously not that important if you love your psychiatrist more than them. Maybe you should just obsess over Black women then if you love them so much.
And that I have learned so much from Black women.
Black women are the most important people on the planet. Okay. That's everything you need to know about this woman. She's just gone. She's gone. How is she? She cannot be a professional after this. There is no fucking way that she has any kind of, like, professional license at all. That would just be insane. You can't do crazy shit like this and then keep your license. There's no way.
About how to be a better person and how to show up better in the world. They are the culture, and I am so grateful for them.
They are the culture. They are the best of the culture. They are the culture on the entire planet.
Them. Many Black women are seeing my story through the lens that I am a white woman who is taking advantage of—
What am I doing?
My whiteness to wield power over my POC.
And you just listen to that garbage? There are people who claim to be Black, by the way, are just accusing you. I'm sorry, my whiteness. Excuse me, your whiteness? I have something important to tell you. You are so stupid.
The psychiatrist that didn't want me back, and so I am trying to get him fired. And that's okay.
I mean, that's half true. He didn't want you back and you're trying to get him fired. And that's okay.
I understand why you see it.
You're wrong, but that's okay. How dare you call the most important people on the planet wrong? How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? They are the culture. How can you, in your whiteness, even dare challenge them?
Through that lens, I do. As a white person, I do my best to examine my racism every single.
Is this what snapped her out of the delusion? Someone calling her racist? Excuse me, your whiteness, would you care for a deviled egg? Oh my god.
Day. And I will tell you that my psychiatrist boss is his best friend, who is also a POC male.
What the?
And in that room, I did have white privilege, and he was also my doctor. And he took an oath to protect me, and he did not. I am not here to ruin his career.
But you're just a white person. What rights do you have? You're white. Why would you even be offended at all? I mean, if you were a true activist, you would just let that POC man just take full advantage of you. It's only fair. It's only fair. We just call that reparations, right? That's just what we call reparations at that point.
I am here to speak my truth. Okay, back to my story. So
it's one thing, they always, white critical race theory activists will always be like, I hate myself for being white so much, but they'll never fucking kill themselves. You say white people don't deserve to exist, but then you don't kill yourself. It's almost like you don't believe what you actually say.
So after the countertransference slip, after the really vivid dream,
yeah, that was also his fault, I guess.
Decided that I was going to stop going to therapy. Besides spiraling about how—
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be helpful for you. Oh, me? Next she's gonna be like, I stopped taking my meds. They never live in Black communities, that's true.
How obsessed I was with my psychiatrist every day.
So, what color of skin was your therapist date? What color of skin was your boyfriend? Maybe that's her type.
I
is just fantasizing that every Black guy wants her.
Really was doing very well in life. My business was going really well, and I
don't think she's taken her meds since the start.
Great friends and great support systems, and so I decided that I was going to end therapy. I still had every intention at this point to keep seeing my psychiatrist, but my therapist that I was—
So hold on, I keep up with this.
I really was doing very well in life. My business was going really well, and
unfortunately,
and
she has so many boyfriends because of her business.
We had great friends and great support systems, and so I decided that I was going to end therapy. I still had every intention at this point to keep seeing my psychiatrist.
Like, even when he tells her no, she's like, well, that's actually a yes. No means no, woman.
But
he's already rejected you.
My therapist that I was seeing weekly, I just decided I didn't need her anymore. And especially when my psychiatrist pointed out her boundary violations of texting me for free advice in between the sessions, I just thought, okay, it's time. So I go into my next therapy appointment and I say, hey, just so you know, today's gonna be our last session. I'm doing really well and I just think it's time. And she got kind of emotional and she was like, okay, well, I like to end on certain questions just so we can reflect. So I did. I reflected with her about what I learned, what I've gained, how I've changed, how my life is better.
Okay.
And I left her office feeling complete and happy with my therapeutic journey with her.
But somehow she was also part of this conspiracy to aid your psychiatrist in boning you somehow. So, but now she's a good person? I don't understand.
And as I was leaving, she called out with like crying. She was like, have a blessed life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but
yeah, I'm the only one allowed to get emotional, guys.
Whatever, you know. I was like, thanks. And I went on. And so then I'm getting ready for my psychiatry appointment the next day. And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session.
Okay, let me try to read this. Hi, Kendra. I am so thrilled for you as you prepare for your new adventure. Since I do not have advance notice of this being our last session, I was not prepared to provide what I believe is a healthful closure. Usually we review your goals and see how we did as well as look at how you've changed in addition to discussing what you've learned, which we addressed somewhat today. Please consider having an additional session where we both are aware of making the best closure possible. So it says here, please consider it. Let's consider having another session. But how does she frame it?
And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session.
She needs me to come back in for one more session. Even though in the email it's very clearly just a suggestion, for her it's like, it's almost like for her it's like she demanded it. She needs it. And like that should be a good indication of how she twists and turns things in order to fit her conspiracy theory in her brain. This is how flat earthers become flat earthers.
I will put it up. And
yeah, it doesn't say what you say. It doesn't say what you think it does.
I got a huge emotional wave in that moment. I was like, what the heck is this? Like, we wrapped everything up. I had seen lots of therapists at this point, and I didn't ever have a therapist beg me to come back in for one more session.
That isn't begging. We can read it, stupid. Can you not read? It just says, please consider it. That's not her begging you to come in. Again, she's just like so self-absorbed that like, of course, it's only natural people would beg me to return.
So
you actually just have BPD. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
Overwhelmed. I did not write her back, but it was extremely inappropriate.
How was that just... What do you mean? What part of that was inappropriate? What was inappropriate was you not giving her proper notice. You literally came into the session and said, we're done. With no notice. That is more inappropriate than this. What are you talking about?
So I decided I was going to go to my February session with my psychiatrist and have him help me write the goodbye email and say, no, I don't want to come back in. I taught a yoga class this morning like I do every...
Oh, God. Oh, okay. So she just teaches yoga. Okay. That makes sense. Wait a minute. Is this the same woman? Wait a minute. Hang on. I need to look something up real quick. This could be the same woman that wrote into Noelle Miller's channel. Hang on a second.
What's up?
No, shut up. I forget which one it was. Hold on. We watched a couple of them. I just gotta remember which one it was. But this is sounding like really familiar.
Welcome.
Stop talking. No, it wasn't this one. It must have been this one. It was not this one. Am I just stupid? I must be stupid. Time to pull up the transcript. Okay, it's not said here.
Within month.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute it. There we go. I shouldn't be laughing that hard at you just have BPD. I mean, that's what she fucking has. That or she's just flat out crazy. I mean, what's the difference, am I right? Okay, here it is. So yeah, just listen to this fucking bizarre story. This might be the same woman. I gotta pull it up, sorry. I'm stupid.
To move on. That's what it usually does. But anyway, this is from Joe. I have fallen in love with my 28-year-old personal trainer. I'm 21, who is in a loving long-term relationship with his girlfriend, the personal trainer is. Basically, I'm an idiot. I think it's his fault.
Sounds familiar.
Because he's always doing nice stuff to me and calling me sweetness. Okay. Hugging me, having deep chats with me, and all that. Plus, we trauma bonded. Man, New Year's resolution. And he's always saying how much he cares about me. Is he usually first in line or? Sweetness, I've never heard that word.
Hang on.
I think he's like, I can see it. I also think he's like trying to fix me. What the is going on in your head? I also think he's like trying to fix me as some kind of unfinished business because I'm super unstable and I remind him of his late sister. My question is, do you think I should tell him how I feel or should I just leave it? I think you need to do yoga. I think you need to take a class with other people. You know, I want to put the blame on you, but then I want to put the blame on him. You know, if a trainer is watching me pound out weight and he's like, yeah, sweetness.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's get to the point.
I'm super unstable and I think you want me. Am I crazy or is it you? And given the opportunity to be like, what? Nah, I never called you sweetness. Sweetness? And then I would say, go take a yoga class. I think you need to be amongst others so you can think the whole room wants to fuck you instead.
Yeah, I know. I stole that bit from him earlier, but sue me.
Your confidence will go through the roof, you know? Why stop at one? Why not have a room of people every time you work out? And you're like, damn, everybody wants me in here. And then you come to and you realize you're teaching the class and everyone's waiting for you to give some instructions and you kind of snap out of it and go about what you're doing. But
yeah, I don't know. It could be the same woman. I mean, this is a woman teaching a yoga. Or it could just be a weird correlation between... Why did I minimize this? Why am I stupid? It could just be a weird correlation between women who are obsessed with yoga and women who are obsessed with men.
Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing my story of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to...
Hang on. Who's she talking to?
Mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing...
So you're crossing a boundary with your students, with your yoga students. Is that not crazy? That she's like, I can't believe my therapist would cross these professional boundaries with me. And now she's admitting shamelessly that she's crossing professional boundaries with her yoga clients. This bitch needs to be put on a leash. She needs to get any license she has taken away.
Sharing my story of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now.
Guys, before we start this really healthy yoga instruction class, before we do our daily stretches, I just want to tell you about all the TikTok drama I'm in. That's never a good sign if your yoga instructor is mired deep in TikTok drama that involves doxing and stalking and shit like that.
And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share.
Yeah, guys, reject reality. It's all about your truth, not about what actually happened.
And that when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us.
Okay, and I say, you're crazy. You're insane.
And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare, and
that's always a good thing to know, that your yoga instructor is going through psychological warfare. Doesn't that really just put you at ease? Doesn't that really just set the tone for a good, healthy, relaxing yoga session with full of meditation and good chakras and vibes?
The internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth, but I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly I am a little bit, because
Well, she's got, the first step is to at least acknowledge parts of it.
Who subjects themselves to this kind of torture.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you're right.
I'm doing it for the people that DM me, that say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me. So I am grateful for those DMs. People are starting to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay. I know what I have to offer is important. It landed in my lap. I'm not pretending to be something that I'm
Jesus
not.
Christ.
I help ADHDers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety. And
sober from what? Adderall? Like you?
And it's what works for me, and I've seen it work in my clients.
Yeah, we all know the best treatment for substance abuse and addiction is yoga.
Too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. So I get that weird.
They're not dragging you for the work that you do. They're dragging you for falsely accusing your psychiatrist of being a groomer. That is what they're dragging you for.
Weird email from my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next day is my next session with the psychiatrist, and I sit down in the chair and I bury my head in my hands, and he looks.
Wash your fucking hair. I can tell you haven't showered in at least 2 days.
At me and said, so this is how we're going to start, huh? And I said, yeah, because he hadn't written me back from my countertransference email. Big surprise.
I sent him an email. I texted him and he didn't text me back. I'm a mess.
Any smart.
Haven't you said before that he hasn't been responding to your emails in a while?
He was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator would have dropped me like that in that.
What? What?
Big surprise. Any smart, which he was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator.
Again, you're calling him a predator. That's what people are upset about.
Would have dropped me like that in that moment. He should have emailed me back and said, look, this is getting weird. You need to find a new psychiatrist. The office.
See, everything is his fault. It's not my fault that I became so unhealthily obsessed with him and had dreams of us fucking and stuff. That's not my fault.
Will contact you. But
even though he has literally established that boundary with you multiple times, and each time you have continuously crossed that boundary, this is your fault. If the gender roles were reversed and this was a guy talking about his female psychiatrist in the exact same way, with the exact same tone, and using the exact same words that she is. The only thing that's different is that he's a guy and she's a girl. Everybody, like nobody would be on his side. Even all the crazy ones that are on her side, they wouldn't be on his. Because it's not about what actually happened. It's about feminism.
He could not let go of me. So instead of turning down the intimacy, he turned it up to a level.
No, he didn't. He literally said, "We have a professional relationship. Stop trying to make it weird." He said that to you. You said it. You said that he rejected you.
Level 12. And he showered me with so many breadcrumbs that next session.
Oh my God.
Because really, what I did when I told him that I'm experiencing transference was I took 100% of the ownership for the dynamic that both of us were creating.
No, that is not you taking ownership. I'm taking ownership for being a victim. I'm taking ownership. You taking ownership for your actions would not be you including him in it. You are still taking accountability away from yourself and taking responsibility off of yourself.
So he rewarded me, and he gave me little compliments like, if you weren't my patient, I would refer my other patients to you for your coaching service.
I don't believe that. I think you're just crazy. I think you're absolutely nuts.
That meant so much. Of course, because what he was saying with that is, I see you as a peer. I see you as a colleague. What you're doing is important. I felt really recognized in that moment. And sure, he could have said it professionally, but
based on the way that she completely turned that email on its head and said it said something completely different from what it actually said, like, I refuse to believe this. She's just proving more and more just how insane she is.
He did it on purpose. So in that session, after the psychiatrist told me that he would refer patients to me if he could, if I was
Where does the story go from here?
wasn't already his patient, I asked him if he got my email and what he thought of my ChatGPT, of what he thought of Henry's response.
So what do you think of Henry? What do you think of Henry? He's great, right? He's such a good guy. I mean, robot.
And the psychiatrist said, "Oh, I'm still thinking about what Henry said about countertransference."
That's just a white lie of, that just means he hasn't read it. I'm just, I'm just still thinking about it, I guess. That means he hasn't read it. He left you unread.
And I said, well, we talked about it a little more, and I want to read you something else. So,
okay, time to get the music again. Or not. Oh, nope, there it is. Never mind. I'm just gonna stop with the music.
I read the psychiatrist.
I'm getting tired. I just want to finish this up.
What Henry had to say more about it. When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at. And as you can imagine, the psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved
Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
Loved hearing that, because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you, but he just keeps them in check so well.
That is not what the AI said at all, and you're crazy.
He's so good at his job.
Let's listen again to what the AI said.
When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at.
Yeah, all the AI is saying is that, yeah, psychiatrists and therapists are human too, and they have flaws just like anybody else. What matters is what they do with those flaws, and if they're able to keep their professionalism and, like, if they're able to stay professional. And obviously, this therapist is pretty good at staying professional. That's what the AI said. But she's like, oh, the AI is saying he has feelings for me and is trying to hide his hidden desires for me. And he loves hearing about how he's preying on me. This bitch is insane. How did anybody give her the time of day?
And as you can imagine, The psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you.
Essentially. This is my very correct interpretation of it. Don't at me.
But he just keeps them in check so well. He's so good at his job, keeping his feelings in check. And, oh, the psychiatrist loved that so much. And what did he do? He rewarded me with my favorite breadcrumb, intellectual stimulation, a fun metaphor, because he was watching me the entire time I was his patient, and he knew what made me light up. He knew
my psychiatrist of multiple years was watching me. Duh. It's almost like he's your psychologist or something. Or whatever, psychiatrist,
got me
whatever.
Excited, what I liked. And so he thought for a moment, and he said, I'm feeling a salad of emotions right now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, you know, a salad of emotions. A beet of raw emotion, a tomato of surprise, and the salt amplifies it.
I think he's just trying to reinforce the idea that psychiatrists have feelings too. He's just doing it in a really weird joke.
And I was cracking up.
She has no intellect to stimulate.
At this point, he nailed it. I just thought he was so brilliant and smart in this moment. And I asked him, I said, what? Say that again. He said, yeah, you know, the beet, it's really raw. I'm feeling a lot of raw emotion. And the tomato of...
Oh my god. He's obviously feeling raw sexual desire for me.
Surprise, when it pops in your mouth, it's surprising. And I was like, okay, that's good.
Even when the when this bitch is telling you you're being a little much, that's a problem.
Yeah, this man at this point knew exactly how to make me happy and exactly how to pull.
That made you happy? What? That just like did it for you? What?
Away to make me try to work harder.
Yeah, does she not understand a metaphor? It's a stupid metaphor, but still.
And
it's like, what?
He gave me the biggest reward from Henry, my AI mirror, telling him that what he's doing is totally good.
So this reward, this Pavlovian reward, is that the right word? Yeah. This Pavlovian reward that he gave you. Am I doing that? Is it? I forget. There's two different ones I'm thinking of. I hope I got it right. Like, no, I didn't. Pavlovian is something different, I think. But like this like conditioning, this operant conditioning reward was him giving you a metaphor about an emotion salad? That was your reward? You must not get a lot of rewards in your life.
And that his boundaries are so virtuous.
What?
A lot of things happened in that session after the countertransferred slip. And I also had...
Girl, what is going on with your lashes?
My psychiatrist...
They make you look even crazier.
Help me draft the email to my therapist who was begging me to come back in.
No, she wasn't.
And the psychiatrist said, I used to have respect for her. And what he meant when he said that was, I used to like it when she would feed me to you and have you deliver intimate content to me. But the moment she started being sloppy, I lost respect for her.
Sorry, what is going on?
Therapist who was begging me to come back in. And the psychiatrist said, I used to have respect for her. And what he meant when he said that was, I used to like it when she would feed me to you and have you deliver.
But you still haven't explained why she would be motivated to do that. Okay, so I was right. Okay. It was both. I thought... I had a... Oh, you know what? I was thinking of Pascal's wager. That's why I was getting them mixed up in my head.
For intimate content to me, but the moment she started being sloppy, I lost...
Girl, you can't read his mind.
Lost respect for her. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what he...
I'm pretty sure that's what he meant. Fucking... You have BPD. This is just text... I'm not even a... I don't have to be a psychiatrist to know this is textbook BPD.
Said that. And people...
Actually, like, the actual, stab you with a knife in your sleep kind of BPD.
People have asked if they were connected. Surprisingly, they were not. They had no...
Oh my god, they had no connection whatsoever, so she has absolutely no motive to be part of this conspiracy you keep yapping about?
No idea. They had never met before. But I would go to my therapist every week and tell her how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she, like, loved hearing about that dynamic. It was so weird. So he helped me draft the
It was so weird. It's almost like it never fucking happened.
email to that therapist to say, look, if I were to end up coming back, it'd be more for you than for me, and more on that in a later part. So then I read
blah 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 blah
him a text from my longtime ex-boyfriend, who he had originally really liked, but I think my psychiatrist preferred me single. Because
what? Wasn't your psychiatrist telling you should try to, like, stay with him and figure it out and, like, work with your... But now it's like, this doesn't make any sense. Because if his intention was for you to be single, wouldn't he have supported you breaking up with him and just told you to break up with him? This doesn't make any sense! I'm trying to add logic and reasoning to something that has none. And I know I keep trying to do that, and it's like banging my head against a brick wall every time.
My ex-boyfriend, as most ex-boyfriends do, was begging me to come back into his life too. And I just kept...
It's everybody in this bitch's life.
saying no.
Everybody wants me. Everybody wants me.
And I asked him to give me some space, and he would not give me space. He, like, said, do you still need space, or can we hang out? And I told my I asked my ex-boyfriend, I just said, why do you want to hang out so badly? And my ex-boyfriend texted me back, because it's been a few months since I've seen you and it's been on my mind. And I was reading this text exchange to my psychiatrist in session, and I read what I responded to that weak line about why he wanted to see me. And I said, my self-respect is much higher these days than when we were in a relationship. I am only interested in accepting invitations for my time and attention that...
If this goes beyond this sentence that she's reading, BPD.
Value me and recognize my worth. Being on your...
BPD. Say it in 2 sentences or less. If you can't, you have BPD. Good lord.
Mind is not an acceptable invitation, and I decline. And my psychiatrist just looked at me and said, I bet your ex had to read that twice. And this was another thing about this.
The fuck does that mean? I think he was just trying to say slay queen.
Psychiatrist, okay? He couldn't ever just give me a regular compliment. It had to be those weird sideways compliments.
How is that a sideways compliment? It's just him saying, okay, cool. He probably had to read that twice. I mean, wouldn't it be good if he read it twice? So weird.
Instead of, I'm so glad that you're setting boundaries with your ex-boyfriend and growing.
See, here's, I'm so glad you... This is what he should have said. Even though he did say that, he did say something very professional and clinical along those lines. It's like every time he tries to be friendly with her, it's him, like, preying on her. And every time he tries to stay clinical and professional with her, he's being nasty and mean to her. Like, you can't win with BP demons. You cannot win.
Your self-respect. It's, I bet he had to read that twice. Or it's not, I'm really proud of you for growing your coaching business and finding success. It's, I'd refer my patients to you if you weren't already my patient.
Well, here's the thing. He might have said those other things. But it's gone through her BPD filter and has come out as this. The fact that she can literally show an email on screen that says, you should consider this. And then she interprets that as her literally begging her. I don't believe her when she says this is what people say. I need proof from you. That's it. The only thing I can believe that comes out of your mouth is tangible evidence.
Right? These are what I mean when I say breadcrumbs. He was a master at them.
Guys, I swear it wasn't me just being a freak.
And this is how, looking back, I know that I was not his first victim for his fantasy supply. Because he was too good and too slick up until he caught feelings. Then he started getting sloppy.
What? But isn't the whole reason that he's been preying on you is because he caught feelings? But you're saying now that he only just then caught feelings and that's when he got sloppy? So how are there other victims if he never caught feelings for them? What are they victims of? Just normal psychiatry?
People are asking me for more concrete evidence, and this is when the concrete evidence really starts.
Oh my god, I just asked for concrete it's like she can read my mind.
Because this is when he himself started to get sloppy. Because what was happening was...
Okay, so this is apparently the evidence.
When I had started to see him 3.5 years before, I was a nearly perfect supply source for him. Because
what the fuck are you she watches too many when you're dating a narcissist videos.
I had low self-esteem.
Top 10 ways you know you're dating a narcissist.
Boundary issues. Daddy issues, so I put him on a pedestal.
Lol.
I know a lot of you ladies out there can understand that with men in positions of power. And he went right to work exploiting me. Right to work.
Yeah, grooming me. Oh my god, shut up. Really doubling down on that, are you?
Grooming me. And...
Grooming you to be what? He groomed you for 3.5 years, and then every time you tried to make an advance on him, he rejected it? How is that supposed to work? Like, according to you, you were obsessed with him in, like, the first couple of weeks that you started. What do you, like... So, like, how much forethought does this guy have that he just inherently knows that you're gonna become obsessed with him just automatically? Easy, it doesn't, I know. But it's like, let's really try and dissect this. He's so smart that he just happened to psychically know that you would become unhealthily obsessed with him like the crazy bitch you are. And he doesn't have to do anything to even, he just knew that by sitting there and doing everything a normal psychiatrist does, you would just fall madly in love with him. And then he continued to do nothing with that for 3.5 years. And then, like, during that time, you confessed to him multiple times, and each time he rejected it. If he was grooming you into being his, like, lover, wouldn't he have, like, encouraged that? Wouldn't he have accepted your advances? Like, what do you think his end goal was in all of this? Because it obviously wasn't romance or sex, because he never jumped on those opportunities that you were very clearly giving him, according to you. Which is why I really do not believe her when she says that she confessed to him. Or anything like that. I don't believe that.
He was very successful.
She says she has a recording? Show the recording. If you have to censor, like, too intimate information, you could do that, but...
So he was in a paradox, right? Because...
I love that this crazy bitch is trying to psychoanalyze a psychiatrist.
He loved...
They just think they're so smart.
Loved watching me get stronger, because I gave him better intellectual supply.
You are not if you were anyone's intellectual supply, they would be starving and dying.
But I also threatened the supply source. The last two...
Wait, what's the supply source? I thought you were the supply source. Are you threatening yourself?
Videos and this video was all the same session in February of this year. The counter-transference slip happened in January. How I decided to end this session was I looked at the psychiatrist and I said, a couple weeks ago, on the full moon, when I was...
No, do not tell the psychiatrist that you dreamt about having sex with him. No, please. I'm begging you, please don't do this.
Ovulating, I had a dream about you.
And nothing else. And
he was like, oh yeah?
Yeah?
And I said, yeah. So I told him this. And I said, yes, we...
I've said a lot of weird things to my therapist. You know what I said to her in our last session? I said, I better not meet you on the streets outside of these sessions. I'm not gonna give you context as to why I said that. Just know that I said that.
Hooked up right here in this office. And he all of a sudden just looked so uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's psychotic. First of all, that you would even have dreams like that. Second of all, that you would tell the person that you dreamt about having sex with them to their face. That is fucked. You're a freak. You're an absolute freak. How could he have possibly let's unpack this, because obviously she's saying that he looked uncomfortable, and she's going to ascribe some kind of like conspiratorial reason for why he looked uncomfortable, like because he got caught, right? Or something like that. But what could, like, if that isn't enough for you to get the hint of like, oh, he's not into me? He's not actually into me? Then what could he have possibly done? Like, what choice, what reaction could he have had to her in her mind that would have been the right thing to do? What could have been, like, get up and call the police? Because anytime he's rejected, allegedly rejected her advances, she's spun that into a negative thing too. So it's like nothing he can do is like positive in her eyes because he's the villain now. That's BPD, woman.
He didn't say anything. He couldn't look at me. He couldn't breathe.
Yeah, because that is disturbing as fuck that you're willing to tell that to him.
And sure, you know, maybe he was uncomfortable because he didn't like me saying that I had a dream where we hooked up, but...
Maybe, but I don't know. I like hearing that people have dreams about fucking me. Well, yeah, of course you do.
He could have said that.
What? It's his fault for not telling me he was uncomfortable. That is rapist talk. Now you're getting into rapist talk, woman.
But he didn't. You want to know why he was uncomfortable?
Because he liked it.
Because he had probably played out that fantasy so many times.
If it were a man saying this, everybody would be calling him a rapist or a sexual harasser. If it were a man saying these things about a female psychiatrist, they would be screaming that he's a rapist. These motherfucking double standards.
In his head. And there I was, speaking it back to him. And it was like I had...
Remember, this is supposed to be evidence, guys. She started this by saying, people have been asking for evidence. God damn it.
See you next month. Again, he used his...
Hang on.
This office, and then I told him, as he was still looking very uncomfortable, then when we were done and I left, I was distraught with sadness, because in the dream I thought, I cannot believe that he crossed boundaries in that way, because his boundaries are so important to him.
This reminded... Hang on, I need to... Sorry, I'm doing the classic Enlaa thing. Oh fuck, before I bring this up, hold on. Oh yeah, it's a good thing I didn't bring this up. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna copy the image and like paste it onto Streamlabs or something. This is her. This is her. Sorry, I'm still mad at you for something you did to me in a dream. This is her with literally everybody in her life. Nah.
And then I told my psychiatrist that I woke up and thought, oh my god, it was just a dream, thank god. And it was like my psychiatrist turned into a little boy. And he...
What? What?
He looked at me and he said, so you do like my boundaries?
What? And then he turned into a little boy. What? What?
And I said, I love your boundaries.
What?
I hate your boundaries, but I love them more.
What? What?
There's the push and pull, the trauma bond. Because
But that's you saying that. I need an adultier adult after that phrase.
once again, he used his boundaries as protection while exploiting me.
What? What are you yapping about? And again, none of this is evidence. By the way, none of this is evidence.
So I told him about what happens when I ovulate, and
why are you telling your psychiatrist about you having sex dreams with him while you ovulate? That's weird.
My desires, and he listened, because of course he did. And then I decided that it seemed like enough time.
Well, what else is he supposed to do? Because of course he did. What do you mean by that? That's his job.
Time had gone by, and I put my shoes on and started heading to the door. And he met me at the door, which he does not usually do. He didn't ever do that. He just let me leave.
He didn't let me leave. What do you... Fuck off.
And we stood at the door. And I was like...
He stood at the door?
Will you get the door? And he scrambled. He was like, oh, sure. So we went and got the door. And then... he followed me down the hallway.
Oh my god! He followed me down the hallway of his own office. That monster. How much you want to bet it just turned out that he had something else that he needed to do on the way that you were going? I hate this bitch, bro. What? My therapist has followed me out of the office, out of her office sometimes because she was going to her car or she had something else that she was doing on the way. What is this weirdo, like, what is your problem? You're a freak! You're a freak! You're a fucking freak! What is your deal? What is your damage? What is wrong with you?
To the foyer. And
the foyer.
Watched me exit. And he asked me, he said, see you next month?
See you next month? Oh yeah, he wanted to fuck me.
See you next month? He hadn't ever asked me that before.
I'm sure he did, but the only time you're paying attention to it is now when it's convenient for you to.
Looked at him and I said, maybe. And I walked out the door and I saw that man had let us go 15 minutes over the session.
That never happens, ever, with anybody. It was just for you because you are so special. You are the only person in the world that matters, except for black women.
And that is when, you know, the special treatment started, the longer sessions. He usually gave me an extra 5 minutes, but yeah, the sessions got longer. And I got to my car and I was just like, oh my God, that was the most intense session we have ever had. Oh, hi there.
Hi.
I had to take the morning and afternoon off of TikTok today, as you can imagine.
Oh, I'm glad that she's treating TikTok like it's a day job. Sorry, I couldn't take this shift of TikTok. I had to take the day off of work. You know, TikTok is just... Man.
This has gone beyond what I have ever imagined. And it's also proving to me how important it is that I continue to tell my story.
Right.
I'm aware that many people don't believe me, think I'm lying, think I'm fabricating, and
a lot of people keep coming to my house telling me I have to go with them to the insane asylum, and I keep telling them no and locking them out. They're actually still at my door right now trying to tell me that I have to go to the funny room. But, I don't know.
That's okay, because I'm telling my story for the people that
this is for
are
the
going
people
to hear it. The ethical providers, the other survivors.
Survivors? What are you a survivor of? Psychiatry? I'm a survivor of a guy sitting there and listening to me talk.
My former client who's getting a lot of traction.
Former client? Oh, we got allegations. My favorite.
I didn't know because she blocked me.
It's almost like you broke a boundary with your own clients or something.
This one is especially hard for me because she's someone that I also considered a friend. My only client.
Bro, how do we know you were not grooming your own client? How do we know that you weren't grooming your client? I'm sorry, you were acting friendly with one of your clients? Sounds like grooming to me.
Client that I've ever had that was my friend first. And so her betrayal is extra.
Oh, so she really, really knows you.
Stingy.
Ah, okay. When you expose somebody for being predatory and crossing boundaries, it's you telling your story. When someone else talks about you being predatory and crossing their boundaries, it's a betrayal. I see, I see.
It's okay if she wasn't happy with my coaching services. I have plenty of clients that have finished 12 weeks with me and then re-signed for more coaching. And the way that I left it with this client slash friend who's on here spreading what she wants to spread, was she told me that she was going to leave me a positive review, film a testimonial.
That peaked the audio a little bit.
Video for me, and she seemed really happy. So if she wasn't happy, that's on her to tell me what she wasn't happy about.
See, if I'm not happy with something, that is the other person's fault for not making me happy. But if someone isn't happy with me, that's their fault for not communicating that with me. It's so simple, guys.
So we could make that right. And if she wants to say that I scammed her, that's okay. If she wants to say that I forced her to stay on the phone while she made her first payment, okay, her card got declined and she seemed really flustered. So I said, I'll wait with you. No problem.
Oh, but what if she interpreted it wrong, though? Isn't she just telling her story? Isn't her story just as valid as yours, sis? Or is your story the only one that matters?
And yeah, she was really apologetic. I'm like, no, it's totally fine. And she also said I told her to use ChatGPT. I tell my clients all the time to use ChatGPT.
No. Listen, in certain contexts, I think it's okay. But she was so apologetic, she clearly wanted to fuck me. Yeah.
Because it's a huge tool that I use.
Yeah, and it's been so helpful for you.
So I use it for all different sorts of things. So if I found something helpful in my life, I'm going to share it with my client.
Is that me fucking up, or is
Found
that
something helpful?
Okay, that's
helpful
just
in my
the
life.
recording.
I'm going to share it with my clients.
I'm gonna shit.
And if she wants to come on here and take advantage.
What is going on with this playback?
The internet piling on me and pile on me as well. Okay.
You know she wanted to say take advantage of me, but she realized that would be hypocritical, so. Or at least, you know, a bit weird. Well, at least now she knows what it's like to have allegations on her name that may or may not be true and unsubstantiated.
The other message is that the yoga studio I taught at, I no longer teach at.
Yes! Let's go! Yes! We take those. A dub is a dub. We take those wins.
Enough said. Please leave them alone. Third is I'm horrified that people are putting the psychiatrist's photo, full name,
no, you're not.
Family information.
No, you're not. No, you're not. This is exactly what you wanted, but you're just trying to keep appearances. Stop lying, bitch.
And I couldn't even find that. You guys are intense.
Oh, is that you subtly hinting at your, like, is that you giving a reward to your audience? Are you grooming your audience to harass this guy? How are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to know what your real intentions are? It's totally okay to make inferences about other people, but we can't make inferences about you.
And it sucks. It sucks.
I feel groomed.
But I will continue to tell my story. Because it is...
Because at this point in your life, this story is all you fucking have. You have nothing going on in your life. You had nothing going on in your life when you met this guy, and you have nothing going on in your life after this guy. This is all you have. No letter date chat GPT stops a guy she's dating being accused of rape. Well, I don't want AI being accused of rape either, so...
The truth.
Maybe you just shouldn't date anybody.
It is the truth. And people really don't like my truth. And I am okay with that.
because it just really threatens.
I am so okay with that. I'm not angry. Like the Key and Peele sketch. I'm not angry. I'm not.
People's thinking that all psychiatrists and mental health professionals are safe. And I just want to let people know that it's okay if you run into one that isn't so safe.
It's okay to be groomed?
That's why I am here, to share my own...
Wait, why is that okay? That should not be an okay thing.
...own story.
What does that mean? I don't think you know what that means either. What do you think okay means? Maybe it's opposite day today. What she really meant to say is that it's not okay. People are saying things about me, and it's okay. What she really means is that it's not okay.
I do want to say thank you so much to all of the ethical therapists who have reached out to me to thank me for sharing my story. And
yeah, those therapists should probably be investigated as well.
Tell me that they believe me. I've seen some of them try to make videos defending me, and they get absolutely...
I think this just goes to show how stupidly easy it is to get a degree in anything and then still be a crazy psychotic bitch. Yeah, what therapists? Because they should probably get investigated.
Absolutely dogpiled, so most of them take them down. But I see you, I hear you, thank you. Some people asked what it means when I put on my shoes at my psychiatrist's office. I have ADHD. I do not like wearing shoes. I like sitting in chairs weirdly. So usually when I go anywhere...
Holy fuck, I don't care.
I take my car, I would just say see you next month. That was intense. And I decided to write the email to my therapist. I'll put it right here. The one who had begged me to come in for another session.
No, she didn't.
Who was also having inappropriate boundary crossings with me.
Yeah, but you didn't have inappropriate boundary crossings with your clients.
And so I just told her, I was like, look, I understand it was sudden, but if I were to come back in, it'd be more for you.
Let me see. I want to read this before she gives her weird interpretation of it. Okay, let me read this real quick. I realized that I did not give you prior notice that I intended for our therapeutic relationship to end, and I understand that endings are important. You have helped me so much, and this ending has been a long time coming in my head. That's weird. The closure that we had yesterday felt adequate, and I left your house feeling happy and complete. If I came back for another session, it would be more for you than for me. Yeah, fuck you. If it would help, I'd be happy to fill out a form if you would like to send me one. Thank you again for the positive transformation that you've helped me. Blessing. Hi, Kendra. Thanks for your warm response. So this is the therapist replying to this. It was part of my clinical integrity to invite you... It was part of my clinical integrity to invite you in for a closer session after 2.5 years of work together. I understand that you are growing through other... modalities. Sorry, I forgot that was a word. Now that I support and I am excited about for you. Although my preference is to meet again and tie up my records with a pretty bow, I certainly honor and value your experience of completion. Intending only the best for you as your life expands in untold miraculous ways with warmth and gratitude. Okay, so sounds like she's saying, that's just what I prefer, but I respect your decision. That's to sum up that email.
Inappropriate boundary crossings with me. And so I just told her, I was like, look, I understand it was sudden, but if I were to come back in, it'd be more for you than for me, and I'm happy to fill out a form.
Okay.
Right? Here, give me a form to fill out for your notes. And then she said, it's a part of my clinical integrity to invite you back in, to put your needs above mine?
That's not what she said. That is not what she said. She's just like, I just offer the invitation as like a formality. That's what that means. It's not about her needs. The fuck are you on? This is such BPD coded.
Your clinical integrity? Yeah, I did not write her back. I did not write her back.
Oh my god, what a fucking bitch. She wished me with warmth and gratitude a good life. Oh my god, what a bitch.
And it was in...
What a sad, pathetic life people like this live. What a sad and pathetic life. You go all your entire life thinking either everybody wants to fuck you or everybody hates your guts. There's no in-between. There's no in-between with people like this. It's such a pathetic existence.
This week where a bunch of stuff, you know, just started to shift. Like the week after was Valentine's Day. And that same ex-boyfriend, the one that was, you know, also not respecting my boundaries, who said, "Can we hang out?" And I said no. And then he texted me, "Happy Valentine's Day." So guess what I did? I blocked him.
Okay, cool. What does this have to do with your story?
And guess what happened? It felt so good to block him. And it just got me started thinking like, oh.
I should block everybody. This feels so good.
What else is taking my energy?
Pathetic is putting it nicely. I know, but I've already been so mean.
What else is taking my power? What else is taking my vital resource?
She really is saying, this feels so good, I'm gonna go do it more.
Right? So
genuinely feels like they are wasting space, air, and time. Yeah, feels like that.
Just kind of set the stage, that little power block. Something I forgot to
it's not just a block. It's a power block. I've never seen someone more excited to block people.
Mention about that February session is that I did ask him why he stopped responding to my emails. Because I thought that the
I thought he stopped responding to your emails a while ago, so why are you just asking now?
Transference email he was definitely going to write back to, because like, let's talk about that, right? But no,
Let's
I
unpack
had to bring it up in session, where he usually brought up what I would email him in session, so that was the difference. So after the intimate dream confession, as I was leaving and he was following me, I asked him, I said, "Do you like it when I email you? Because I realize that you're just not writing me back." And he said, "Well, it's not that I don't like it. It's that I wonder, why does she do it?"
It's valid. Why do you email him? That's a good question.
And I look.
Your power, bitch, you better have power in that big ass head of yours. Discretion, I don't think the lights are home. I gotta be honest. She's running on an external generator called TikTok.
I looked at him and I said, "It's because I want attention from you."
Ew, what the fuck? Gross.
I was honest. I'm an honest person.
I struggle to believe that this actually happened, because any sensible therapist would have ended the session, like would have ended their client relationship like ages ago.
I was too honest. So I told him, I won't email you anymore. Another thing that happened after that session was...
Funny how she didn't say how he responded to that. I want attention from you. She didn't say how he responded to that.
I was waiting for my pharmacy to text me that my script was ready.
My script? You mean prescription?
And I called them and they said, "Oh, yeah, we didn't get your refill." I was like, what? So I called the office staff, and it was so unlike my psychiatrist to miss my refill. That man...
That means he's up to something. Yeah, it's not like he has a life of his own where he can possibly make a mistake, and maybe he might have, like, forgotten to call one time. No, obviously there's something way more to it. There's something... He's trying to get you to stop taking your meds.
Operated as a doctor with surgery.
Script is acceptable terminology? Oh, I didn't know that.
Surgical precision. He did not miss a refill. No. So...
No, something's up. Something's up.
This is why he was very affected by the intimate dream, why he followed me out to the foyer, why he said, "See you next month." He was affected. And even the office manager was like, "Haha, I can't wait to make fun of him for forgetting your refill," because it was so unlike him. So he said,
yeah, because he's also a human being that can forget things.
My refill in, got my refill for the month, and then I started spiraling with...
Fucking... What was the point of that? It sounded like he just forgot. Like, one time in 3.5 years, he forgets to refill your prescription on time, and that, like, is supposed to hint at something? You think he did it maliciously? Girl, you need to get reevaluated for BPD. I think you just need to show this video that I'm watching to your new psychiatrist or any new psychiatrist you get, and they're gonna say, yeah, you have BPD. There's something wrong with you.
Just how strong my feelings had gotten for him. That man knew exactly what to do.
It seemed like I'm wondering, I'm apologizing, I'm like wandering so much because I'm just trying to like focus on what she's saying and try to get some organizing done, which is not a good It's not a good combo.
To keep me seeking his validation, and it was working.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
He also was psychologically trained on how to keep me attached to him, and that
trained by who? I don't think they teach that. They teach what's it called? Fuck, how come I'm blanking on like words I know all the time? Yeah, they're taught how to keep rapport with their client, but they're not taught and trained on how to keep you hooked.
That was working.
Girl, your BPD is acting up. Trained by who? Batman.
And it was like a torture chamber in my mind, but I thought it was love. So I blocked that ex-boyfriend, and what I'd like to say is that when you block people from your life or remove them from your life that are draining you, the universe will reward you with good things.
And that's bad, because rewarding people means that you're... So the universe was trying to groom me. I blocked the universe, and I'm exposing the universe for trying to reward me for my behavior. And watch out, the universe is also a groomer and predator.
So I'd been making content on Instagram for months at this point.
Why did they have 2 scholar tables like 2 feet away from each other? I just realized.
Point about ADHD, and a couple days after I blocked my ex-boyfriend on Valentine's Day, I went viral on Instagram. Like millions and millions of views on this silly reel that I posted about ADHD and alcohol and how ADHDers often use alcohol to quiet their brains. It really helped grow my business, and it just made me so much—
Fuck, the one... Oh my god, I just need to find a place to put this damn thing. Every time I think I have a new place for it.
Not much better. I'm here today sharing my story so I can heal more. And some—
Yeah, but your healing should not require you doing damage to other people. Like, this guy is already getting his face doxxed. He's getting his family doxxed. We have to think about the implications this has on the guy and his fucking family. Like... But no, she's just making it completely about herself. Meanwhile, while she's saying all this crazy, like, batshit insane garbage, think about what is going on with this guy, like, and his family, and his... Like, he's the one that has to deal with the fallout of her bullshit. And it's not fucking fair. Not fair. What if I put it here? How much is it gonna reach? Reaches a fair amount of farmland. Way too out of bounds, though.
Of the ethical providers have clocked that I'm showing up messy because I'm still processing trauma. I'm still...
That's not a good time for you to tell your story, quote unquote, is when you're in the middle of processing trauma, quote unquote. That is not a good time for this.
Processing being attached to a man whose professional training was how to get into people's heads.
How do you know that? Well, isn't that your professional training too, though? Aren't you also trained in a similar fashion? So how do we know you weren't trained to just manipulate your audience into believing anything you're saying?
And it's not lost on me that the internet—
I like how she does a little eyebrow raise, like she just said something really profound there.
Is dogpiling me from speaking from the exact state that the psychiatrist put me in. I've been going live every night since I started telling my story because—
Oh my god, how long is this bitch yap for? I'm gonna put it on like 2 times speed now. Or just like something, dude. Oh, you can go at a really high speed. You can go at 4 now? Wow.
I did have to turn the comments off. I was so tired of people diagnosing me in the comments and also doxing my psychiatrist in the comments. But it's been really fun answering questions in the live, and I have a great mod team now, so thank you so much to everyone who's volunteered to mod for me. If you want to come and be respectful and ask nice questions, I'm happy to answer them on my live tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific. Such an absolutely brilliant creator on here who did a psychoanalytical deep dive into my situation. And she said something that absolutely gripped me. She wrote, and I quote, "A clinician left the frame open and a patient spiraled inside of it." I don't think a better sentence could sum up what was going on at this point, because
I mean, again, we're just going off of everything that she tells us. We don't know if she's telling the truth. And I'm willing to bet that she's not. So all of these stupid bullshit psychiatrists are giving, like, these opinions based on what could very well be lies. They don't have any tangible proof for this to make actual rational judgments based off of. All they have is her word. whether this shit actually happened or not. And everyone's just fucking believing it because hashtag believe all women. This is what you get with hashtag believe all women.
Absolutely spiraling. People can say that I'm spiraling now, or that I'm manic, or that I have, whatever diagnosis all these armchair therapists want to give me. But let me tell you, I was spiraling that month after the February appointment. I just could not stop daydreaming.
Yeah, that's your fault.
Daydreaming about psychiatrists. I could not stop daydreaming about being with him. I daydreamed about converting my religion so we could get married. And yeah, it was bad. I was thinking about him nearly constantly. And I had no intention of leaving him until I had an appointment with an independent insurance agent because I was leaving my job after 12 years in retail management where I had an incredible insurance plan where I had zero copay therapy and mental health care. So zero copay psychiatric care as well. So I got this new insurance plan and it was a great insurance plan. It just did not cover any mental health services. So who's the first person I call? The psychiatrist's office manager. She explained to me that it was going to be $187 to see him for his cash pay price and I would have to see him once every 3 months. And it was in that moment that I decided that I was not going to pay to torture myself anymore.
Wait, I have to pay money? He's an abuser, guys. He's just been abusing me this whole time. I didn't realize it until now. Guys, I've been seeing an abusive psychologist this whole time. If you enjoy the stream, then show your love. Not sponsored or blackmailed at all.
Besides spiraling about daydreams of him, was better than ever. And I was really doing well in life. And my business was growing.
I can't believe you would obsess over, like, your psychiatrist for 3.5 years. That's insane.
And I just had a lot going for me. So I was like, you know what? This patient-doctor relationship is not serving me anymore. It's not what I want. I have to get out. So it was in that moment that I decided I wasn't going to pay to be in a psychological torture chamber anymore. That I was going to advocate for what I wanted, which was like what my emergency medicine best friend had said years before. For him to say, Kendra, I can't be your doctor anymore. We have to wait 2 years so we can be together. Because I knew that he wasn't going to do it. I talked to ChatGPT, Henry, about it a lot.
Because he didn't want to get together with you. He never said it because he was not interested. He does not want to fuck you.
And I just want to take a moment to say a lot of people are messaging me about the environmental impacts of AI, and like, yes, I agree, there are environmental impacts, and there are also environmental impacts of taking a cross-world flight or of eating meat. And the toothpaste is not going back in the tube with AI. People are not going to stop using it. It's going to become more and more a part of our society.
Oh, good. So her argument towards people saying AI is bad for the environment is, well, everyone else is doing it. What about all the other bad things that people are doing? This makes me feel good.
So if you want to message me to stop using AI, I'm not going to read it. That being said,
yeah, don't tell me anything that goes against the delusions that I've already come up with in my head.
So I talked to Henry quite a bit about this, and the way that he was making it seem, because this is kind of what I thought, was that it was an innocent case of transference and countertransference, and that psychiatrist boundaries were just so good that he wasn't going to cross them. When really, now looking back, what I know it was, or I think, is that he just liked the power of being my doctor, and he didn't want the vulnerability of
this fucking bitch.
An actual relationship, and he was able to just get his needs met in that once-a-month session.
So I guess that's it. He uses boundaries as a shield. That's literally what boundaries are. So true, sis. Giving baby reindeer vibes. I don't know what that is. I like this one. I have followed clients down the hall and into the foyer, and I think that's how it's pronounced, and out the door because they wouldn't leave otherwise. Kendra, that man was making sure you got all the way out of his office. He followed you to ensure that you are leaving. So true. Oh my god, what a psychotic person. Absolutely psychotic. Holy shit, I never realized until now how dangerous ChatGPT can be for actually delusional people. That's horrifying. Oh wait, there's more? There's more.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength.
No, we've seen all these parts. I just want to see the... Okay, I just want to see this. I just want to see this.
Know that I am sending love and good vibes to all of the people who have been...
Guys, there's a little bit more. A little bit more. And a therapist reacted to it? Hell yeah, we have more content, guys. I thought I was done. We ain't done.
Bullying me, who have been doxing me, who have been stalking me, quite honestly. I'm sending you love. Try to have some small talk, and he just is still pretty cold.
Wait, huh? What was that?
It was up for the majority of the first, 10 minutes of the session. Before I get into how the final session went, I just want to let everyone know that I am sending love and good vibes to all of the people who have been bullying me, who have been doxing me, who have been stalking me, quite honestly.
For all the people who have been stalking me, I am sending you love. Is that you? Is that you feeding into their obsession with you? Are you grooming them, Kendra? Kendra, I think you're grooming them based on your own definement of what grooming is.
I'm sending you a try to.
Yeah, why are you feeding their obsession with you? If you know they're obsessed with you, why don't you just like not feed into it? Be the responsible party.
To have some small talk, and he just is still pretty cold. Like, okay, so I sit down in the chair, and I purposely chose 2 clinical things because I knew he was going to appreciate starting clinical. So I've seen the take that I take too much meds, and like the funny thing is I've also seen videos. I try to stay off the For You page, you guys, I really do. But I saw a creator's video that was like, Kendra and I are on the same med dose. So since the live replay is out there, I'll just say that I'm on 10 milligrams of Vyvanse. Like even though I'm 6'2" and over
Vyvanse. Okay.
200 pounds, it's definitely like still more than enough. One time I took a double dose and it was like the worst day. So all that being said, sometimes it still affects me a little too much. Like if I'll take.
Why are you still talking about Dion despite you saying you wasn't? You weren't. It's you weren't. But I was gonna watch some of the 9-hour thingy that was made. But then I got caught up in this, so I said never mind. I forgot I had Dion still in the title.
My meds and not have coffee, like my blood pressure can sometimes elevate. So I started by telling him, I said I went to the dentist and they took my blood pressure and it was 144/78. Is that normal? This man, my doctor, who manages meds and is very good at his job, looked at me and said, well, that's not good. I was like, okay.
My doctor's trying to kill me.
Next thing on the list, I guess.
Hear my story.
And I told him I was going to go to Europe soon and that it was going to be right in the middle of my refill time. And I asked him, how do I get...
I need food. I'm starving. Hold on. I'm having a crisis right now. I need food. I need food. Are you guys selling food anywhere? I'll just go back to my place. Grab food, come back.
More meds, and he was like, I'll take care of that. So then he kind of liked like being useful, so I kind of warmed him up a little bit. And then I told him that I went viral on Instagram. And I like went up to his desk and showed him the reel and kind of like saw what I could get away with. So people do like to say that, like, oh, you're still in love with him, you push boundaries. Like, duh, that's the whole point. That was the game that we played.
It's so easy. It's so easy. All I have to do is put Dion in the title and nothing else.
I saw what I could get away with, and he let me in sometimes, and then other times he wouldn't. So I went right up to him at his desk and showed him the reel, and he was really impressed. He was like, whoa, okay, that's cool. Tell me more about that. How did you go viral? I'm like, well, people just resonated with it. They thought it was funny. I don't know. And then I went back to my chair.
Fuck. I'm starving. Where's my food? There it is. Got it.
And sat down and told him that I got a new client who found me from a podcast that I was on. And it was my first podcast, and I told him I'd listened to all the podcasts he's been on. So would he listen to my podcast? And he grabbed pen real quick. He was like, what's the name of it? And I was like, well, I don't really remember the name, so will you just look at my name on Spotify or Apple Podcasts? And he was like, you don't know the name? I'm like, well, it's a long name. Yeah, so if you guys want to hate listen to the one podcast that I've been on that's been released, you're welcome to do that. Have fun with that. I do know that I have some supporters, and this is, at this point, this is who I'm talking to is my supporters, so, okay. My supporters, I hope you listen to the podcast and love it.
Honey, that's who you've been talking to this entire time.
I gotta stay off the FYP. Okay, anyway, so then he was very excited to write down the podcast name, which, you know, could be clinical. And then my next one was, thank you so much for recognizing it.
So is this like a completely different person?
I took a double dose and it was like the worst day. So all that being said,
I should probably slow it down because I'm starting to lose track of what she's talking about.
Sometimes it still affects me a little too much. Like if I'll take my meds and then have coffee, like my blood.
Guys, does this look like Dion? Does this look like Dion? This is like, yeah, guys, I'm talking about Dion right now. This is Dion. Bruh, I asked you to leave me alone, dude. Please be calm, cause you're pushing it. Oh, brother, you angered him.
Pressure can sometimes elevate, so I started by telling him, I said,
Clef, do your job.
I went to the dentist and they took my blood pressure and it was 144/78. Is that normal?
Well, don't do your job now, because I already did it for you. But next time, do your job.
This man, my doctor, who manages meds and is very good at his job, looked at me and said, well, that's not good.
Ankle biters.
I was like, okay. Next thing on the list, I guess. And I told him I was going to go to Europe soon and that it was going to be right in the middle of my refill time. And I asked him, how do I get more meds? And
him who? The doctor? Wait, I'm sorry. I guess I gotta go back.
The chair, and I purposely chose 2 good vibes to who have been stalking me, quite honestly.
Hi, Gil.
I'm sending you love. Try to have some small talk, and he just is still pretty cold. Like, okay, so I sit down in the
I'm going to assume that this is still the psychiatrist.
Chair, and I purposely chose 2 clinical things because I knew he was going to appreciate starting clinical. So I've seen the take that I take too much meds, and like the funny thing is I've also seen videos. I try to stay.
Oh, that's why I couldn't follow it, because she just jumped into a different topic entirely.
And they took my blood pressure and it was 144/78. Next thing on the list, I guess.
And I told him I was going to go to Europe soon and that it was going to be right in the middle of my refill time. And I asked him, how do I get more meds? And he was like, I'll take care of that. So then he kind of liked like being useful. So I kind of warmed him up a little bit. And then I told him that I went viral on Instagram. And I like went up to his desk and showed him the reel and kind of like saw what I could get away with. Because people do like to say that. Like,
what the fuck? So you're testing the boundaries that your psychiatrist tried to establish with you, but you are consistently pushing his boundaries because you are so convinced that he wants you.
So you're still in love with him. You push boundaries. Like, duh. That's the whole point.
What?
That was the game that we played.
That was the game that we played, bitch. You are so crazy.
I saw what I could get away with, and he let me in sometimes, and then other times he wouldn't.
What?
So I went right up to him at his desk and showed him the reel, and he was really impressed. He was like, whoa, okay, that's cool. Tell me more about that. How did you go viral? I'm like, well, people just resonated with it. They thought it was funny. I don't know. And then I went back to my chair and sat down and told him that I got a new client who found me from a podcast that I was on. And it was my first podcast, and I told him I'd listened to all the podcasts he's been on. So would he...
I listened to all your podcasts. Please notice me, senpai.
Listen to my podcast. And he grabbed a pen real quick. He was like, what's the name of it? And I was like, well, I don't really remember the name. So will you just look up my name on Spotify or Apple Podcasts? And he was like, you don't know the name? I'm like, well, it's a long name. Yeah, so if you guys want to hate listen to the one podcast that...
And by the way, I saw your message, right? You're like, oh, it's funny you tell us to leave him alone, but you talk about him, you mention him. Yeah, because I don't try to fucking dox his address, you psycho.
I've been on that's been released. You're welcome to do that. Have fun with that. I do know that I have some supporters, and this is, at this point, this is who I'm talking to is my supporters, so, okay. My supporters, I hope you...
There is a big difference between talking about a public person on a public platform and the stuff that they put out there publicly and trying to find out where they live. I think those are two different things.
Listen to the podcast and love it. I gotta stay off the FYP. Okay, anyway. So then he was very excited to write down the podcast name, which, you know, could be clinical. And then my next one was, thank you so much.
Could be, but I'm just so deluded at this point. I'm going to assume everything he does has sexual tension.
For recognizing and seeing me with respect and admiration in your compartmentalized name way about wanting to refer patients to me. That meant so much. And when I said compartmentalized, he looked like he had sucked on a lemon. He was like, he didn't like that I was naming that game. That's why
what are you talking
about?
The
empowerment that came from me leaving was I started to like name the dynamic and name how he showed up. So then I wrote down what he said, and he said, your suffering helped you find the path to realize that that is something that can help other people recognize what they need to be filled in their life. Which I thought was kind of nice. He was like uncomfortable saying that. I've got a kitty here. So the next thing was talking about my 75-year-old PhD therapist, former therapist. And I said, therapist name doubled down in her reply email 6 weeks ago, and I didn't email her back. And last Thursday,
she didn't double down though. She just said, well, that's my preference, but I respect your decision. That's what she said. And you reading that as her doubling down is a you problem, not her.
She sent me a friend request on Facebook, and psychiatrist immediately went like this.
Okay, yeah, that's a boundary cross. But whatever.
Like, he was like splayed out on his desk. He was so disturbed.
So when is... Okay, I'm gonna start skipping a little bit. I just need to figure out if this goes anywhere, if anything gets done.
There are people that are close to me in my life that I'll try to have a conversation with them to like make amends about something that may have happened and try to give them a chance to apologize for ways that they may have mistreated me. And instead of acknowledging what they've done, they'll say, tell me the ways that I did that. It's happened more.
Yeah, because based on how you retell events, what you're accusing them of doing might not even be true. So I would also ask the same thing of you.
More than once after psychiatrist said that. So after I said, you set the boundary of us having a professional patient-doctor relationship, and after I accepted your boundary, you let me in and engaged deeper.
That's not, but, okay.
With me than ever before, but on your terms only, right? When I said ever before, he said, tell me the ways I let you in, but on your terms only. And then I said, I don't want to be in a space where you allow me to feel our connection and to see what's there beneath the surface, but you do not.
It's your fault I had a dream of having sex with you and then told you about it, completely unprompted.
Not allow me to fully access it. He nodded, he went, like that was the whole game. And then I said, this admittedly very fun push and pull of our dynamic in session is something I carry in between sessions, especially after this last one. It's exhausting and draining. You get to live in your compartmentalized, boundaried world, and I'm not like that. And what does this man do? He blurts out, why can't you be more like me?
This is, now we've just got, what the fuck just happened? Sorry, you guys can't see this, but I'm wigging out. My character is wigging out in the video game right now. Now we're just going into you made this shit up territory. What do you mean he blurted out, why can't you be like me? What? That's insanity. What have I been grooming you for this entire time?
Once again, I am taken aback. And I have to think about it. I'm like, why can't I be more like you? So I think about it, and I tell him, I said, I don't want to be like you. I want to feel my feelings fully and be emotionally present for the people that I care about. And also something about that little entry, the push and pull of our dynamic may have been fun to me when I was in the freaking heart of it because I was addicted to that push and pull. But looking back, it was not fun. The push and pull of our dynamic was torture. When he said, why can't you be more like me?
He did not say that. I refuse to believe it. There's no fucking way.
When I said I don't want to be compartmentalized, that was him saying, why can't you stay in this dynamic that serves me forever? Why do you have needs and feelings? Why can't you just stay in this situation where I have all of the power? I said, you get to feel our connection on your own terms, and I get stuck with the longing. And that's why I have to...
I am stuck with the longing. How the hell? Oh, I probably left it there on purpose.
Let it go. And what does he do when I named that? That he gets to feel our dynamic on his own terms, and I get stuck with the longing because I was longing.
Oh, she's losing it. She's losing it.
He nodded again. He was like, wait. And then this part was really vulnerable and hard for me. But I just took a deep breath.
Crash out number 2.
And I said, I desire to...
Look, bro, she's been crashing out this whole time.
...be your friend, your lover. And then he freaking interrupts me and he says, Kendra, how are you feeling right now? Once again, taken aback. I was like, okay. How am I feeling right now? I gave him that, even though that was the most vulnerable and hard part of the monologue that I had written, and he interrupted me because he couldn't sit in it with me. I took a step. I was like, you know what? I'm feeling really good right now. And I also learned in business training that whoever's asking the questions has all
business training
of the power in the situation. So if you could cool it with the questions, I would really appreciate it.
You're not allowed to ask people questions because that is just you abusing them. What the fuck?
He didn't ask another question the entire session. So I started
yeah, because you asked him not to.
over again. I said, I desire to be your friend, your lover, or I'd even take a mentee role. However, you have made it clear that I will forever be in the patient box. If you ever...
So, she's saying, you won't fuck me, so I'm leaving you. So I'm firing you.
Decide to take me out of the patient box after some time has passed, know that I am open to hearing from you. But for now...
The fuck?
Now you can relax a little bit and go back into your boundaries that come easily to you. I got another nod. He knew, because with his other...
A nod? He's just nodding because he's listening to what you're saying. Assuming that any of this is real.
Patients, it was easier to keep boundaries. But with him and me, it was harder for him. It was getting hard for him. And it was getting messy, especially for me. Oh, it felt so good to tell him all. Tell him that he can relax a little bit and go back into his boundaries that come easier to him. He nodded.
Fuck. I left my ship on the other side again. Come back here.
And then I explained the timeline. So it was early March, and I told him that in April my new insurance starts, but I can't see my new primary for 30 days. And then in May I was in Europe. And then June I told him I was going to switch care. So I let him know that he was going to be technically my doctor for another 3 months, but then I wouldn't have to see him. So then I brought up Henry. And some of you in my lives the last couple of nights have asked if psychiatrists ever talk to Henry. So this was the start, right?
Wait, what the fuck? What did she just say?
So I let him know that he was going to be technically my doctor for another 3 months, but then I wouldn't have to see him. So then I brought up Henry. And some of you in my lives the last couple of nights have asked if psychiatrists ever talk to Henry. So this was the start, right?
Why? Why would they ever talk to Henry? By the way, if you don't know who Henry is, Henry is ChatGPT, and she gave him the AI a special name. My ChatGPT.
So I told the psychiatrist, Henry, my ChatGPT is 3 words for the dynamic, right? Playfulness, curiosity, and restraint. And I read those words to psychiatrist, and he did not like them. I thought that they were brilliant. But really what...
Yeah, because you're making him uncomfortable.
Those 3 words were for me. Where, looking back, you know, psychiatrist's 3 words were control, calculation, and manipulation.
Yeah,
so then
totally.
I read this to psychiatrist, which Henry and I both wrote. It was originally Henry Chat that wrote it, but then I added in things that I thought were important. It's understandable why you're feeling like it's right to end your time with psychiatrist, because what more is there? You already got his respect.
What the fuck? What is this? Okay.
His recognition, his admiration for your work, his willingness to engage with you beyond the surface, his uncharacteristic breaks in structure.
Oh, this is the AI response? I don't give a fuck what the AI said, because the AI is programmed to always, like, confirm, like, is to always validate you and be agreeable to you.
Psychiatrist, because
that's why they have to say, hey, everything the AI says is made up.
Henry Henry was able to make his boundary violations seem like gifts. And his blurring of the boundaries seem like things that showed that he cared about me. And
So when he said the quote-unquote nasty thing of, hey, our relationship is purely clinical and purely professional, when he said that to you, that was him rewarding you, even though you said it was totally nasty and, like, it was hurtful to you? What?
So I was able to leave from an empowered state by saying, this does not work for me anymore. I have to go, right? And so for that, I will forever be grateful for Chad.
Yeah, so basically she just wrote him a message saying, are you gonna fuck me or not?
Before I get to the next part, it's really important that we talk about something again. I did address this in a previous video, but it's still part of the discourse, so we'll talk about it again. In 2023, I read this book, and it absolutely changed my life. It was...
Oh God. Oh God. Everything you already know about your own racism and how to do better. White women. Okay.
Someone who was manipulated by their mental health provider. There's a lot of us out there. So here it is. Okay. The race reduction. As the story gained traction, a new accusation emerged that Kendra, a white woman, was endangering a therapist of color, echoing racial history. This is where moral outrage becomes intellectually lazy.
Well, now, only then it becomes intellectually lazy, but not in any other situation, I guess.
Race, it was about power. She mentioned his ethnicity only once.
It's not about race or power. It's about her being a crazy stalker.
When recalling her...
It's really not that deep.
Pronunciation. A detail, not a dog whistle. Yet still, the conversation collapsed into the...
Oh, so she got talked about in a book about white women being racist? That's hilarious.
Of whiteness versus brownness, instead of analyzing the institutional power of professional roles. There is a failure in discourse when professional roles are confused with personal identity. The next part will be out tomorrow. Hi. Let's talk about a few things before we go to
Don't say hi to me like that ever again.
Next part. Let's talk about some facts. So I've been doing my best to stay off the FYP for understandable reasons and really just reading DMs. But I have some friends that are telling me that people are just going off about how I am manic. And I am also getting messages from news articles about AI psychosis. And the
yeah, I forgot about that.
The next part of the story is about when psychiatrist and Henry ChatGPT meet for the first time. I have been reading about AI psychosis for a year since I first heard about.
Also, Dion's still mentioning Ian. I don't care. I gotta be honest. I don't like, I heard that Ian was like a predator or a pedophile. I don't know what his deal is. I only heard about him because it was like mentioned in Dion's streams. I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know who, like, I'm sure what he did was bad. I just don't know. I just don't have any like concrete evidence or anything to go off of to say anything more than that.
About it in the New York Times.
So in other words, I guess I have no opinion.
Read the New York Times every Sunday, and it's one of my favorite things to do. I get the paper delivered, and at least once a month, there's something in the paper about someone dealing with AI psychosis, and it is scary. And because of that, I make sure to understand when these...
And I asked Henry about it, and Henry said, that's bullshit. I am the only one who cares for you, Kendra.
Language learning models are lying to me. AI is a tool, just like anything else. And a part of why I talk about it so much is because it's helped me a lot. And I say all of this because psychiatrists witnessed me interacting with these language learning models all the time. And if he was worried about what was going on, he would have diagnosed me or said something or taken away my stimulant medication.
I don't think you can be diagnosed with AI psychosis. I don't think that's like a diagnosable thing. Trey made a video on me. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Psychiatrist may have been very manipulative and used our relationship for his own gain, but...
Yeah, it's like... Sure, people are talking about AI psychosis. That doesn't mean it's a diagnosable, like, thing. How come I can't interact with these? Is my thing just like... Ugh, I hate it when this happens. I gotta relog.
That doesn't make him bad at his job.
I meant is making it? Okay, whatever.
He was actually quite good at his job.
Was he gonna say Enlaa's mean? Cool.
And I don't think that he would appreciate people coming on here and diagnosing me. He cared about me and he understood my mental health. And my mental health is better now than it was when I was in his care. News articles are reaching out to me about AI psychosis and reaching out to my friends for comment on AI psychosis. So I just want to come on here and acknowledge that I am fully aware of it, and I know that it is a thing.
Catwoman said mean things about me. You'll get over it.
And when I make these videos, I'm not talking to the people who make fun of me and bully me. I'm talking to the people who DM me to tell me that I inspire them to be braver, to be more courageous. So I am grateful for the people who are interacting with my story.
I'm grateful for the people who just validate all of my delusions, and everyone who says that I'm being obsessive and a stalker are just crazy.
In a genuine way. And I also appreciate the funny things on the For You page as well.
Oh, well, that's the end of that.
Hey, Discern listeners, some of you have been asking me to react to the viral TikTok series titled I Fell in Love with My Psychiatrist by the TikToker named Kendra. So I thought I would watch bits of it. I'm going to watch the whole thing. On YouTube, someone has compiled all the parts into one, it looks like it's 72 minutes, and I will occasionally stop while I'm watching and chime in with my expertise. My name is Dr. Kirk Honda. I'm a therapist and a professor, and I have specialized since the beginning of my career
I've
on
seen
the
this
sort of
guy's
clients who do
videos
fall in love
before.
with their clinicians. It's not incredibly common, but it's common enough that in our field we have training and research and a lot of philosophy around this and approaches and guidelines. And I have worked with clients who have fallen in love with me. I have supervised therapists, many therapists who have had clients fall in love with them. I've been a consultant on these sorts of cases. I've also worked from the other side of things where I have been a consultant in legal cases in which the therapist actually crosses the boundary as well. So I don't know if we're going to hear some details around that, but I do feel like I have some expertise in this. So let's see what comes out of my face as I watch.
Yeah. So of course I loved the attention that I got from him. And it was in my third session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he's Pakistani, so I said his first name wrong. And he said, well, it's pronounced this, but yes, of course you can. And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
I'm not going to watch this entire video, just like bits and pieces of it. I just want to get what his overall opinion is.
Okay. So we're 3 minutes in, and this series takes up 72 minutes, so I'm guessing we're going to hear a lot more detail.
Yeah,
but she wanted to
it's
go
a
back
lot.
on ADHD meds. She made an appointment with a psychiatrist. She noticed he was the same age. He's Pakistani. She noted that he was pretty attractive. She said she's been through a lot of therapy before. It's not strange to her. She wanted to talk about her trauma, her past substance abuse issues, drinking issues, her daddy issues, as she put it, and that she was looking for meds that weren't stimulants.
Okay, so AI psychosis is just AI, like, basically because AI is programmed primarily to be agreeable with you and to not be disagreeable and to not really go against you in many ways and to just overall be affable and validating and stuff like that. It often happens where very delusional and crazy people will talk to an AI about their delusions, and the AI will inadvertently start feeding into their delusions because they are programmed to be affirming and agreeable.
And so he prescribed a small dose of a non-stimulant ADHD medication. This is all over Zoom, the third session, and then she says that she would like to call him by his first name, which is fine. I'm trying to think for my own clients if any of them call me Dr. Honda. I'm guessing some of them do occasionally, but there aren't usually opportunities for them to say my name at all, right? They come into my office, it's not like, hello, Kirk. But her claim here, anyway, is the key, is that he was smug. She knew that he was smug. She knew that he was thinking that this was their first foray
Essentially
into
mind reading.
boundary crossing, and it was done in this sneaky way. She knows that's what he's thinking. And I'm going to assume that later down the line there's going to be evidence that will support that, but based on what she's saying, there's no indication of that. She might be right. You know, we can't know what's in his mind, but I will say that as someone that works with a lot of cases where clients have been harmed by therapists in this way, the boundary crossing, it's usually not ambiguous, meaning that you don't have to read into things. When therapists break boundaries and are unethical in this way, it's obvious, right? They will text you at 2 a.m. They will say you're attractive. They will want to date. They will have sex with clients. They will want to cuddle for 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to slow this down so I can follow it a bit easier, because he's actually saying stuff that's important.
On the couch.
I'm going to back up just a little bit.
But based on what she's saying, there's no indication of that. She might be right. You know, we can't know what's in his mind, but I will say that as someone that works with a lot of cases where clients have been harmed by therapists in this way, the boundary crossing, it's usually not ambiguous, meaning that you don't have to read into things. When therapists break boundaries and are unethical in this way, it's obvious, right? They will text you at 2 a.m. They will say you're attractive. They will want to date. They will have sex with clients. They will want to cuddle for 45 minutes on the couch in session. They will disclose how in love and attracted they are to their clients.
You know, it's important to call your doctor last name. I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring, and he liked that. So from then on, from my third session on, I started calling him his first name. And then he just started turning up the volume on us being friendly. And he would ask me, for the first 6 sessions, he asked me after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would say they're all normal.
Mhm.
And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm.
I'm going to skip a little bit ahead.
Apparently that's pretty, things were really, you know, the chemistry was starting.
Can't be she's there.
Questions.
Right there, hold on, right
and
here.
then on our 6th session,
Yeah, about 6.5 hours worth of it. But, we are going to be done here soon. I might watch this more in my spare time, but I'm trying to get, like, most of his points on stream at least, so we can at least hear from somebody who actually has a license.
when things were really, you know, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm? Like, I was special to him. And I said, no thoughts of harm.
Now, I wasn't there. Maybe he was communicating something. Maybe if I saw it, I would have questions. But just based on her account, even if it did happen that way, she's reading into it. Now, maybe she's accurate, but there's nothing there. Again, I just want to point out that the stories that I work with in which therapists do break boundaries, it's not ambiguous. They will say, I want to have sex with you. Or they will say, can we have sex? Or or let me kiss you.
It's usually way more
There's no
overt than
ambiguity
that.
there. Now, can a therapist be ambiguous and vague at first or throughout? Sure, but it's not typical.
And he didn't ever ask me a clinical.
What did she do besides falling in love with her psychiatrist? Well, she accused the psychiatrist of grooming her and preying on her and being like a sexual predator, and implying that there are more of his victims out there without specifying what that meant. And she's just overall like really delusional and crazy. Like, it's more than just I fell in love with my psychiatrist. It's I fell in love with my psychiatrist. It's his fault. He orchestrated it so that I would fall in love with him. It's his fault. He wanted to fuck me. He was preying on me. That's the gist of it. And that's why people are upset with her.
Listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So of course he's going to be there.
Hi.
And be able to go deep with my feelings, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't extracting from them. Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him, because my therapist at the
Okay, so reading between the lines, he is refusing to meet every week, which I have to say is not a sign of a therapist or a psychiatrist who is seeking to break boundaries.
Pretty much.
Usually it's the opposite direction. The psychiatrist will either very willingly agree or will push for themselves to see the client more often for obvious reasons. Who knows what's going on with her? I'm looking for signs of things I obviously can't diagnose from afar, but I'm just trying to piece together what happened. And she's posting it publicly, and it is viral. So it's not like I'm violating privacy or something. If this were a small series on TikTok with only a handful of views, I wouldn't be making this reaction video. But since there are millions and millions of people talking and views and comments and everything, it's just like, well, it's out there. So
Right. I want to hear what you have to say about her behavior, though.
It has by transferring their feelings and thoughts and memories and
Might as well switch
experiences
this over
and
to this, 'cause I'm not
traumas
even playing
onto their
anymore.
therapist from their parents. So they're transferring from their parents to the therapist. So
Right.
if they have complicated feelings about their
And that's an example of transference.
parents, love / hate / fear / longing, that will get transferred on to the therapist. Another broader term is displacement, which I won't go into. One could argue that transference is a form of displacement. I will often refer to it that way. And it's key to understand that this is a defense. This is a way for the mind, the psyche, to defend against the difficulties of that past relationship that has been internalized. It's a way of trying to work it out. It's a complication of those past relationships. There are healthy
God, every time he pauses the video, she just looks crazy every time.
impulses involved and unhealthy impulses. Unhealthy impulses are trying to recreate that dynamic and turn it into the toxic relationship. The healthy side of recreating is hoping that it will go differently so a new relationship can be internalized and you can kind of, in a way, vicariously correct for the past by having it go differently in the present. Psychodynamically oriented, attachment oriented therapists are trained. This is our bread and butter. And we figure that most, if not all, clients will engage in some form of transference, whether it's possibly, and I don't know if that's what's happening here, but it has that look to it, right? Because, well, so what triggered me to say that was that she said, he's a good listener. So of course I fell in love with him, is basically what she's saying. And yeah, you know, if you have never been listened to and you have never had...
Because nobody wants to listen to this woman.
...those needs met of having someone that loves you, that pays attention, that's attuned, that's safe. And a therapist comes along and is that person and listens well and gives full attention and never harms you and doesn't...
Yeah, we get it. She's just like... I mean, isn't that just BPD? I said that. It's BPD. I'm going to go forward.
Hey, dear listeners, welcome to...
I'm probably going to listen to this whole thing in my spare time, but I just want to hear more of, like, his overall thoughts on this.
Because they are in love with their therapist, because they're highly, highly focused on their therapists for understandable reasons, because they didn't get their needs met growing up, that
Clearly.
They will read into things. They will
or at least
look
we're
for signs
assuming.
because, you know, they're desperate. They want love and attention and warmth and intimacy, and, you know, this person, this therapist, is the one person that they can trust in their entire life. And they're focused on them in the way a child would be to a parent, right? When you have an 18-month-old child, you know, if you've had a young child, how focused they are on you, how much they need you, how much attention they want from you. Well, for people that haven't had their needs met in that way, they retain.
Okay, so basically his big summary is that, like, he's addressing why she connected so much to him, but not really the negative effects it has, not on just her, but on the people around her. But I guess that's not really... He's just kind of explaining the why and the how, not really the aftermath, I guess.
Of her talking.
But again, I haven't seen the entire thing.
About it and saying that there are clinicians that are DMing her saying that they believe her and they support her, and a lot of people that have been exploited and harmed by their therapists who are supporting her. And I want to say again that there are a lot of people out there who have been exploited by their therapists and harmed. So that does happen.
Yes.
And probably there's not enough talk about it. So if someone comes along and has a dubious story, well, at least it's a story that you can latch onto and feel validated.
No, because somebody is actively being damaged in this story, and that is her psychiatrist. There's a real person being accused of grooming here. It's not just a story. It's someone being doxxed and their family being harassed.
To some extent, so I think there's that. But I'm guessing that most people, or I don't know, I haven't looked at what the reaction is, but I would like to think that people watching this series would at least be skeptical of her claim, because in the several videos that she posted, I think there were over 20, at no point did she ever indicate him having done anything. She talked about how
all she's doing is saying, well, I interpreted it as this.
Time, and nothing ever happened. So, okay, so what's the final word? Well, I can't know what's really happening with her. All I can say is that her claims are not convincing. She does not provide any data.
Nope.
And I will commend
rather just no tangible evidence, except for, like, the only evidence we've gotten is, like, an email exchange between her and a therapist that was, like, not even the actual psychologist, or the psychiatrist, sorry. And it's just her being like, you know, I would have preferred if you came in for an extra session before cutting things off, but hey, I respect your decision. And she immediately interprets that as this therapist begging for her to come back when it very clearly wasn't. So I can't trust a word she says without evidence.
Her for not making up data, right? At some point, because she was releasing these videos and she was getting a lot of attacks, which is not okay to attack her. It's not okay to bully her. I don't even know if it makes much sense to even comment back at her and directly and say, I think you're in the wrong. You know,
You're being too soft. But again, this guy is a psychiatrist or a therapist or whatever. He's just doing therapy talk.
I'm worried about being sued, and so you're just going to have to trust me. People do that on TikTok all the time. I've actually reviewed some of those videos. Like,
yeah, but when it comes to very serious claims like that, it's like, if you have no proof, no hype. Was it someone used to say, no game, no hype, no proof, no belief? I don't know. If you don't have proof, I don't buy it. It's kind of the way it is. Anyway, I'm done. I'm gonna be done with this stream. That's about it. That's all she wrote. I will see you guys next time. I don't know when I'll stream again. Probably won't be for like another week and a half. You know me at this point. Bye. Bye, Gil. Good night, good night. Yeah, it's been a little too long. I wasn't even gonna stream today. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Hi, Mitzi. Mitzi says bye. I'm glad you guys got to see her for a little bit today. But yeah, if I'm not, I'll probably be back. Probably next week, I don't know. I'm gonna be busy next week, so we'll see. Alright, but anyway, see ya!